Chapter 751, You and I are one. A sharp sword cry echoed within Jiang Xuan's body. His suppressed ancestral blood suddenly boiled. Guided by the sword will passed down from Jiang Haotian, it transformed into bloodline sword energy, infused with the power to sever immortality. An unparalleled, absolute sharpness filled the space, turning Jiang Xuan's physical body into a battlefield as it began to cut down Haotian's invading essence. Most of Haotian's unique physical matter was instantly annihilated. Even the blood bridge connecting the two men swayed violently, as if swept by a gale, threatening to collapse or snap at any moment. Interesting. Haotian's ancient eyes flickered. His deep, mysterious gaze traced the source of this anomaly back to something incredibly familiar, something almost intimate. I never imagined my wandering sliver of soul would be so successful, Haotian said with a grin. You were a mere fragment. By all rights, without merging with me or being devoured, your destiny should have remained incomplete and flawed. You are effectively a defective product. To think such a defect could find its own way to the heights of a king. Impressive. Truly impressive. Even as his possession was disrupted, Haotian felt no anger. After all, there was no reason to be angry with oneself, even if that self had developed an independent consciousness and was currently defying him. However, this is still not enough, Haotian chuckled. The supplement in Jiang Xuan's soul could delay the invasion of memories, but this physical bridge was a different matter. A mere sliver of his own soul could not stop him from reclaiming his own flesh. A bloodline bridge? Haotian scoffed. How much blood can you possibly have to sustain a corridor across time and space? How long can you maintain a strike against my essence? You cannot afford the cost. With a single thought, the swaying blood bridge stabilized. The crimson light intensified, and the flow of physical matter became even more massive. It was like a calm river suddenly hit by a storm, turning the gentle stream into a violent, raging torrent. An immeasurable amount of physical essence flooded Jiang Xuan. His body, which had already achieved a Daoist state, began to change. His crystalline skin, once covered in ancient Daoist runes, became mottled with color. The runes twisted and evolved into even more primitive, primordial patterns. A sinister, ancient aura slowly took root. This aura was identical to Haotian's. Though Haotian spoke as if to himself, his voice traveled through the bloodline corridor, reaching Jiang Haotian's ears with perfect clarity. Jiang Haotian's expression shifted, his heart heavy with the realization of the horror his son was facing. Perhaps through Haotian's unconscious guidance, many memories began to surface from the depths of Jiang Haotian's soul. Fragments of a life that belonged to him, yet did not. Haotian, the original heavenly Dao. Jiang Haotian read the fragments, his face darkening. He, too, carried the destiny of an ancient powerhouse. However, as a king, his will was strong enough to remain unshaken. He did not lose himself to these sudden revelations. He read through them quickly, identifying the nature of his own existence. I see. Jiang Haotian laughed, a cold and distant sound. No wonder he had felt a sense of unreality lately, occasionally sensing a mysterious calling from the past. Everything he owned had roots in a previous life. Or more accurately, everything he owned had once belonged to Haotian. I was once a mere sliver of your soul. Jiang Haotian whispered to himself. So what? I have been changing fate for a long time. Changing the fate of the human race is a slow and difficult struggle. But changing my own fate, I do not believe that is an impossible task. You would use me to calculate against my son? Old man, did you think I would allow it? Jiang Haotian's eyes narrowed, sharp sword light flickering within them. A terrifyingly cold will manifested as a supreme sword intent, surrounding his body and flowing through his bloodline. It traveled up into his soul. His spirit began to peel away, exposing his life soul. Unlike Jiang Xuan's faint glow or the solar majesty of Nangong Minjiao, his life soul took the shape of a single sword, shimmering with a profound light. The sound of something piercing the air rang out in Jiang Haotian's sea of consciousness. You are not worthy to possess my son. The sea of consciousness erupted in a blinding white light. Jiang Haotian's presence suddenly vanished. His ancestral blood retreated, his sword energy dissipated, and his very life force faded like a receding tide until it was almost undetectable. At this moment, Jiang Haotian was like a candle flickering on the verge of going out. A dull boom thundered in Haotian's mind. The old man's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. You are insane. Haotian roared. An uncontrollable variable had appeared. Jiang Haotian had abandoned everything to drive his life soul through their connection and return to the source. A wandering soul returning to complete the main spirit should have been a good thing. It would have restored some of Haotian's power. Since this sliver had reached the level of a king, its return would have provided a massive boost in energy. In any other situation, this would have allowed Haotian to easily crush and devour Zilong. But not now. He was in the middle of a possession. He did not need this soul fragment yet. To process its return, he would have to divert his attention, time, and energy, especially since this fragment possessed a fully independent will. By returning now, Jiang Haotian was walking into the lion's den specifically to disrupt the possession of his son. Giving up your life to buy him time? Haotian's face darkened, a sneer twisting his lips. What a touching drama. A father's love, as immovable as a mountain? It is nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a carriage. Even if you delay me for a moment, it changes nothing. Who can stop me? Who is qualified to stand in my way? Only today did I realize I carry your destiny. Jiang Haotian's voice echoed in Haotian's mind, cold and sharp. This was all your plan. All of history was a setup just to cultivate my son so you could take his body. Yes. What of it? Haotian replied coldly. Quite a grand design, Jiang Haotian shouted. The cycles of the old land, the evolution of the worlds, the progress of the heavens, and the rise and fall of the human race. You directed it all from the shadows. In all of history, I have never known another who could match such a feat. You and I are one. There is no need for such talk, Haotian chuckled. I have no interest in useless praise. That is true, Jiang Haotian's tone suddenly changed. It became icy, like the depths of a frozen pond. You and I are one, and I originated from you. Chapter 752. This path leads to transcendence. So, Jiang Haotian's voice became hollow and deep. His life soul, born from a mere wandering sliver, plunged directly into Haotian's spirit. He tore through layers of spiritual protection, driving straight toward the core until he stood face to face with Haotian's massive life soul. Comparing the two was like comparing a grain of rice to the radiant moon. Yet, Jiang Haotian showed no fear. He let out a cold laugh. Between us, there is no absolute master or servant. Hey, Haotian scoffed. He was not surprised by Jiang Haotian's choice. It was as if he had anticipated this move long ago. You are but a fragment I cast out, grown to the king realm only by leaning on my providence. Do you truly believe you are some once in an eternity genius with the power to change your fate? Haotian's withered face twisted with amusement. You think you can find clarity in desperation, abandon everything to devour me, and stop the possession of Jiang Xuan? You think too much of yourself. I told you, this foolish act will only buy you a little time. And time is the one thing I have in abundance. Jiang Haotian's will remained unshakable, ignored the taunts. Then, let us see. Buzz. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Haotian's life soul was immensely powerful, capable of crushing almost any living being and far surpassing ordinary kings. But everything is relative. Compared to Haotian, he looked pitifully small. Jiang Haotian's life soul slammed into Haotian's spirit repeatedly. With every collision, he attempted to bite away a fragment of the older being's spiritual matter. However, Haotian's soul was too vast and far too rigid. These suicidal strikes failed to move the original heavenly Dao in the slightest. This meager consumption did no real damage. At most, it caused Haotian's consciousness to waver for a heartbeat, momentarily stalling the speed of the possession. Utterly ridiculous. Haotian shook his head and laughed. Did he even bother to defend against these ticklish attacks? What could the boy possibly achieve? At most, he would delay things by half an hour. Haotian could afford to wait. Once he had claimed Jiang Xuan's body, he would deal with Jiang Haotian's grain-like soul as a post-meal dessert. The physical possession ground on. Half of Jiang Xuan's body had already been assimilated by Haotian's physical essence. Ancient, primitive patterns webbed across his skin, covering more than half of his frame. Suddenly, under Jiang Xuan's armpits and along his sides, small buds of flesh appeared. They grew at an alarming rate, taking the shape of extra arms. Even while focused on the takeover, Haotian had the presence of mind to remodel Jiang Xuan's body into his preferred image. In Haotian's mind, the form of 3 heads and 6 arms was the ultimate peak of perfection. Haotian's aura began to erupt from Jiang Xuan's body. It radiated outward, unsuppressed, growing 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times more violent and heavy than the aura Haotian himself currently possessed. The power struck against the walls of this chaotic, unreal space. The space trembled and groaned. The primordial gold tower itself seemed to react, swaying as if caught in an earthquake. This vibration echoed through every challenge floor. In the 98th level, the divine desolations along sensed the shift. An image of the sun and a moon reappeared in his eyes. He opened them fully, annihilating the void as he peered toward the source of the disturbance. He saw the scene of Haotian possessing Jiang Xuan. In an instant, the entire conspiracy was laid bare before him. How is this possible? Zilong's eyes narrowed, causing the day and night of his realm to cycle rapidly. Haotian, you old wretch. To think you quietly orchestrated such a grand scheme. I wondered why you followed my example by casting out a soul fragment after you defeated me. I did it to survive, but you had no such need. You could have recovered using the foundation of the old land. So this was it. You used the interruption of the fire of civilization to turn the old land into a source. You used your soul fragment as a thread to guide history, forcing the birth of this child, a child who carries the providence of the heavens and the accumulated power of billions of years of civilization. And now you steal it all. You steal his destiny to break through your limits and stand above immortality. What a move. Truly a masterstroke. Fury burned like the sun and moon in Zilong's eyes. He shared a blood debt with Haotian. If Haotian hadn't attacked him for no reason eons ago, he would still be roaming free instead of being trapped in this cage. You want to use him to transcend? Heh. I will not let you have your way. Resentment flared in Zilong's gaze as his massive body shattered the void. A terrifying aura filled the space like a crashing wave. Crack, crack. The yellowed, desolate challenge space began to crumble. Zilong's massive frame shrank rapidly. A human head, a dragon body, and 10 claws. Clad in the yellowed boundary of his own rules, he erupted, smashing through the seals of his floor. He tore through the infinite void and plunged into the 99th level. Buzz. A streak of yellow light, thin as a silk thread, sliced the chaos in two. Zilong closed the distance instantly, appearing right in front of Haotian. His eyes shot forth divine light, absolute heat, and absolute cold. The beams pierced Haotian's body, suppressing his techniques, neutralizing his energy, and stripping away his life force. The change happened in a flash. Haotian, who had been savoring his victory, was caught off guard for a split second. Then, he erupted in a murderous rage. You bastard! Haotian roared, his forearms lashing out to seize Zilong's body. Though his frame was withered, he still possessed the world-breaking strength of a primordial god. He gripped Zilong and began to tear. Rip. Flesh split and blood sprayed into the void. Roar. Zilong howled in pain, his eyes spitting fire. He gritted his teeth and sneered. Old wretch, if I cannot be free, do you really think you can transcend? In your dreams. 10 claws lashed out, each imbued with a unique and terrifying power of the Great Dao. Wind, thunder, fire, earth. Squelch. Snap. Claws sank into Haotian's chest, tore through his dry skin, and snapped his extra limbs. Nearly congealed blood seeped from the wounds covering Haotian's body. Within moments, both beings were in a wretched state. Zilong, you truly deserve to die. Haotian laughed, the sound hideous and terrifying. Zilong laughed right back. The feeling is mutual. Chapter 753. The Saint Tribulation. Roar. The divine desolation. Zilong let out a low, guttural howl. He fought with absolute lethal intent, willing to sacrifice his very existence to stop Haotian. If he was to suffer, then Haotian would suffer 1,000 times more. You cannot stop me. Haotian's expression grew increasingly monstrous. His withered, desiccated frame was being torn to pieces under the onslaught. Yet, the blood bridge stretching from his severed necks remained firmly latched onto Jiang Xuan. It continued to pump physical essence into the youth, relentlessly driving the process of assimilation and fusion. Jiang Xuan remained in a state of chaotic haze. Thanks to the spiritual supplement from Nanggong Minjiao, his soul barely managed to withstand the mental invasion. However, on a physical level, he was powerless. He could only watch as his own flesh and bone morphed into Haotian's likeness. He possessed self-awareness, but no agency, a loss of control that felt utterly abhorrent. Boom, boom, boom. The slaughter raged on, and the possession ground forward. This realm of primordial chaos was being pulverized inch by inch under the collision of these two ultimate powerhouses. The terrifying fluctuations of energy and the destruction of fundamental laws began to rattle the primordial gold tower itself. Many of the challenged spaces within the tower, unable to withstand the overflow of power, began to crack and collapse. Crack, crack, crack. Visible fissures, like terrifying celestial chasms, tore through the various challenge floors and extended toward the exterior of the tower. It was a scene of total annihilation, as if a cataclysmic judgment had arrived. Inside the tower, countless beings looked up in shock. Waves of terror crashed through their hearts as they watched the structure tremble. How could this happen? This was the primordial gold tower, a supreme artifact. How could it be failing? On the first floor, the white-clad Jiang Xuan struck back the emperor's great-grandson, Diming Huang, for the umpteenth time. He looked up at the white world around him and saw the encroaching cracks. His expression darkened. Something had gone horribly wrong. Have the old monsters at the top awakened? He whispered, his voice laced with dread. Everyone trapped within the tower knew, or had at least sensed, that the highest levels served as a prison for entities of unimaginable power. He didn't know their names, but he was certain of one thing. They were immortal beings who could erase worlds with a casual gesture. If such a creature had truly stirred, it spelled the end for everyone inside. I hope they're just turning over in their sleep, he muttered with a helpless smile. I'm not ready to die yet. Like him, many spirits within the tower began to pray in secret, hoping this disaster would pass. If the tower collapsed, they would be obliterated instantly. Among those cultivating within the tower, Zhang Zhao and Tai Keng felt the same heavy weight of unease. Zhang Zhao, currently in her true form within a space rich in dragon essence, was pushing herself to the limit. She hoped to use the energy here to unseal the final 2 layers of her bloodline and break through to the Great Saint, or even the Saint King realm. If I can just break these last 2 seals, I might not hit Saint King immediately, but I could certainly take one down in a fight, she thought defiantly. I'll definitely give father a surprise. But the tremors from the tower's peak had reached her floor. She opened her eyes, golden light shimmering within them, filled with confusion. What was happening? Did father finish the climb? She wondered. But the atmosphere felt wrong. Is the tower falling apart? Her large eyes blinked. She decided to ignore it, and went back to her cultivation. Whatever. As long as father is okay, the tower can crumble for all I care. The disturbances were not limited to the interior. Throughout the various continents of the old land, sensitive beings noticed the anomaly. The primordial gold list, hanging high in the sky, flickered like clouds caught in a gale. It grew hazy and indistinct, looking as if it might vanish at any moment. To the masses watching from below, it was obvious that the tower was facing a crisis. Is the tower collapsing? In the Uni continent, Zhang Feng looked up. A swastika-shaped Buddhist seal rotated in his eyes as he tried to peer inside the tower, but his vision was blocked by a chaotic fog. What nonsense are you talking? Zhang Changxiao snapped, cursing under his breath. You were the one who said the primordial gold tower was a supreme treasure forged by the original heavenly Dao. How could a supreme treasure just fall apart? Then why is it? Zhang Feng's gaze turned somber. Suddenly, a surge of infinite Buddhist light erupted, illuminating the horizon. Bei Qing, who had been sitting cross-legged nearby, floated into the air. Mysterious Buddhist runes began to orbit his body in a golden haze. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, stretching for thousands of miles. A Saint Tribulation. The group watched in surprise. Bei Qing was breaking through? Zhang Changxiao stared with wide eyes, feeling a pang of annoyance. He began grumbling internally. Damn it. How did this kid manage to break through before me? This is embarrassing. Recently, Zhang Feng had allowed the 3 of them to choose a Buddhist treasure and an inheritance. Though they weren't particularly fond of Buddhist teachings, these were the legacies of ancient powerhouses. The benefits were undeniable. For the past 2 weeks, they had been practicing on the spot, using Zhang Feng, who held the mantle of the Zen Buddhist sun, to explain the complexities of the laws. Beiqing had clearly gained the most. Long ago, he had received a direct empowerment from an ancient saint in the Endless Sea. While it had vaulted him to the peak of the heavenly god realm, it had also severely overtaxed his potential, leaving him stuck behind a wall he couldn't climb. Even with the tempering of the Suan Huang flame and the completion of his destiny, that old bottleneck remained. But now, his luck had turned. The inheritance of the medicine master Vajraya Light Buddha given to him by Zhang Feng provided the key to shattering his chains. Beiqing had seized the opportunity, mastering the inheritance and leaping across the threshold to become a longevity saint. "We need to hurry up," Zhang Xianxia said, pulling his gaze away. With Beiqing's talent, the tribulation would be a breeze, so there was no need to worry about him. However, Xiao's face remained sour as he looked at Zhang Qinglian. "If we don't step into the saint realm soon, we're going to be left in the dust." He remembered when the three of them first followed Jiang Xuan to the Dao Saint world. He had been a mere true god, the lowest in cultivation among them, yet his combat strength was arguably the highest. With his trump cards, he could kill a peak god sovereign. But now, Beiqing had overtaken him. It was a blow to his pride. Zhang Qinglian smiled, though his expression was somewhat dim. "It doesn't matter. Even if we break through right this second, what help can we really be to that kid Jiang Xuan? We're getting old." Zhang Xiao fell silent. He knew it was the truth, but it didn't make the realization any less painful. It stung. Wait a minute. A sudden spark of inspiration hit him. He turned back to the flickering gold list in the sky and whispered, "You don't think that kid is trying to carry the whole tower away, do you?" Meanwhile, in the Swiren tribe, Swiren Gongyang stepped outside. He looked at the shimmering list with a look of intense anticipation. This sight. It must mean that the human king has claimed the top of the list, right? He let out a long, shaky breath, his heart racing. Finally, the Swiren tribe was going to leave the old land behind. Chapter 754. The End of the Old Land. Deep within the Swiren tribe, a man deep in cultivation stared toward the primordial gold tower. His expression shifted rapidly as an intense, suffocating sense of unease took hold. His deep eyes grew vacant and blurred. In that single moment, his mind was forcibly flooded with information. Countless memory fragments that did not belong to him began to unfurl, revealing the life story of an ancient, primordial entity. Divine desolations along. Haotian. Wandering spirits. A look of pure disbelief crossed Tian Koyan's face. Am I truly that wandering sliver of the divine desolations along soul? Meanwhile, at the ruins left by Huang Tian on the Skull Continent, Luo Xinglan snapped her eyes open. Deep blue divine light flickered within them as she turned her gaze toward the primordial gold tower, her eyes filled with shock. Haotian, so this was all you're doing. No wonder every successive heavenly Dao of the old land could not escape the cycle of replacement. No wonder the rewards of the primordial gold list remained fixed, and the tower itself could never be controlled by those who held authority. No wonder Huang Tian left behind such regrets, warning me to be cautious and to seize full control of the heavenly Dao's power as quickly as possible. You never actually died, Luo Xinglan whispered, her voice growing colder with every word. Her right hand, which had been cradling a shard of mysterious light, suddenly clenched tight. For the past month and a half, she had hesitated. She had struggled to choose between holding onto the old ways or seeking radical change. On one hand was the authority of the heavenly Dao, a path that guaranteed her control over the old land and its infinite creations. It was a literal ascent to the heavens. On the other hand lay a path of variables and the unknown. Success would mean mastering a power capable of challenging an immortal emperor. Failure would mean losing everything she had worked for. But now that she knew Haotian was alive, her hesitation vanished. As long as he existed, the position of the old land's heavenly Dao was something he could reclaim or discard at a whim. She could never truly hold it. If that was the case, why not abandon it and choose the other path? I went through so much effort to retrieve this, only to destroy it myself, Luo Xinglan said with a wistful, weary smile. The world is truly unpredictable. She stopped hesitating and summoned the 12 Huang Tian divine generals. I shall bestow the power of the heavenly Dao upon you. Once you have received it, go immediately to every continent. Follow my will and destroy the old land. I am going to end this world. The 12 generals froze. They looked up at Luo Xinglan and saw she was not joking. Though they were shocked and confused, they did not waste breath asking questions. They bowed their heads and shouted their compliance. Luo Xinglan manipulated her authority, dividing the power into 12 portions and funneling them into the generals. Their bodies instantly swelled 100 times over, turning them into godlike titans radiating the terrifying laws of the universe. However, the power of the heavenly Dao was too immense for their current forms to handle. Cracks spiderwebbed across their skin, and their flesh became a bloody mess as the laws began to leak outward. Go now, Luo Xinglan said softly. The generals roared their assent and streaked out of the ruins. Bolstered by the stolen authority, they tore through the void and crossed the space between continents to begin their work. Luo Xinglan vanished and reappeared at the summit of the Skull Continent, the very spot where the Dog Daoist once sat. She took one last look at the primordial gold tower, seeing everything happening within. Her gaze lingered on the battle between Haotian and the divine desolations along, but finally, it shifted toward Jiang Xuan. She offered a faint smile, one that carried emotions only she could truly understand. Honored one, this favor should be considered quite significant, shouldn't it? She summoned the full authority of the heavenly Dao. A web of laws surged forth, blanketing the sky of the old land. She raised her right hand, and the shard of light within it pulsed with a devastating, destructive aura. She laughed softly, and thrust the shard into the core of the heavenly Dao's power. A crisp, sharp cracking sound echoed through the air. The web of laws covering the sky began to shatter, and a terrifying aura of annihilation descended like a torrential storm. The entire old land, and the infinite void surrounding it began to fracture. It looked like a piece of porcelain being crushed. Pitch-black cracks spread everywhere, venting a bone-chilling energy of destruction. Now is the time. End this world. Luo Xinglan's voice rang out as a celestial command, shaking every living soul in the old land. The 12 divine generals let out a synchronized roar that vibrated through the earth like thunder. Transformed into primordial monsters, and wielding the laws of the universe, they struck at the very foundations and cores of the continents they stood upon. With their cores destroyed, the continents lost their life force. Mountains crumbled, rivers snapped, and the land split into a web of chasms. The sky itself was falling apart. Without warning, the old land had reached its end. Haotian's appearance had forced Luo Xinglan's hand. Just as Ying had predicted, she used her role as the heavenly Dao to lead the world toward its termination. She would use the end of the old land to help her master the Great Dao of destruction. Countless beings looked to the sky in horror, unable to comprehend the catastrophe. Was the old land truly collapsing? In the 99th level of the challenge space, the destruction of the world had an immediate effect. As the original heavenly Dao, Haotian felt the impact instantly. A shimmering mass of law threads flew out of his body uncontrollably and exploded into nothingness. His movements in the fight against Silong faltered. Haotian stared in pure disbelief. How could this be? In an instant, he understood. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his expression twisted into a hysterical rage. How does she dare? How does she dare? As Luo Xinglan had suspected, Haotian had left behind failsafes when he passed his authority to his disciples. He could have taken it back whenever he wished. To him, Luo Xinglan was just a placeholder he could dismiss at any time. But she had turned the tables. By leading the world to its end, she wasn't just throwing away her own power, she was destroying the source of Haotian's power as well. This proactive strike dealt a crushing blow to Haotian's strength, weakening him by at least 30%. The divine Desolation Zilong saw the shift and let out a boisterous laugh. Good, good, good. I never thought I would see the day you were burned by your own fire. You planned for so long, only to fall at this hurdle. Zilong did not waste this precious opportunity. He unleashed his supreme innate technique. His eyes, acting as the sun and moon, opened and closed in a cycle of cosmic birth and death. Absolute solar flames erupted, scorching Haotian's body. Extreme lunar ice followed, freezing his very soul. Haotian's flesh burned as his life force withered. Even the blood bridge connecting him to Jiang Xuan began to fray and snap. With Haotian's soul momentarily frozen, Jiang Haotian's task of devouring the elder spirit became much easier. What were once mere flickers of sword light began to grow into vast constellations. Though he was still far from matching Haotian's total mass, the gap was no longer between an ant and a dragon. The tide was turning. Under this shifting balance of power, Jiang Xuan's consciousness finally cleared. He was no longer helpless. His origin world vibrated violently within his Dantian. The phantom of reincarnation spun with renewed vigor. The Yin-Yang diagram rotated with fierce intensity. Jiang Xuan gritted his teeth and pushed every hidden card he possessed to the limit. His domain technique activated. Chapter 755. Eons ago, his domain technique constructed a dreamscape of shifting time and space. Haotian's will was forcibly dragged into a brand new timeline, millions of years in the past. At this time, Haotian still held the authority of the old land's heavenly Dao. He was a peerless powerhouse standing at the very peak, commanding all laws and harvesting the essence of sentient beings. He waited for the opportune moment, when the tides of providence were high, and the fires of civilization burned brightest, to strike at the ethereal realm beyond immortality, a realm hidden from the eyes of common spirits. Transcendence. This was the standard definition given by countless ambitious ancients who had looked up at that boundary for an eternity. It was believed that reaching that level would allow one to escape the manipulation of order and the strings of fate, achieving absolute freedom and ultimate liberation. But what was the reality of that realm? Even Haotian did not know. He only felt that he had found a path toward it. Whether this path was real, or if it could lead to success, remained a mystery. However, he had reached a point where there was no further room for advancement. He could see the encroaching hand of fate, and he knew clearly that if he did not seek change, he would eventually fall on his current path. Fate would press his head down and turn him into a mere delicacy for those ancient, powerful shadows that watched from above. There would be no chance to struggle. Thus, without a second thought, he set foot upon this new and unknown road. It was now the 3 millionth year of his journey. He had forged the majority of the primordial gold tower, collecting and filling nearly 90 civilizations within its spaces. Through these long years of gathering, he had come to realize that the inheritance and transfer of the fires of civilization were merely a performance, a cycle of reincarnation acting under the rules of order. The birth, growth, and end of every world were governed by an immutable destiny. Whether it was called fate or a prearranged script, the more Haotian saw of this helpless, pitiful reality, the more determined he became. He would never be one of them. Even if he ultimately failed to escape death, It was better than doing nothing at all. After another 1,000 years of trekking through the void, he traversed 7 more civilizations. He witnessed the magnificent splendor of worlds ending and shared wine with bold world lords. Friend Dushi, I offer you a toast. Haotian sat high atop a divine court, raising a bronze wine vessel to a figure known as the Divine Lord Dushi. To meet someone of your character at the very brink of my end is truly my good fortune. Divine Lord Dushi laughed heartily and drained his cup. Haotian shook his head with a faint smile. What do you mean by character? I am merely a lucky soul who caught a glimpse of the real sky. I refuse to stay trapped at the bottom of a well for the rest of my life. I am simply struggling to leap out, that is all. You are mistaken, friend, Dushi said, his expression turning solemn. You at least saw that glimpse. You have the chance to struggle. Where there is a chance, there is hope. Haotian fell silent. After a moment, he nodded heavily and smiled. You are right. With a chance comes hope. I accept your kind words. I will leap out of this vast well and see the true world with my own eyes. And I wish you success. Divine Lord Dushi raised his vessel with both hands and toasted Haotian once more. Soon, the end arrived. Divine Lord Dushi led his divine court to resist the cataclysm, but the result was inevitable. The court collapsed, and the Divine Lord perished. Following the last wishes of his friend, Haotian collected the fragments of the court and the essence of Dushi's being. He placed them all within the Primordial Gold Tower, forming a new floor. 97 floors now. It is nearly complete. Haotian let out a long breath and continued his walk through the chaos, searching for worlds nearing their end. Then, one day, it happened. A hum vibrated through the void. The divine desolations along opened its eyes, bringing daylight into the chaos as it devoured countless chaotic beings. This was a grand feast, and by chance, Haotian stood right within the dragoness reach, a mindless beast that knows nothing of its own fate. Haotian laughed and cursed. That single insult enraged the dragon. A battle that swept through the chaos began, erupting without rhyme or reason. The war lasted for 30,000 years. Eventually, the divine desolations along was defeated and sealed by Haotian within the tower, becoming the 98th floor. A beast is a beast. You wasted such a magnificent foundation. Haotian was heavily injured. After sealing the dragon, he laughed weakly, his brow etched with pride and disdain. Yet his wounds were severe. His physical body and foundation were shattered beyond the point where even immortal herbs could heal them. Left with no choice, Haotian altered his plan. He would sacrifice himself to become the 99th floor of the tower. In his current state, it was impossible to collect any more civilizations. Besides, as the 99th floor, the quality had to surpass that of the divine desolations along. He was a meticulous man. Everything he did had to meet his own exacting standards. Haotian dragged his broken body back to the old land and made simple arrangements. He handed the authority of the heavenly Dao to his disciple, Ming-Tian, a ghost god, who practiced the inheritance of the underworld. Had this tragedy not occurred, Haotian likely would have created a new continent to host the cycle of reincarnation, with Ming-Tian ruling over the underworld of the old land. But time was running out, and the plan fell through. Of course, the authority he handed over was not the complete form. He kept a card hidden. The authority given to Ming-Tian was more like a clone, while the true core remained hidden within Haotian himself. Disciple, my time has come. The old land is yours now. Manage it with all your heart, and ensure no errors occur. Haotian spoke with the gravity of a dying man, his tone somber and heavy. Master, Ming-Tian choked back tears. Furthermore, the supreme treasure I forged, the Primordial Gold Tower, will remain as a legacy. You must carry on my will, and use the laws of the old land to establish the Primordial Gold List for the benefit of all living beings. Haotian emphasized this point, though he would never reveal the true plot behind it. Rest assured, Master, I will manage and build this land in your stead, Ming-Tian promised solemnly. Knowing you feel this way brings me peace, Haotian replied. Then, Haotian sacrificed himself to become the 99th floor. The Primordial Gold Tower was officially complete. It flew out and manifested as a mysterious rune, settling into a corner of the old land, and merging with the laws of heaven to form the gold list. At that moment, the baton was passed. The second heavenly Dao, Ming-Tian, took control. Inside the tower, the sacrificed Haotian noticed that the divine desolations along was restless. A sliver of the dragon's soul had escaped. Trying to save yourself this way, Haotian sneered. By the time that soul fragment grows up, your original self will have long since faded away. You are chasing a pipe dream. Pot calling the kettle black, you aren't doing much better. Zilong snorted with a cold laugh. To sacrifice yourself just to forge a weapon, you certainly have courage. But what use is it? The treasure is complete and of the highest grade, but you are a dying remnant. How much strength do you have left to command it? You are merely weaving a wedding dress for someone else to wear. Haotian shook his head and laughed. How could a mere beast understand his ambitions? Still, he realized the method was not bad. By casting out a soul fragment to enter the game, he could avoid many variables and keep the timeline moving toward his desired conclusion. Haotian imitated the dragoness method. He bared his soul and split off a fragment. Using the power of the heavenly Dao, he mapped out a path and threw the sliver into the cycle of reincarnation. The seed has been planted. Now, I only need to wait for the harvest, Haotian chuckled, his heart full of anticipation. Chapter 756. Guiding the Human Race. For many years, the world remained silent. The old land passed through several eras, enduring until the final days of Ming-Tian. The arrival of an uninvited guest eventually shattered that peace. The newcomer was a lean man dressed in Daoist robes. He lacked any remarkable features save for a thin mustache that gave him an air of unwelcome shrewdness. Upon entering the old land, he went directly to the 99th floor of the Primordial Gold Tower. The Dog Daoist greets Senior Haotian. The man stroked his mustache and let out a light chuckle. In terms of years, he was likely older than Haotian. However, following his master's instructions, he had never stepped into the immortal realm. Before a supreme powerhouse like Haotian, he naturally presented himself as a junior. Strength, after all, was the only absolute logic. Dog Daoist. Haotian stirred from his slumber. He scrutinized the visitor with narrowed, dark eyes. Why have you come here? To assist you, senior, and to ask for a small favor in return, the Dog Daoist said with a smile. Ask for a favor? Haotian gave a cold laugh. You have quite the nerve. He stared deep into the man's eyes, and within moments, he saw through the visitor's origins. You are a successor to the flame of civilization. I presume the halt in the cycle of civilization is your handiwork? Mere parlor tricks, senior. Please do not laugh at me. The Dog Daoist did not deny it. Excellent methods, Haotian praised. To dare such a feat under the watchful eyes of the laws of order takes immense courage. If it truly cannot be done, it is simply death. It matters little, the Dog Daoist replied nonchalantly. It is rare to see such clarity at your level of cultivation. Haotian nodded. Speak plainly. What is it you want? I wish to use your hand, senior, to create and propagate a specific race, the Dog Daoist said solemnly. A race? Haotian was taken aback. This was unexpected and confusing. The chaotic universe already possesses 10,000 races. Why talk of creating a new one? Senior, your old land is still far from its end. It is a suitable place for a race to flourish and reach heights that ordinary civilizations cannot touch, the Dog Daoist explained directly. Haotian smirked. The fact that the old land is far from its end is thanks to your work. By stopping the cycle of civilization, you have benefited my world greatly. I only did what I had to do. The Dog Daoist shook his head. The accumulated fire and providence have piled up in the old land. This is the unique nature of this place and your opportunity. It is an inevitable result of many accidents. Essentially, it has little to do with me. I care little for these philosophical debates. Whether it was inevitable or an accident, it exists, and I shall grasp it to fight for that one slim chance. Haotian waved his hand to interrupt. As long as you do not interfere with my plans, you may act as you wish. I will not stop you. My thanks, senior, the Dog Daoist bowed. However, I am curious. Which race do you intend to create and raise? The Dog Daoist stroked his mustache and smiled. The human race. Countless eons passed. The old land experienced many upheavals. Even the position of the heavenly Dao was overthrown several times. Many supreme beings had sat in that highest seat. It began with Haotian's disciple, Ming Tian, then moved to Gu Tian in the era of gods and demons, followed by Dao Tian and Fan Tian during the height of Daoism and Buddhism. Then came Huang Tian during the era of 10,000 races, and finally, Huang Tian. Under the Dog Daoist's guidance, the human race was born during the twilight of Fan Tian's rule. Humans possessed unique talents and fortune. In the era of Fan Tian's decline, they grew rapidly until they could stand as equals with the other 10,000 races. Amidst the daily struggles, a supreme powerhouse emerged among them. He overthrew the decaying Fan Tian, seized the authority of the heavenly Dao, and ruled the old land for several epochs. That supreme powerhouse called himself Huang Tian. One day, the Dog Daoist returned to the 99th floor. Sensing his presence, Haotian opened his eyes. His gaze swept across the old land with some surprise. Huang Tian. He looked back at the Dog Daoist. This is the favor you sought? Creating and raising humans just to guide them toward producing a heavenly Dao? What is the purpose? The Dog Daoist chuckled. This is only the first step. Time is long. We can go slowly. Haotian smiled faintly. You are only at the Quasi-Emperor realm, yet you dare to play such a massive game of chess. I am impressed. You flatter me, senior. It is merely an experiment. Success or failure depends on fate. Fate. Haotian shook his head. There is no need for such empty words with me. Someone who sets up a board like this does not believe in fate. Fate is just an excuse. The Dog Daoist laughed. You have come today because you need something. Speak. I will say it again. As long as it does not hinder my plans, I do not mind helping you. You have a keen eye, senior. The Dog Daoist nodded and produced a square plate woven from the laws of space. I hope you will use your power to combine this coordinate and construct a spacetime tunnel within the tower. Where does it lead? Haotian took the plate, curious. To the high-dimensional world above our civilizations, the Dog Daoist replied. The Daosheng Great World? Haotian realized. Have you been there, senior? The Dog Daoist was surprised. No. Haotian sighed. I have traveled the chaos for years and touched the borders of that world. I watched from afar, but I never entered. I did not dare to. The Dog Daoist nodded thoughtfully. He understood why Haotian would not dare enter. In that world, even the source of life was under the control of order. To enter was to surrender everything to that order, losing all hope of transcendence. Haotian had sacrificed himself and waited through countless ages specifically for a chance at transcendence. He could not risk entering such a world. Soon, Haotian followed the Dog Daoist's request. Using the spatial plate, he constructed a spacetime tunnel. It was built atop the Primordial Gold Tower, making it exceptionally stable and filled with spatial power. It is done, Haotian said. However, I still do not understand. What does this tunnel have to do with your humans? For now, nothing. The Dog Daoist chuckled. But in the future, who knows? Haotian pondered this, but did not press further. Their plans did not conflict. He was willing to help, especially since his current opportunity existed only because the Dog Daoist had stopped the cycle of civilization. Though the man called it inevitable, Haotian recognized the immense debt of karma he owed and felt the need to repay it. Chapter 757. Your Honor. Many eras passed. Huang Tian had been overthrown, and now Huang Tian held sway, governing the old land. The Dog Daoist returned once more to the 99th floor. What do you need from me this time? Haotian asked, opening his eyes. His voice was indifferent. To be honest, he was growing annoyed. One last time, the Dog Daoist said with a chuckle, stroking his mustache. The task I must perform requires your approval, senior, so I have come to seek it. What is it? I intend to imprison Huang Tian and seal the authority of the heavenly Dao, the Dog Daoist said solemnly. Fine, do as you wish. Haotian did not even bother to ask for his reasons and gave his consent immediately. My thanks, senior, the Dog Daoist said with a respectful bow. Haotian watched him leave. His gaze was deep and filled with mystery as he performed another calculation. He observed his own grand design to see if the process was unfolding naturally and moving toward the predetermined conclusion. There are no major disruptions, Haotian murmured, letting out a long breath. Wait. He noticed something and frowned. The progress of my scheme is actually linked to the human race created by the Dog Daoist. It seems that sliver of my soul has also reincarnated as a member of the human race. Interesting. Haotian laughed softly. This should make everything proceed even more smoothly. With that, Haotian sank back into sleep, waiting for the day of the harvest to arrive. However, Haotian was unaware that nearby, a transparent figure had been watching him relentlessly. It was Jiang Xuan. Using his domain technique, he had intercepted a specific node in time to construct an independent spacetime illusion, separated from the true timeline. He had followed Haotian and witnessed the entire process. But whether it was because his own strength was too weak, or the circumstances were too unique, he found he could not intervene, or interfere in any way. He could only watch as the predetermined events of history played out once more. What am I supposed to do? Jiang Xuan felt helpless. He sensed that when Haotian woke again, it would be the moment his scheme succeeded. That would be the moment of the harvest, the moment Haotian would possess him. He had acted. He had constructed this illusion. Yet, he could change nothing. It was a suffocating realization. Can I get a tutorial over here? Jiang Xuan muttered with a bitter smile. Just then, the world hummed. As if time were reversing, Jiang Xuan was dragged away from the primordial gold tower by a mysterious force. He passed through the spacetime tunnel constructed by Haotian and arrived in the Daosheng Great World. He found himself in a dark region of chaos and void. Before him stood an ancient, weathered tomb. Little friend, it has been a long time. I trust you have been well. A deep voice echoed from within the tomb. Jiang Xuan stared at the grave, his heart racing. The voice was incredibly familiar, as if he had met this person before. Who are you? Jiang Xuan asked. The laughter that followed was playful. By your count of time, it hasn't been that long, has it? Have you forgotten me already? I am a bit hurt. Jiang Xuan stood in silence. He had no idea who this was. Is my bronze vessel still serving you well? The voice asked, offering a clue. The bronze vessel. The method of heavenly scars? Jiang Xuan's eyes widened in realization. You are Niu Dao. It seems your memory is not so bad after all. The voice from the tomb effectively confirmed his identity. Jiang Xuan had once dreamed of the bronze civilization world, where he had lived as the successor of the flame of civilization Niu Dao. He was also the master of the Dog Daoist. You offered yourself to the flame of civilization. The bronze world reached its end and was replaced. Shouldn't you have been annihilated? Jiang Xuan asked, puzzled. Yes, I was annihilated, Niu Dao sighed. His tone was lonely. He paused for a moment before laughing. But I did successfully attain immortality. If one wants to return, there is always a way to make it back for a visit. Jiang Xuan nodded thoughtfully. But then another thought struck him. This was a spacetime illusion he had created with his own technique. Why was the returned Niu Dao here? Niu Dao seemed to read his thoughts. This technique of yours possesses incredible power. It is no less impressive than an immortal imperial art. In some aspects, even an imperial art cannot compare to it. I have used certain methods to return. The reason I can communicate with you here is entirely due to the karmic link between us. It gave me the chance to trace the thread of karma and find this place. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes, still unable to fully grasp the logic. Niu Dao clearly had no intention of explaining further. He changed the subject immediately. The disaster you currently face is not difficult to overcome. What should I do? Jiang Xuan asked, his spirits lifting. Disrupt the karma. Cause the cycle of reincarnation to fall into disorder. Only then can you leap out of the web of rules Haotian has woven for you, Niu Dao said succinctly. Jiang Xuan remained silent. He wanted to complain. Could you please speak in a way a human can understand? Niu Dao began to chuckle, and the chuckle turned into a roar of laughter that shook the void. I have said enough. Whether you can find enlightenment and save yourself depends on your own fortune. Niu Dao's voice grew faint until it vanished entirely. At the same time, a pulling force took hold of Jiang Xuan. He was cast back into the primordial gold tower, standing once more before the sleeping Haotian. What kind of advice is that? Jiang Xuan muttered. Disrupt the karma, disorder the reincarnation, leap out of the web. He repeated the words in his mind, tasting them over and over, yet their meaning remained elusive. How could he disrupt karma? How could he cause disorder in reincarnation? He pondered these questions as time seemed to vanish in an instant. The world hummed as Jiang Xuan's consciousness returned to the present. Haotian returned as well. Although the illusion had felt like ages, only a moment had passed in reality. Haotian noticed nothing strange, assuming the destruction of the heavenly Dao authority had caused a temporary lapse in his concentration. Roar. The divine desolation Zilong was still fighting with everything he had. His great techniques burned Haotian's body and froze his soul. Yet, even this slaughter could not deal a fatal blow. You deserve to die. Haotian hissed, his eyes cold and murderous. Kill. He spoke a command, and the world obeyed. Thousands of laws of the Great Dao manifested, condensing into a jet-black spear at Haotian's will. It radiated an aura of pure destruction and slaughter. The sharpness of its intent was enough to make one's skin crawl. With a thought, the spear tore through the air, trailing a shadow of black slaughter as it pierced the chaos and void. It appeared instantly before Zilong. The dragon did not even have time to defend himself. The spear transfixed his body, leaving a gaping wound that would not close. The black essence of the laws within the spear began to wither Zilong's flesh and life force, ensuring the wound would never heal. The dragon howled in agony. The sound rolled through the void like a storm. Haotian sneered with disdain. He had slaughtered the dragon once and sealed him in the tower. Suppressing him now was even easier. After all, Zilong had died once already. His strength was far from its peak. By comparison, Haotian's own injuries were manageable. Suppress. He spoke another command. The laws of the Great Dao transformed into a cage of lightning, trapping Zilong within. This would not hold the dragon forever, but Haotian did not need forever. He only needed a little more time to complete the possession. Once he claimed Jiang Xuan's body, everything would return to its proper course. He would transcend. As he drew closer to the new path, Haotian became increasingly excited. His dry eyes were shot through with blood, giving him a look of manic frenzy. He steadied the blood bridge and accelerated the transfer of physical matter. Jiang Xuan's body was nearly fully remodeled. The 6 arms were fully formed. On the 2 blood bridges connected to his shoulders, necks had begun to grow. 2 more heads were taking shape. It is your honor to serve as my physical vessel, Haotian said, looking directly at Jiang Xuan with a sinister smile. Chapter 758. Beiqing. Jiang Xuan's expression remained grim. In the middle of a life and death crisis, he had no breath to waste on words. His mind raced, desperately parsing the method of salvation Myriad Dao had hinted at. Haotian let out a soft laugh. To him, the look on Jiang Xuan's face was no different from a man who had already given up the struggle. Things were proceeding so smoothly that Haotian even spared a moment to observe the outside world with detached interest. In the old land, the end was arriving. Such a beautiful world was currently in the process of total destruction. Yet, he felt no regret. As long as he could successfully possess Jiang Xuan, the old land was a small price to pay. The authority of the heavenly Dao had always been a shackle anyway. Losing it was hardly a tragedy. At that moment, a soft sigh echoed out of nowhere. Little friend, you are running out of time. Myriad Dao's voice rang clearly within Jiang Xuan's mind. Suddenly, ripples spread across the chaotic landscape. Dressed in his Daoist robes, Myriad Dao stepped out from the void and pointed a finger toward Haotian. Bronze divine light erupted, manifesting thousands of bronze artifacts that formed a miniature bronze world, exerting a massive suppressive force. Haotian's face shifted. He spoke another decree, and a jet-black spear tore through the sky, piercing the bronze world and severing Myriad Dao's technique. Who are you? Haotian demanded, his voice cold. I am a man already dead. My name is no longer important, Myriad Dao said calmly. If you are dead, why return to cause trouble? Haotian snorted, issuing further decrees to strike him down. Myriad Dao shook his head. While fending off the lethal attacks, he joked with a bit of humor, the dead don't always rest easy. Sometimes we just have to come back and kick up a bit of dust. It was clear that Myriad Dao's strength was inferior to Haotian's. Myriad Dao had been annihilated long ago. Though he had returned through some unknown method, he was far from his peak. Facing Haotian, who had already glimpsed the path beyond immortality, he fell into a disadvantage within moments and could only manage to stall him. Myriad Dao possessed a final trump card, but this was not the place to use it. In fact, he had only appeared because Jiang Xuan had yet to find the key to his own survival. He was forced to manifest and restrain Haotian to buy the youth a few more moments of life. Fortunately, Haotian was also not at his peak. Otherwise, even in this state, Myriad Dao wouldn't have been able to buy any time at all. Over countless eons, through the vast galaxy of civilizations, most had followed the standard cycle of the flame of civilization. The strongest experts those worlds could produce usually capped at Myriad Dao's level. However, Myriad Dao had orchestrated a plan for the Dog Daoist to stop that cycle. By allowing multiple generations of the flame of civilization to accumulate and stack, an unimaginable amount of energy had been stored. Correspondingly, the old land, a world that had never faced its scheduled end, and had grown wildly, produced a supreme powerhouse far exceeding anyone from the past. Haotian was that powerhouse. He was infinitely close to transcendence, having already peered into the realm above immortality. This level of power meant that even in the Daosheng Great World, only a handful of beings could possibly match him. The only saving grace remained that Haotian had once been severely wounded. His foundations had never fully healed, preventing him from exerting his true, peak strength. This was Jiang Xuan's only stroke of luck. Little friend, I can only restrain him for the time it takes a stick of incense to burn, Niu Yudao called out, urging Jiang Xuan to find the solution. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of frustration. Can't you just tell me exactly what to do? You must be joking, Niu Yudao replied frankly. I only know the surface of the theory. The specific execution depends entirely on you. This is your tribulation. Whether you pass and how you do so is something only you can know. Jiang Xuan's mind was filled with a constant stream of silent curses. This was about as unhelpful as it could get. The possession was still moving at high speed. Jiang Xuan felt the control over his physical body slipping away entirely. He felt a sense of rejection, as if his own flesh was already becoming molded into Haotian's shape. Even more alarming, his body was starting to physically repel his own soul. I am finished, Jiang Xuan thought. Of course, this was just dark humor to keep his spirits up. He had not given up. He truly couldn't wrap his head around Niu Yudao's advice, but it was no longer a matter of understanding. He had to act. Whether he lived or died was up to fate. Pushing his final reserves of energy, he activated his domain technique once again. The spacetime illusion began to form. Where am I? Jiang Xuan woke with a heavy head, looking around in a daze. This spacetime illusion felt different. How dare you small-time crooks bully my Jiang family? Seek death. A violent roar like rolling thunder shook the air. Jiang Xuan looked up instinctively. High in the sky sat a burly man bathed in lightning, radiating an aura of absolute dominance. This man commanded the thunder, standing alone against tens of thousands of powerful enemies from beyond the heavens. Behind him stood hundreds of people, all covered in wounds with fading auras. Jiang Xuan looked at them, then back at the man in the sky. His pupils dilated. Is that the Thunder Ancestor? What in the world? Jiang Xuan was stunned. What point in time had he intercepted to create this illusion? How had he ended up with the Thunder Ancestor? The battle in the sky erupted instantly. The Thunder Ancestor was clearly struggling to hold back the thousands of enemies. These invaders from beyond were incredibly powerful. Or rather, compared to the Thunder Ancestor, they were. The Thunder Ancestor was only in the true God realm, while most of the enemies were only in the virtual God realm. There were dozens of true gods among them. Expecting him to handle them all alone was asking too much. Not everyone possessed Jiang Xuan's heaven-defying combat power, capable of carving through crowds of higher-level gods, as if he were slicing vegetables. Very quickly, the Thunder Ancestor was defeated. The lightning faded, and he was left bloodied and broken. It seemed he was destined to fall under the combined fire of the invaders. I do not know why this illusion exists, but as a scion of the Jiang family, how can I stand by and watch? Jiang Xuan did not hesitate. He struck out, using his finger as a sword to slash toward the heavens. A single streak of sword light severed the sky. Along with it, it severed the necks of 10,000 enemies. Heads rolled as a rain of brilliant blood poured down. A crisis that threatened the very survival of the Jiang family was resolved just like that. The Thunder Ancestor had survived. However, the severe injuries he had sustained had inevitably damaged his foundation. Without a legendary healing herb, he would likely never advance further in his lifetime. Jiang Xuan glanced at the stunned, dazed Thunder Ancestor. He had no intention of helping the old man heal. Back in the day, this old man's remnant soul had stepped out of the ancestral shrine to try and possess him. Jiang Xuan still held a grudge over that. Today, for the sake of their shared bloodline, he had killed the invaders, helping him heal his wounds. Forget it. As he grumbled to himself, time twisted. The illusion collapsed, and Jiang Xuan's mind went blank. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a brand new setting. He was inside a dilapidated cave. He spread his divine sense to check the surroundings. His eyebrows shot up. This was the borderlands. Ah! A scream came from outside. Based on the sound, someone was in the middle of a free fall. He waved a hand to catch the person, bringing them before him. When he saw the face, Jiang Xuan's jaw dropped. This was Beiqing, his fiancée's master. However, the man was very young here, maybe 15 or 16 years old. Had he just been thrown out of the mountain gate by the Grand Elder of the Jade Mountain Manor? Jiang Xuan wondered thoughtfully. Chapter 759. The Three Ancestors of the Jiang Family. What on earth is happening? Jiang Xuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was he meant to be correcting errors in the timeline, or collapsing the sacred threads of fate? It all felt incredibly abstract. Despite his internal grumbling, he chose not to give up. He followed the invisible guidance, if it could even be called that, and continued the process. He reached out and snatched a passing demonic beast. Detecting a sliver of golden crow bloodline, so faint it was nearly non-existent, he injected a surge of fire Dao energy into its body. He forced a bloodline evolution, and just like that, a sovereign realm blazing fire crow was born. At Jiang Xuan's current level of cultivation, creating a sovereign with a wave of his hand was trivial. Next, he gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cleanse Beiqing's marrow and refine his meridians, bestowing upon the youth a decent physical foundation. Given that Beiqing had been discarded by the Grand Elder of Jade Mountain Manor, it was clear his natural talent had originally been abysmal. With such a flawed foundation, trying to establish the Yin-Yang sect and rival the Jade Mountain Manor would have been an impossible struggle. Jiang Xuan simply decided to lower the difficulty level for him. So, this is how the loop closes? Jiang Xuan looked at the unconscious Beiqing and smiled with genuine intrigue. The spacetime around him rippled again. The illusion shifted. Where do I need to patch the holes this time? Jiang Xuan was becoming accustomed to the rhythm. He scanned his surroundings to orient himself and finished the task quickly. I was born of the Desolate Heaven sect, and I was raised by the Desolate Heaven sect. I shall live and die with it. A familiar voice reached his ears. Jiang Xuan looked toward the sound. Sure enough, it was another acquaintance. The Desolate Heaven Goddess, Luo Xinglan. 100 miles away sat the headquarters of the Desolate Heaven sect. Or more accurately, the ruins of it. The sky was choked with violent demonic qi and murderous seals. War fire spread everywhere, and the air was thick with the scent of slaughter. A massive army of the demon race had already laid waste to the sect. Blood flowed over severed limbs and broken blades, painting the towering divine peaks in a gruesome shade of crimson. Among the invaders, members of the Dao Sacred Ground were also visible. The Dao Sacred Lord stood holding his immortal sword, wearing a smile of sickening cruelty. So, he actually succeeded in becoming a traitor to humanity? At this moment, the Great Desolate Heaven sect was a graveyard. Only Luo Xinglan and 100 or so followers remained, putting up a desperate last stand. It was clear they would not last long. Am I late? Jiang Xuan whispered. Out of habit, he prepared to strike and wipe out the entire demon army. They were numerous, at least 100,000, but their elite power was lacking. There were only about 20 at the saint level, and the strongest was merely a great saint. To the Jiang Xuan of today, they were nothing more than stubborn animals. It would take no effort at all. But the moment he stepped forward, a sudden sensation filled his heart. It was a wordless, instinctive feeling, a gut reaction that urged him to stop. It warned him not to intervene. Why? Jiang Xuan halted, unable to fathom the reason. Wasn't the point of these illusions to fix things and return history to its proper track? Had he misunderstood the goal? He frowned and sank into thought. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed through his mind. Wait. The Dao Sacred Ground was leveled a long time ago. Even if the Sacred Lord was a fugitive, it is highly unlikely he could lead a revenge mission this brazen. Furthermore, if the demons attacked, there is no way my Jiang family would just sit by and watch them slaughter the Desolate Heaven sect. Now that he was calm, the inconsistencies became glaringly obvious. Something is wrong, he decided. His instincts would not lie to him. He suppressed his urge to fight and waited. Suddenly, space-time began to collapse without warning. A narrow, invisible river appeared above the Desolate Heaven sect. It was the river of time, and it was flowing backward. Jiang Xuan watched the river in shock. A wild theory began to take shape in his mind. Operating on the principle of guessing boldly and verifying carefully, he moved instantly to Luo Xinglan's side. Just before she was swallowed by the reversing current, he caught her soul and held it fast. A moment later, the reversal stopped. The world had returned to a century prior. They were still at the Desolate Heaven sect, but this was the moment Luo Xinglan had just awakened her profound Yin Saint body. She had just gained the recognition of the Desolate Heaven ancestor, and been named the goddess by the sect master. Is this how it works? Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment, then guided the soul of the future Luo Xinglan into the consciousness of her younger self. He used his power to help them merge. However, even if the essence was the same, merging two distinct souls was difficult. The younger Luo Xinglan was weak, and her soul was fragile. A forced merger could easily result in the future soul accidentally overriding the younger one. Seeing no other way, Jiang Xuan placed a seal on the majority of the future soul he had brought back. With the soul sealed, the memories were inevitably fragmented, but the fusion was successful. This feels like the way it was supposed to be. Jiang Xuan felt a sense of completion. He decided to stay and observe just to be sure, as the illusion had not yet ended. Time seemed to accelerate. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Xinglan had made a massive name for herself in the southern divine province. Then came the day she petitioned the Desolate Heaven sect master to arrange a marriage alliance with the young successor of the Jiang family, Jiang Xuan. The elders of the sect were baffled by her request, but by then, Luo Xinglan held significant sway within the sect, bolstered by the ancestors' favor. Even the sect master had to think twice before crossing her. Soon, a formal letter proposing the alliance was carried by an elder toward the longevity Jiang family in the eastern divine province. At that exact moment, the spacetime around Jiang Xuan shuddered. The familiar ripples returned. The illusion was finally over. So that is how it happened. Jiang Xuan shook his head and laughed. It turned out there was no hidden plot behind Luo Xinglan's sudden proposal after all. He had simply been too paranoid at the time. Then again, his golden terminal had only just activated back then. It was natural to be suspicious. And his refusal had certainly led to many gains. It was all a matter of fate and chance. So what is next? Little friend, please lend me your strength. If we succeed, the longevity Jiang family will surely owe you a great debt. A vigorous voice called out. Jiang Xuan looked up and raised an eyebrow in surprise. The man bowing to him was none other than the second-generation ancestor, Jiang Gong. He looked around and realized he was in a dragon's nest. In the center, guarded by 10,000 dragons, floated a dragon egg radiating an ancient aura. After helping the second ancestor secure the dragon egg, the illusion shifted once more. This time, he was in the ancestral lands of the Jiang family. Jiang Gong was speaking to 3 ancestors who were in a truly pitiful state. Jiang Xuan recognized them instantly. One was missing half his head. One was a mere skeleton of an arm. One had eyes with no pupils. Jiang Tongtian, Jiang Zhou, and Jiang Ju, the 3 ancestors, who had sacrificed themselves so that he could inherit the legacy of the first ancestor. It was a memory etched into his heart. Chapter 760. The River of Time, Reversing Yin and Yang. I have used the great array of the Jiang family ancestral lands to preserve your souls and spiritual essence. Watch over this place and protect my father's legacy. I will leave the Xianxian realm shortly to find a cure for our bloodline curse, the second ancestor said solemnly. We obey, the three ancestors replied. Soon after, the second ancestor departed from the Jiang family and left the Xianxian realm entirely. Watching him vanish into the distance, Jiang Xuan turned his gaze toward the three remaining ancestors and sank into thought. He wondered if he could attempt to heal them. Back when he was weak, he had been powerless. Now, things were different. He had the ability. However, when Jiang Xuan tried to move toward them, he was shocked to find himself passing right through their broken bodies. He stood there, stunned. He was not a physical entity. Was this a unique circumstance or an accident? Perhaps there were constraints within the spacetime illusion that forbade significant changes to the past. Following the three ancestors, Jiang Xuan soon reached the familiar inheritance grounds of the Jiang family. He saw the vast, white mental space where the inheritance imprints of many Jiang ancestors were stored. It was here that he had once obtained the secret art of heavenly deduction, the Taichu Palace diagram, and the 5 elements world-reversing sacred array. Of course, at the time, it had been through the hands of Jiang Qinqin. Recalling those days, Jiang Xuan let out a soft laugh. The anecdotes surrounding his legendary skins were still quite entertaining to remember. Finally, he reached the place where the first ancestor's legacy was kept. The three ancestors hid and slumbered here, waiting for a descendant of the Jiang family to reach this spot so they could use the last of their spiritual essence to help them. Jiang Xuan looked upon them with deep respect and bowed low. Then, he turned his attention to the first ancestor's legacy itself. It was no exaggeration to say that without this inheritance, the Jiang Xuan of today would not exist. In many ways, the help provided by the first ancestor was even greater than that of his golden terminal. But as he stared at the legacy, Jiang Xuan's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. How can this be? He muttered. He waved his hand instinctively, activating the primordial art to enter the legacy space that existed outside of regular spacetime. It was a void, empty and white. There was no stream like the one he had experienced, nor were there the hundreds of millions of pebbles representing his incarnations. There was nothing at all. There was only a single cluster of primordial chi hidden deep within the void. If he had not already mastered the primordial Dao, he would never have detected it. Beside it was a decaying stone platform holding a mysterious inheritance rune. He swept his divine sense over the rune. It contained the first ancestor's lifelong legacy and special methods for merging Daos. However, it lacked one crucial thing: the primordial art. Jiang Xuan was stunned. What does this mean? Did the first ancestor never intend to leave the primordial art for his descendants? He wondered. But if that were the case, then why? He reached out and took the cluster of primordial chi from the void, examining it closely. His confusion deepened. If the ancestor didn't plan to pass it down, why leave this cluster of energy behind? He shook his head, unable to understand the logic. Then he remembered his previous dream and laughed helplessly. Given the erratic and eccentric personality of the first ancestor, Jiang Santung, this was exactly the kind of nonsensical prank the old man would pull. So I have to leave the legacy for myself? I have to guide my past self to master the true meaning of the primordial art? The situation was so absurd he found it hilarious. Realizing what he needed to do in this spacetime, Jiang Xuan wasted no more time. He pointed a finger, and pure, original energy surged forth. It transformed into a babbling stream. Smooth pebbles fell one by one, burying themselves in the sand beneath the water. After finishing his work, a mischievous smile played on his lips. Feeling playful, he spoke a set of rules, turning them into the voice of the Dao and infusing them into the stones. Do not jump down. Do not jump down. The scene shifted. In a new spacetime illusion, Jiang Xuan saw a relatively unfamiliar old acquaintance. The Yin-Yang Saint Lord. To be precise, it was the Saint Lord's previous Yin incarnation. It was thanks to this man's 10-million-year plot to master the Yin-Yang Dao that Jiang Xuan had been able to steal that power using orderly reincarnation. What he hadn't expected was that there were many Yin-Yang sacred grounds, not just the one in the Xianxian realm. This previous incarnation was quite capable. He had established Yin-Yang sacred grounds across nearly 100 different human worlds in the vast universe. If combined, their power would be formidable, certainly enough to rule the Xianxian realm before the power scaling broke. Since I am here, I might as well settle this, Jiang Xuan said with a smile. Soon, a story began to spread across the various human worlds where these sacred grounds stood. A story of a young swordsman with the power to make gods and demons bleed, who, for reasons unknown, destroyed the Yin-Yang sacred grounds with a single stroke of his sword. Naturally, Jiang Xuan did not touch the one in the Xianxian realm. He still needed that version of the Saint Lord to help him master the Yin-Yang Dao later. He couldn't pull the grass out by the roots just yet. To prevent too many variables, he used a few tricks to alter the incarnation's memories before its reincarnation. He couldn't let the man remember that his other strongholds were gone. Without that solid foundation and confidence, who knew if the Saint Lord would still have the courage to provoke the Jiang family for their spirit race bloodline? Satisfied, Jiang Xuan waited for the illusion to shift. To his surprise, the spacetime did not change. Is there something else I haven't done? He wondered. If it is not over, at least give me a hint. He wandered through the worlds of this illusion for many years, but found nothing that needed correcting. His frustration grew. Eventually, he reached the edge of the universe. This area was covered in chaos and nothingness. Even the Great Dao was thin here, making it nearly impossible for anything to exist. A human king? Are you joking with me? A frustrated, angry voice rang out. The guidance had arrived. Jiang Xuan's spirits lifted, and he hurried toward the sound. He saw an old man with white hair and a youthful face. The man radiated a natural sense of divinity and holiness, surrounded by the aura of unique rules. Jiang Xuan knew this feeling well. It was the symbol of divine authority. This old man was a deity holding a specific god-given power. Most likely, he was a deity appointed by the human emperor who thrived on the luck of the human race, much like the mountain god who guarded the human monument. Since the collapse of the human Immortal Court in ancient times, the human race has withered. Even young kings are rare, let alone a true human king. Not a single one has appeared to this day. You want me to hunt a human king? Where am I supposed to find one? The old man was furious. There was one thing he didn't say. Even if a human king did appear, how was he supposed to hunt them with his current strength? It would be suicide. The greater the risk, the greater the reward, a hollow, deep voice echoed from the ripples of the void. If you hunt a human king and seize their destiny, we shall grant you immortal matter to help you live forever. Live forever? The old man's pupils shrank, and his gaze turned feverish. His breathing became rapid. Truly? Why would we lie to you? The old man fell into a long silence. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. Fine. Jiang Xuan watched this from a distance. Whether it was due to the nature of the illusion, or some other factor, the owner of that voice, clearly a powerful being, did not notice him. Or perhaps they noticed but didn't care. Jiang Xuan's heart was far from calm. Immortal matter? Hunting a human king? Who did that voice belong to? What was their goal? He had a terrifying intuition that the owner of that voice would be his greatest enemy in life. He had already recognized the old man's identity. He was another acquaintance. The god of wealth. Indeed, it was the chief master of the Earth Emperor. Despite holding the authority of a god of wealth appointed by the human emperor, he was a traitor who constantly plotted to sell the destiny of the human race. Chapter 761. Karma. So, that voice belonged to the buyer of the god of wealth. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of curiosity. What kind of existence possessed the power to purchase the destiny of the entire human race? A quasi-emperor? That seemed unlikely. An immortal emperor? But if it were an immortal emperor, why bother with a middleman like this human traitor? They could simply descend and wipe the human race out. After all, the human race in the Myriad Realms was currently fragile. Most of the immortal beings, including the human emperor, had already departed for the Daotian great world to enter the river of fate. Strange, Jiang Xuan thought, deeply perplexed. At that moment, spacetime rippled. Time began to accelerate violently, like a movie playing at 10 times its normal speed. The only constant was the protagonist of this film, the god of wealth. Jiang Xuan's perspective remained locked on the man, following his every move and observing his wretched, scheming life. Finally, the god of wealth arrived at a city. It was a human settlement devoid of any powerful cultivators. With a wave of a grand technique, the man imprisoned everyone within the city walls. In the very center of the town, the god of wealth set up a massive alchemy furnace. This scene looks familiar, Jiang Xuan realized. His mind flashed back, and he remembered experiencing this before. It was during the spacetime illusion constructed by the spirit of the Shennong. In that vision, he had been a cauldron slave under the god of wealth, forced to assist in the refining of human pills. That previous experience was an illusion, and this is an illusion, too, Jiang Xuan mused. But this one seems to be a precise reconstruction of what actually happened at that point in time. As he watched, he noticed a young boy standing beside the god of wealth. He was a small, half-grown cauldron slave. If memory served, that boy's name was Emperor Song. Yes, the very same Emperor Song who would become a chaos saint. So, what exactly am I supposed to fix here? Jiang Xuan scanned his surroundings, searching for that wordless guidance that would lead him through the process. In the real world, Haotian was currently in the middle of possessing him. His life hung by a thread. Suddenly, everything in his vision began to contract, much like a map being zoomed out at high speed. His field of vision retreated rapidly. A dull boom shook his mind, leaving him dazed. When his sight cleared, he found himself staring at an ancient, divine vessel floating before him. It was the Shennong. The cauldron was in terrible shape, covered in startling cracks. Most unsettling were the cracks themselves. Something evil was writhing within them. It looked like sludge and emitted a twisted aura that triggered an instinctive sense of dread and repulsion. It was the essence of darkness and filth. Jiang Xuan watched the substance and had a sudden realization. So, this is the thing that gave birth to the new spirit of the Shennong? It certainly did not look like anything good. He sent his divine sense into the cauldron. Sure enough, a newborn soul was rapidly growing and gaining strength. Its aura was erratic and deeply uncomfortable. Should I kill it at the source? The thought of destroying the burgeoning spirit crossed his mind, but the moment he considered it, that wordless guidance surged in his heart, urging him to stop. What does this mean? Jiang Xuan was frustrated. I am not allowed to act. Am I supposed to just let this thing take shape so it can haunt me later by taking on the appearance of Nangong Minjiao? This is getting ridiculous. Is this about correcting errors, or is it just about maintaining the stability of the timeline? Jiang Xuan grimaced. After several of these illusions, his actions felt increasingly abstract. Niu Dao had told him to disrupt karma and throw reincarnation into disorder. Yet, here he was, helping the Thunder Ancestor, aiding Beiqing, guiding Luo Xinglan's rebirth, and leaving behind the primordial art. Everything he did seemed to be reinforcing the existing timeline. He stared at the growing spirit of the Shennong. Based on everything he had seen so far, a ridiculous thought occurred to him. Surely, I am not expected to teach this thing the domain technique. Space-time rippled again. The guidance returned, stronger and more urgent than ever before. It felt desperate, as if shouting at him. The illusion is about to shift. Teach it the technique. Close the loop. If you do not, everything will fail, and you will die at Haotian's hands. You have got to be kidding me, Jiang Xuan thought, his face darkening with rage. Is this whole thing just a game? He was beyond annoyed. For a moment, he felt a powerful urge to just walk away and let death take him. This felt too deliberate. It was as if a giant hand was pulling his strings, turning him into a puppet. On the verge of losing control, Jiang Xuan struggled with himself. After a long silence, he exhaled a breath of foul air. Calm down. He forced himself to push aside his anger. He reached out and, following the guidance, taught the domain technique to the spirit within the Shennong Ding. He closed the loop. He allowed everything to return to its proper course. The ripples of spacetime surged like a storm, swallowing the scowling Jiang Xuan. A new illusion began to take shape. The correct process continued. Jiang Xuan felt a brief moment of stasis, a blankness in his mind like a sudden faint. When his consciousness returned, he had not yet opened his eyes when a carefree voice rang out nearby. To meet a fellow Daoist at the end of my life is truly the good fortune of this Tian Kuyan. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes to see a charming man currently engulfed in flames. His features were delicate and feminine, with eyes that were more alluring than those of many women. However, his body was covered in wounds and blood. He was being consumed by a black fire. His life force was fading like a candle in the wind. Behind him was a narrow rift in reincarnation, sustained by the black smoke rising from his burning body. Jiang Xuan ignored the rift. As a master of the Reincarnation Dao, such a small gap looked pathetic to him. Tian Kuyan? Jiang Xuan frowned. He actually remembered this man. Very few people had ever managed to escape from his hands, but Tian Kuyan was one of them. That had happened back at the Apocalypse Sword Tomb. Later, he had encountered him again on the road to heaven in the Daosheng realm. By then, the man had joined the Ghost Soul Cave and reached the peak of the God Venerable realm. Why was the new illusion linked to this man? Suddenly, the memories of the person Jiang Xuan was currently inhabiting flooded his mind. Not long ago, Tian Kuyan had gone to the Dao Gate to challenge the Great Dao Lord. Despite being a powerful saint of the Four Tribulations, he had been unable to withstand even a single blow. His soul had been shattered, and his saint foundation crushed. He had only escaped the Dao Gate thanks to a life-saving immortal talisman. While fleeing, he had met the man Jiang Xuan was now playing. The two had become fast friends and spent the entire night drinking. Jiang Xuan considered trying to save him, but the man refused. Tian Kuyan claimed he possessed a unique innate talent that allowed him to reincarnate. Death meant nothing to him. Though Jiang Xuan found it strange, he chose to respect the man's wish. What he was seeing now was the activation of that innate talent. When I return to my peak in the next life, I will find you for another drink. Tian Kuyan laughed heartily and bowed. Jiang Xuan nodded and smiled, accepting the promise. Chapter 762. Mang Po. At that moment, a sudden anomaly occurred. The narrow rift in reincarnation that Tian Kuyan had opened with his innate talent began to flicker and warp. It trembled as if it lacked the power to stay open, and was about to collapse entirely. Tian Kuyan's face grew deathly pale. If the rift closed before he passed through, his soul would have no path to rebirth. He would be gone forever. Please, Daoist, help me. Tian Kuyan cried out to Jiang Xuan. I have been gravely wounded by the Great Dao Lord. My foundation is shattered, and my soul is dying. I cannot hold the rift open on my own. I beg you, channel your energy to help me stabilize the path so I can enter reincarnation. Jiang Xuan looked at him and let out a soft, mocking laugh. It seemed that trying to meddle with the powers of reincarnation without the proper authority was never as easy as it looked. He raised his right hand, and the phantom of a massive wheel appeared. It was the reincarnation disc, 1/6 of it already solidified into reality. The laws of the Great Dao of reincarnation surged, calling forth the true path. This was no longer a mere crack in space. This was reincarnation itself. It stood towering and hazy, an ancient and vast presence that made the soul tremble. It was a sight so overwhelming that one felt an instinctive urge to bow down and worship. Go now, Jiang Xuan said quietly. Tian Kuyan stared at the manifestation of reincarnation, completely stunned. A wave of shock crashed through his mind. To summon reincarnation with a casual wave of the hand? Just what kind of being was this friend he had met on his deathbed? What are you waiting for? Jiang Xuan teased with a smile. The road to rebirth is long and crowded. If you wait too long, you might lose your spot in line. Tian Kuyan snapped back to his senses. He gave Jiang Xuan a deep, respectful bow. Words cannot express my gratitude. Since you have helped me find my way today, I swear to repay this debt with my life in my next incarnation. Then, he turned and plunged into the light, beginning his journey toward a new life. Jiang Xuan watched him go, remembering how Tian Kuyan had tried to ambush him back at the Apocalypse Sword Tomb. He chuckled to himself. Repay me with your life? You certainly got the life part right, though your attempt at an assassination wasn't exactly what I would call a favor. Suddenly, a strange sensation tugged at Jiang Xuan's heart. He instinctively searched for the source, his eyes gleaming as they pierced through the layers of the void. He traced the feeling back to its origin. The central chaos domain. The central chaos domain? He smiled with interest. His body blurred as he stepped through space, arriving instantly at the place that had called to him. It was the main city of Fengdu. If I remember correctly, Mang Po is kept here, along with a fragment of the path of hell. Memory flooded back to him, and he let out a soft laugh. He felt as though he were revisiting an old haunt, though the irony was that usually, such visits happened in the future. For him, this was a trip into the past. It felt a bit surreal. It has only been about half a year since I was last here, yet it feels like an eternity. He pondered this for a moment, and then realized the truth with a helpless grin. This was surely the fault of that lazy author, whose inconsistent updates made the very flow of time feel disjointed. Inside the city lord's mansion, Song Ji, the ruler of Fengdu, had just finished a 3-day indulgence with 3 handsome consorts. She was about to begin her cultivation, hoping to use the pure energy she had just siphoned to repair her marred beauty. Suddenly, a cold chill of intense dread washed over her. She felt as though an unspeakable, supreme being was watching her from the shadows. Song Ji turned pale and rolled off her wide bed, falling prostrate on the floor. She trembled violently. Great God, have mercy. Please, spare my life. She had no idea if the sensation was real, or if her life was truly in danger, but groveling for mercy was her only instinct in the face of such overwhelming pressure. Jiang Xuan watched this woman, who had nearly taken his life when she was a quasi-saint. He couldn't help but think of another old acquaintance, Qin Heng, a man who seemed to have a very strange appetite. He shook his head, wondering how anyone could have brought themselves to touch someone like her. He didn't interfere further. He couldn't exactly kill her now and wipe out a future enemy in the cradle. While the idea of eliminating threats at their source was tempting, it was rarely practical in these visions. Throughout these space-time illusions, he had realized that while he felt manipulated, there was a logic to it. The butterfly effect was real. If he killed Song Ji now, the consequences would be impossible to predict. If he accidentally caused the ghost city of Fengdu to emerge too early, it would ruin everything, especially since that fragment of the path of hell was vital to him. The power of reincarnation swirled around him. Jiang Xuan's form became ethereal as he stepped into the sealed ghost city of Fengdu. With a flash, he reached the palace of King Chejiang. The massive malevolent restrictions were still in place. He did not break them, choosing instead to peer inside using his divine abilities. He saw a woman in white, looking pitiful and fragile, sprawled on the ground. She was covered in wounds, and countless glowing chains pierced through her body, slowly siphoning away a unique energy. Each chain took only a tiny spark at a time, but this had been happening for nearly 10 million years. Her essence was almost entirely drained. This was Meng Po, the guardian of the Nehi Bridge. This was the dead Emperor Song had spoken of. Long ago, the 10 Yama kings had betrayed Meng Po, using her as a sacrificial offering to secure their own chances at reincarnation. I could rescue you, Jiang Xuan whispered to himself as he looked at her. But I cannot. Please forgive my selfishness. He feared that if he changed too much, he would stir up a storm he could not control. However, I can at least ease your suffering. He pointed a finger, channeling the primordial art. A streak of pure, ancient energy bypassed the restrictions and entered her body. It bolstered her origin and weakened the chains that clawed at her soul. His task here seemed finished. The ripples of spacetime began to rise again. Jiang Xuan did not linger and prepared for the next leap. Inside the palace, Meng Po lifted her head. For a brief moment, the madness in her blood-red eyes cleared. She bowed her head toward the empty air. Thank you, great God. Chapter 763. The Guardian of the Realm. In the great world of Daosheng, within the Mountain Sea realm, the celestial clan prepared for the coming days. Wu Guan was making final arrangements, intending to head to the Dao Ruins to seek opportunity. Suddenly, the Wu Guan King emblem flew out, accompanied by deep streaks of profound light and surging ghostly energy. A deep, original energy, cool and crisp like a mountain spring, filled his entire body. Wu Guan was surprised. Within his mind, the voice of a woman echoed. My essence has been revived. The journey to the Dao Ruins is fraught with danger, and you intend to hunt the imperial sons of the celestial clan. With your current strength, that goal is difficult to achieve. Therefore, I am lending my essence to you temporarily, to help you further master the inherited power of the Wu Guan King. Wu Guan was silent for a moment, before nodding heavily. I will not waste words on gratitude. On this trip to the Dao Ruins, if possible, I will find the divine artifacts necessary to recasting your physical body. The woman laughed softly. I am already satisfied with my current state. As for a physical body, I do not dare hope for it, nor do I crave it. Wu Guan was puzzled. Why would anyone not seek a physical form? Living within him was, after all, living under another's roof. You do not understand. As if seeing through his thoughts, the woman sighed. Her voice, usually clear, held a trace of fear as she recalled something. Freedom is already a magnificent blessing. A new spacetime illusion formed. It caught Jiang Xuan completely off guard. This was not a scene he recognized, and the people here were entirely foreign. It was a space that seemed almost non-existent. It felt like a higher dimensional plane hovering above the myriad worlds, a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, a mental world made solid. He sat here in silence, as if waiting for something or guarding something. Yet, it also felt as if there was nothing at all, just a meaningless, lonely vigil. 3 words surfaced in Jiang Xuan's mind to define the identity of the person he had replaced and the meaning of this stay. The Guardian of the Realm. It was a term he had heard before. The Dog Daoist had mentioned a wager with Jiang Xuan's father regarding this role. Furthermore, his father, Jiang Haotian, was supposedly the most recent guardian. However, Jiang Xuan knew little about what such an existence truly entailed. Even though he was currently inhabiting the body of a guardian, he could not glean much useful information until a visitor arrived. Descendant Jiang Haotian pays his respects to the Guardian of the Realm. His father had arrived. Jiang Xuan ceased his silent sitting and looked up at the newcomer. Young, very young. He was handsome and brimming with vigor. The man stood like a precious sword capable of cleaving the sun and moon, sharp and radiant. Jiang Xuan was awestruck. His father truly deserved the title of the longevity sword god. He was a genius among geniuses, a favored son of heaven who would stand out in any crowd and suppress any field. That is my father, Jiang Xuan thought with a secret smile. The instinctive consciousness of the guardian began its work, continuing the process of history. Not bad. After scrutinizing Jiang Haotian, Jiang Xuan praised him softly. With you taking over my position, these heavens will finally find some peace. Senior overestimates me. I will naturally exert my best efforts to fulfill the duties of the guardian, Jiang Haotian replied, neither humble nor arrogant. There were no long speeches, nor were there harsh trials or examinations. Jiang Haotian simply arrived, received the guardian's recognition, accepted the inheritance, and took up the mantle of responsibility. The Dog Daoist likely never expected such a seamless transition. If he had, the wager with Jiang Haotian might never have happened. The guardian passed the inheritance to Jiang Haotian and gave a few simple instructions. These heavens are now in your hands. Do not feel too much pressure. Although countless beings outside watch us with greedy eyes, the heavenly Dao of order reigns supreme. Until the time is right, they dare not risk their lives to reach out their claws. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I shall remember it well, Jiang Haotian replied. The guardian smiled with satisfaction and said no more. Having fulfilled his mission, his body began to fade. His time had come to face the end. Within moments, he was nearly transparent. Jiang Xuan was stunned. Was it going to end just like that? He had not done anything yet. This illusion felt far too rushed. This will not do. Such a precious opportunity, and as his son, I have to do something. Jiang Xuan grew anxious and instinctively triggered his domain technique. He moved to stabilize the vanishing guardian, hoping to deepen his synchronization and seize control of the body. In the real world, Haotian was possessing him. Although Jiang Xuan could not resist, his consciousness remained intact, and he had sensed his father coming to save him. He understood the karmic link between the two Haotians. Here was a chance to warn his father and perhaps change the future. At the end of the day, humans are selfish. He had feared the butterfly effect with Meng Po, but when it came to his own father, Jiang Xuan threw caution to the wind. The guardian, who had been ready to die, suddenly snapped his eyes open, and a sharp light flashed within them. Jiang Haotian froze, looking startled. What was this? A final burst of life? It is working. Jiang Xuan took control. He focused his mind and spoke to Jiang Haotian. There is one thing you must remember. It concerns your future and your very life. Jiang Haotian was confused, but he bowed respectfully. Please instruct me, senior. All living beings have a life soul, and that soul comes from one's fate. You are no different. However, fate does not appear out of thin air. As the words fell, the limit was reached. The transparent guardian vanished into nothingness. Jiang Haotian stood frozen, repeating the guardian's final words. His eyes were clouded with confusion. What did that mean? The guardian was gone, but the illusion did not end. Jiang Xuan returned to his true form, though he was separated from the scene by an invisible barrier. He watched Jiang Haotian from a divine perspective. He could see his father, but he could no longer send messages, and his father could not perceive him. I hope that was enough, Jiang Xuan prayed silently. Soon after, time began to accelerate again. Jiang Xuan watched as his father mastered the guardian inheritance and officially took up the mantle. However, Jiang Haotian did not stay in that void. He left the space and returned to the longevity Jiang family in the Xuantian realm. Someone was waiting for him there. The Dog Daoist. Jiang Xuan blinked. He was genuinely interested in the deeper relationship between his father and the Dog Daoist, as he only knew fragments of their story. This was his chance to see the truth. You actually succeeded? The Dog Daoist stared at Jiang Haotian in disbelief. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to become a guardian. Since the heavenly Dao of order had driven out the various races, there had only been 3 generations of guardians. Jiang Haotian was the third. In 7 or 8 million years, there had only been 3. The difficulty was obvious. Jiang Haotian looked puzzled. Was it supposed to be hard? Chapter 764. Returning to the flesh, strike. I introduced you to him. I assumed the senior handed over the legacy because of my reputation. The Dog Daoist twitched his lips. His reputation? He did not have any reputation worth mentioning. In this world, he carried out numerous experiments and had his own secret missions. He hardly dared to show his face. If he accidentally alerted the slumbering heavenly Dao of order, he would likely be thrown out immediately. Or more accurately, he would be ground into ash. The Dog Daoist thought of how he had halted the cycle of the flame of civilization and immediately corrected his self-assessment. By the way, I have something to ask you, Jiang Haotian said, recalling the predecessor's final advice. Spit it out, the Dog Daoist replied with a roll of his eyes. He knew Jiang Haotian's temperament all too well. This kind of polite inquiry usually signaled trouble. What is fate? Jiang Haotian asked. The Dog Daoist's gaze sharpened. He looked at Jiang Haotian with a strange expression. Jiang Haotian had only just received the guardian legacy. His cultivation was still in the heaven venerable realm, and had not changed significantly. How could he have touched upon the concept of fate? It was not something one should encounter at his level. Was it information from the legacy? That seemed impossible. Fate. The Dog Daoist fell silent. He did not rush to answer. Instead, he stood up and gazed into the distance, habitually stroking his mustache. His eyes were deep, as if he were lost in a lonely, distant memory. After a long time, he turned back to Jiang Haotian and spoke in a low voice. Such secrets are not suitable for you to touch at your current level. Just remember one thing. Destiny cannot be defied. Destiny cannot be defied? Jiang Haotian whispered, his confusion deepening. If you insist on searching for these secrets, the Dog Daoist paused and gave a small smile. Doesn't your Jiang family possess 2 gods' graces? You might as well claim them first. You will encounter the truth in due time. Does it involve the God's grace? That legendary treasury of creation? Jiang Haotian asked instinctively. When the day comes, you will know, the Dog Daoist said, clearly unwilling to say more. Jiang Xuan watched this like a spectator in front of a giant screen. Seeing his father and the Dog Daoist bickering was quite entertaining. However, Jiang Xuan only now realized that his impulsive warning was the very fuse that pushed his parents to enter the land of divine revelation. It seemed that while he thought he was changing the past and creating a butterfly effect, he was actually fulfilling the established process. If I hadn't reminded him, Jiang Xuan thought, letting his mind wander. Without the protection of the God's grace, wouldn't my parents have truly fallen in the forbidden zone of life and died at the hands of the ancient demon? As he thought of this, space-time began to warp. The illusion ended. But this time, no new scene appeared. Is it finally over? Jiang Xuan sank into thought. What was the point of all that? It did not seem to match Myriad Dao's suggestion of disrupting karma or throwing reincarnation into chaos. His actions had felt more like correcting errors, ensuring the process ran smoothly and stabilizing the order of spacetime. Good grief, he thought to himself. There really might be something like a time management bureau out there, and they just used me to trim and organize the sacred timeline. He shook his head at the absurdity of it all. The illusions were gone. His consciousness was returning, traveling through a tunnel like something out of a drama. Fragments of the memories from the illusions played like a movie as his mind raced past. He watched them over and over. Time lost all meaning. It felt as if they played for an eternity, yet it might have only been a single moment, a brief flashback of his consciousness. During this process, Jiang Xuan felt a dazed, drunken vertigo. His consciousness drifted. Only the domain technique he mastered continued to glow with a brilliant light, emitting a mysterious aura. At times, it was as radiant as the dawn. At others, it was as deep and dim as a starlit night sky. There was a unique rhythm to it, sometimes violent, sometimes faint, sometimes distant, and sometimes near. This state persisted for a long time, growing more intense until the mysterious aura began to evolve. It started to recreate the various spacetime illusions Jiang Xuan had just experienced. They stacked like the 9 heavens before rapidly spreading out into a single plane. Finally, there was a sound like breaking glass, sharp and clear. The mysterious aura thickened, gathering and condensing with incredible speed. Within a short time, it formed into shimmering threads. These thousands of threads reorganized and wove themselves together. Soon, a translucent net appeared. If a saint were present, they would recognize this net as a law of the Great Dao. However, even an immortal emperor would likely fail to identify which Dao this law belonged to. After all, most emperors in the Daosheng Great World relied on becoming the ruler of a race and using racial luck to achieve immortality. This was a common shortcut, a protection mechanism granted by the rules of order to weaker civilizations to ensure their survival. Thanks to the Dog Daoist halting the cycle of civilizations, the humans of the Myriad Realms had used this loophole to produce 9 emperors, including Emperor Du. As the second ancestor Zhang Gong had said, this method did not work in the Daosheng Great World. True emperors there were defined by a different label, mastering an independent Dao. Yet even those emperors would be baffled by the law manifesting around Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan woke up. His consciousness had returned to his body. Fortunately, while he had lived through many illusions, only 3 breaths of time had passed in reality. He had not returned to find his physical body already destroyed. Haotian's possession was still in progress, but the situation on the ground had shifted. He saw a tiny spark of a chance to survive. Chapter 765, Law Manifestation. That singular law of the Great Dao enveloped Jiang Xuan, acting as a shield for both his soul and his physical form. His body, which had been rapidly conforming to Haotian's image, suddenly began to pulse with strange ripples. These undulations were strikingly similar to the distortions Jiang Xuan had witnessed within the spacetime illusions. Under the influence of these ripples, an unnatural barrier formed. It severed the shackles of the blood bridge Haotian had constructed from his own neck, halting the transmission of physical matter. If the process had previously been a high-speed highway for biological data, it was now a frozen stream, stagnant and immobile. The possession was forcibly checked. It entered a state of dynamic, deadlocked equilibrium. Haotian sensed the shift in Jiang Xuan instantly. Realizing his possession was meeting massive resistance, his expression darkened. He looked at the young man with growing suspicion. Did this brat have a hidden trump card after all? It made no sense. To a being like Haotian, a mere saint, no matter how many hidden talents they possessed, was beneath notice. The absolute chasm between their cultivation realms could not be bridged by mere tricks. It was a matter of the fundamental hierarchy of life. Everything had been proceeding smoothly. Even though the boy commanded multiple Supreme Daos, enjoyed the protection of human destiny, and carried several high-level treasures, none of it had mattered. He had been unable to resist Haotian in the slightest. That was the proof of life-tier suppression. The difference between them was not simply the difference between a dragon and an ant, it was a leap in dimensions. He was an immortal emperor, so why was this happening now? Haotian felt a pang of unease born from the unknown. Logically, after eons of planning, He should have known every detail of Jiang Xuan's existence. He should have been able to manipulate the boy at will and seize his body with ease. For the boy to produce a card that even an emperor could not see through was a dangerous signal. Haotian's eyes turned cold and shadowed as irritation took root. He had to complete the possession immediately, or the delay would invite disaster. Get out! Haotian roared. His forearms swept through the air, physically dragging the laws of the Dao out of the void and condensing them into weapons. He lunged forward, stabbing the blades repeatedly into the body of the divine desolate torch dragon that still clung to him. Blood sprayed in torrents. The power of the Dao tore through the dragon's internals, leaving it in a state beyond wretched. Simultaneously, a vertical crack opened on Haotian's forehead. A celestial eye emerged, radiating a heart-stopping indifference. The eye snapped open, firing a beam of pale divine light that pierced the void and annihilated the laws of nature as it shot directly toward Niu Dao. Ha! Niu Dao let out a soft laugh, his form turning translucent. The pale light passed straight through his body without inflicting a single wound. Then, Niu Dao's phantom form flickered and vanished entirely, as if he had never been there at all. His mission was complete. He had bought enough time. Jiang Xuan had successfully disrupted karma. Whether the boy could now throw reincarnation into disorder and leap out of the web of rules Haotian had woven depended entirely on his own fortune. Niu Dao had done everything he could. From here on, Jiang Xuan was on his own. It was in the hands of fate. We cultivators live under the shadow of destiny, controlled by fate and denied transcendence. Who among us would truly be willing to trust in it? As Niu Dao departed, he looked back at Jiang Xuan and whispered to himself, relying on fate is never quite right. Better to bet on luck. Good luck to you. Humph. He runs fast enough, Haotian spat, his eyes burning with malice. Now was clearly not the time to give chase. He had to let the interloper escape. Once he completed the possession and regained his peak power, he would settle all accounts. He would show that extinguished soul the true meaning of cruelty. Haotian turned his gaze back to the divine desolate torch dragon. After the repeated clashes, the sickly old dragon was incredibly weak. It had been carrying grievous, unhealed wounds from the start. We have lived under the same roof for many years. Do not say I am heartless, Haotian said coldly. Submit to me now, and you may live. Once I take this boy's body and ascend beyond immortality, I might even grant you a method of transcendence. Ha! The dragon sneered, staring directly at Haotian with ancient, disdainful eyes. Save your hollow words. It is beneath you. The enmity between us cannot be resolved. Either you die or I do. You want me to submit? Keep dreaming. You only refrain from killing me now because you are stretched thin trying to possess the boy. You are just trying to buy time to stabilize your position. Haotian, do not take me for a fool. The roar echoed through the chaos and the void. Dragging its broken body, the divine desolate torch dragon attacked once more. 10 claws commanded the power of the Dao, manifesting a surging tide of laws. Its eyes snapped open. The sun and moon exchanged places in the sky as beams of annihilation light shot forth, filling the area with the aura of destruction. Stubborn fool. Haotian was furious. His temper flared, and his aged eyes filled with bloodlust. If you are so intent on dying, I will fulfill your wish. The possession was stalled, and he feared further variables. He had wanted to rush the process, which was why he had tried to entice the dragon with fair words. But that did not mean he was afraid. If he had to, he would take the time to skin this old lizard first. Roar. Haotian let out a guttural scream. His withered frame rapidly filled out, muscles bulging like mountain ranges, radiating heart-stopping physical power and terrifying malice. Mysterious rings of light appeared on his skin, rotating slowly and pulsing with an indescribable energy. His hunched posture straightened as he began to grow at an impossible rate. In an instant, he towered 80,000 feet high. His severed head and arms regrew perfectly. 3 heads, 6 arms, the law manifestation. Come. Haotian looked down at the dragon. All 3 heads cracked their necks in unison as he smiled coldly. Show me your true form. Let us fight one more time. I sealed you once and I can skin you today. Perhaps due to the nature of the manifestation, Haotian's normally somber demeanor was replaced by a sense of wild arrogance. His overbearing pride and the staggering malice of his true form shook the endless chaos. As you wish. The divine desolate torch dragon snorted. The blood pouring from its wounds froze instantly. Ancient, desolate energy radiated from the scales of its massive body. A dark, shimmering light flickered, and its physical form expanded. In a heartbeat, it too reached the height of 80,000 feet. Chapter 766. The Supreme Dao. However, unlike Haotian, the divine desolate torch dragon's restoration to his true form brought little change to his appearance. He remained a being with a human head and a draconic body, his abdomen sprouting 10 dragon claws, each commanding a distinct Great Dao. The only noticeable shift was in his expression. The dragon's once indifferent human face had turned hideous and terrifying. From his forehead grew a single, crystalline horn forged from the laws of the Great Dao. Yet, that horn was broken. The culprit was easy to guess. Haotian. During their ancient war that spanned 30,000 years, Haotian had shattered this horn, which served as the very foundation of the dragon's power. The injury was so severe that even today, the dragon remained unable to heal it. To some extent, the true form is the hallmark of an immortal emperor. Just as a divine body signifies a heavenly god, and a Dao body marks a saint lord, the true form represents the moment a physical body merges entirely with the Great Dao. At the rank of an immortal emperor, the flesh transcends into a new dimension. This is the ultimate physical state, allowing an emperor to unleash the full, terrifying might of their existence. Why then do emperors usually appear in a normal human guise? Why did Haotian wait until this moment to reveal his true form and exert his full strength? The reason is simple. Maintaining a true form consumes an astronomical amount of energy. Often, this consumption cannot be replenished simply by drawing from the surrounding environment. In the eyes of an emperor, any world, even one as prosperous as the Daosheng Great World, is far too barren. Both Haotian and the divine desolate torch dragon had carried heavy, unhealed wounds for ages. They could barely find enough energy to sustain their recovery, let alone waste it on maintaining their true forms. By revealing their true selves now, both had signaled that this fight would end only in death. Boom. Haotian struck first. His 6 arms gripped weapons condensed from the laws of the Dao as he engaged the dragon in brutal, close-quarters combat. Each of his 3 heads opened a celestial eye, firing beams of divine light. The terrifying malice and raw-killing intent of their exchange sent shockwaves through the void, tearing apart the fabric of chaos. The divine desolate torch dragon roared, meeting Haotian without a trace of fear. His 10 claws clashed against Haotian's weapons, while his eyes triggered a localized inversion of day and night to counter the Emperor's assault. Simultaneously, the broken crystalline horn began to glow as it gathered the laws of the Dao, preparing a technique of unimaginable horror. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with the sound of flesh hitting flesh, and the spray of radiant, golden blood. There is a saying that the greatest truths are simple. These 2 supreme beings had abandoned flashy techniques and grand spectacles. They focused every ounce of their energy into the basics. A punch, a kick, a claw. While it looked like a primitive brawl between 2 savage beasts, every strike carried the weight of their mastered Daos and secret arts. Every move was a cataclysmic event capable of wiping out entire worlds. Such a sight is rare. Throughout the history of the universe, a battle of this scale might occur once in a billion years. Jiang Xuan had the fortune of being the only witness to observe this up close. Setting aside the fact that he was currently being possessed, he stood to gain an incredible amount of insight. A battle between emperors was a priceless lesson. Jiang Xuan was only able to watch with such focus because of the dragon's sacrifice. Both combatants were now fighting at full capacity, leaving them unable to spare a single thought for anything else. Haotian's attempt to possess Jiang Xuan had naturally stalled, granting the young man a brief window of respite. How long this break would last was uncertain. Jiang Xuan knew he could not afford to be optimistic. Rather than praying for the dragon to slay Haotian, he had to find a way to seize his own survival. After all, the dragon had lost to Haotian once before. What kind of Dao law is this? Jiang Xuan wondered. His body was still paralyzed by Haotian's blood bridge, but his soul and consciousness had regained their mobility. He studied the strange law inside him that prevented Haotian's essence from merging with his own. It was a bizarre power. He was certain it originated from his domain technique and was closely linked to the spacetime illusions. In fact, this law had likely manifested because he had corrected the errors within those timelines. Curiously, he could not control it. The law acted entirely on its own to block the possession, independent of his will. He could not even access its core information. To have a law within his own body that he could neither command nor understand was an abstract and frustrating experience. Could this be one of the Supreme Daos? Jiang Xuan speculated. The law was so peculiar that he felt compelled to consider the possibility. He was no longer the ignorant youth he once was. He had developed a deep understanding of the 12 Supreme Daos. He had already touched upon 4: Reincarnation, Yin-Yang, Primordial, and Creation. The first 3 had become his most reliable trump cards. As for the Dao of Creation, he had only scratched the surface, mastering the method of heaven's scars without fully grasping its depths. Then there were the Daos of Karma and Kingship. One was still a work in progress, and the other would likely remain out of reach until he rebuilt the celestial court of the human race. Of the 12 Supreme Daos, Jiang Xuan had identified 11. The Primordial Dao, the source of all things. The Infinite Dao, the measure of all laws and beings. The Daos of time and space, which construct the universe. The Daos of reincarnation and life-death, which govern the cycle of souls. The Dao of Karma, which weaves the threads of destiny and fate. The Daos of creation and destruction, responsible for the rising and falling of civilizations. And the most unique one, the Dao of Kingship, rooted in the building of one's own kingdom. He had encountered 11, yet the final one remained a mystery. Now, through his domain technique, he had gained a law he had never seen before when he possessed, but could not define. If his guess was right, this was that final, elusive Supreme Dao. But what was it? Jiang Xuan was baffled and consumed by curiosity. Having a power he could not use or understand made it feel useless, a tasteless luxury. This is truly a test of my patience, Jiang Xuan thought, resisting the urge to curse. He knew it would do no good. So, what do I do now? He asked himself. After his journey through the illusions, he had supposedly broken karma and thrown reincarnation into chaos, just as Niu Yudao had suggested. But where were the results? At that moment, the results arrived. With a sickening crack, Haotian used his bare hands to snap one of the divine desolate torch dragon's claws. Beneath the shredded flesh, the jagged white bone was exposed. The intense pain forced a jagged, agonized roar from the dragon's throat. Chapter 767. I have been waiting for this a long time. Ha! You are far weaker than you were back then. Haotian mocked. He pressed the attack, closing in for another round of brutal combat. He intended to snap each of the 10 claws of the divine desolate torch dragon, one by one. But just as Haotian prepared to strike again, he suddenly jerked forward. Pa! A fountain of dark blood erupted from his mouth. His 80,000-foot-tall true form buckled as his internal energy turned chaotic. Within his powerful frame, dozens of sharp, cold sword light bursts exploded from the inside out. On the left head of Haotian, the celestial eye snapped open, but it no longer held his gaze. Instead, it shimmered with a strange, icy light, a gaze possessed by the ultimate sharpness of the way of the sword. It was clear to see that this eye had become fundamentally different from the other two. It was as if a separate entity now resided within it. This is impossible. Haotian's expression twisted in shock. Both of his other heads turned to stare at the left head, focusing on the eye in its forehead. You are nothing but a wandering ghost. How could you possibly take control of my celestial eye? The rebel eye swept over Haotian with a cold, piercing stare. An icy will vibrated through the air, manifesting as a booming voice. The celestial eye is only the beginning. Hearing those words, Haotian felt his heart sink. A wave of intense unease washed over him. Where had his plan gone wrong? He quickly diverted a portion of his focus into his sea of consciousness. He knew that Jiang Haotian had been consuming his life soul, but compared to his own vast existence, Jiang Haotian was a mere minnow. Why would a mountain-swallowing whale fear the nibbling of a tiny shrimp? It was supposed to be a joke. But now, it was a disaster. In the sea of consciousness, within the soul Haotian had discarded, the being he viewed as a shrimp had grown to a terrifying size. To use a metaphor, Jiang Haotian was now a young shark. Though still in its youth, it was a predator, aggressive and hungry. The speed at which Jiang Haotian was devouring his life soul had increased exponentially, and the portions he tore away were massive. How can this be? Haotian was baffled. Jiang Haotian was originally just a wisp of a ghost he had shed. Even after countless reincarnations, and whatever lucky breaks he had found to reach the King Realm, he was still just a fragment. He was supposed to be a tiny, insignificant part of Haotian's overall fate. As a ghost wisp, your fate is incomplete. How can you threaten me? Haotian could not fathom it. Buzz. With a surge of will, he contracted his spirit, sealing off his life soul to block Jiang Haotian's consumption. He was still locked in a fierce battle with the divine desolate torch dragon. He could not spare the energy to deal with Jiang Haotian fully. He would isolate the threat for now and crush him later. Hey. As if seeing through Haotian's intent, Jiang Haotian let out a cold laugh. His life soul suddenly contracted, and he emitted an aura identical to Haotian's own. It was as if he were the true life soul of Haotian. Before Haotian could finish sealing his spirit, Jiang Haotian dove deep into the core of the soul, and continued his feast. No. This is wrong. Haotian panicked. He finally saw the root of the problem. Your fate, it is complete. This is impossible. You are a mere fragment I cast off. Your fate should be broken. How can it be so whole? As the first heavenly Dao of the old lands, have you forgotten that the old lands long ago birthed a complete source of life? Jiang Haotian's soul asked with a smile, continuing to grow stronger with every bite of Haotian's essence. Haotian's thoughts stalled. He knew the old lands possessed a complete source of life. It was the reason why the beings born there had the chance to mend and complete their own fates. In fact, a large part of his own peak power came from that very source. Because the cycle of the flame of civilization had been halted, the old lands had evolved to a level far higher than other worlds. The most incredible part was that it had directly birthed a complete source of life. In typical worlds, like the Divine Court, where the world-crossing Godlord resided, the source of life was usually fragmented. It could only support a few select beings in completing their fates. To his knowledge, the only other place that could birth a complete source of life was the higher dimensional Dao Sheng Great World. But the source of life there had long been gathered into the river of fate, making it untouchable. Thus, the old lands were unique. Could it be that Jiang Haotian had visited the old lands without his knowledge and secretly mended his fate? Haotian felt a surge of dread. This feeling of losing control was agonizing. If Jiang Haotian possessed a complete fate, he was essentially the same as Haotian. In other words, despite the difference in cultivation, they could both claim to be the true Haotian. The master-servant relationship between the original and the ghost wisp had been shattered the moment the fragment became whole. You knew all along. Haotian shouted. It wasn't always so clear, Jiang Haotian replied while continuing to eat. There were only suspicions. My life was too smooth, like the mindless protagonist of a cheap novel. It made me wonder if there was a shadow loitering behind my existence. It was a matter of destiny. While blocking the ancient demon Cho, I stumbled upon a teleportation array left in the forbidden zone of life by Emperor Dao. As it happened, I had the key. I smuggled myself into the old lands, mended my fate, opened 2 divine palaces, and took 2 opportunities of primordial chaos. Only after merging with those opportunities did I see my true nature. I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. Jiang Haotian left one detail unsaid. He owed much to the previous guardian of the realm, whose warning about fate had sparked his vigilance. It was that warning that led him to question the Dog Daoist and, under his guidance, take the god's grace from the Jiang family vaults. That series of coincidences gave him the chance to break free. The speed of Jiang Haotian's consumption increased. Though each bite took only a small fraction of Haotian's life soul, something that would normally be a minor irritation, the timing was lethal. Haotian was fighting the divine desolate torch dragon. Every loss, no matter how small, affected his state and left him vulnerable. Jiang Haotian had already stolen the control of one celestial eye. Worst of all, the dragon was still attacking. Haotian had to maintain the blood bridge to possess Jiang Xuan. He was stretched too thin. He could not spare the focus to dive into his mind and evict Jiang Haotian. RIP. Trading injury for injury and blood for blood, the divine desolate torch dragon sacrificed 3 of its claws to successfully tear off one of Haotian's arms. Arg! The damage to the true form rippled back to the soul. A tide of agony flooded his mind. Already rattled by Jiang Haotian's rebellion, Haotian could not hold back a scream of pure pain. Damn you! You all deserve to die! Haotian roared in a frenzy, his eyes turning blood red with madness. He could not deal with Jiang Haotian in his mind yet, so he would stop trying. He would kill the divine desolate torch dragon first. He would skin this beast alive. Chapter 768. The order must change. Boom. The towering figure of Haotian suddenly erupted with unthinkable speed. His 80,000-foot true form flickered across the void, appearing instantly beside the divine desolate torch dragon. His 5 remaining arms wrapped around the dragon like a physical lock, binding the beast in a crushing embrace. Even for beings of such peak power, the struggle had become primitive and savage, perhaps the ultimate expression of returning to one's source. Haotian's 2 remaining heads snapped their celestial eyes open, firing beams of pale divine light fueled by pure destruction. Boom. The light punched through the dragon's flesh, leaving 2 ragged, bleeding holes. Yet, in that exact moment of focus, Jiang Haotian seized his opportunity and stole total control of Haotian's left head. An eye filled with a completely different emotion snapped open. Vroom. An identical beam of pale divine light shot out. Boom. The blast struck Haotian's central head directly in its celestial eye. The light tore through the skull, leaving a matching cavity of bone and gore. For all intents and purposes, the central head was now useless. Jiang Haotian. Haotian roared in fury. His remaining right head, eyes spitting fire, glared at the left head controlled by his splintered soul. The scene was grotesque and surreal. The divine desolate torch dragon wasted no time wondering why Haotian was suddenly self-mutilating. He seized the opening, channeling massive amounts of Dao energy into the broken crystalline horn on his forehead. He triggered a powerful technique he had been nurturing for ages. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Strands of indescribable light flew out like spider silk, weaving a web around Haotian. As the energy from these threads seeped into Haotian's body, the flow of time accelerated violently. Haotian's true form began to wither. His life force drained away, his flesh shriveling before the naked eye. Even his soul felt the interference of this temporal law, its power drying up and losing its luster. This was the great technique of the Dao of time, Ian Light. Now is the chance. Jiang Haotian was ecstatic. Taking advantage of Haotian's weakness, he redoubled his efforts to devour the life soul, clawing for control over the massive physical body. Almost instantly, Jiang Haotian managed to seize movement of one arm. Haotian's heart sank. He grew desperate. If this continued, he wouldn't just fail to possess Jiang Xuan, he would be ground down to nothing in this fight, and have his very body stolen by that rat Jiang Haotian. He had plotted for eons, spanning millions of years. To be so close to success only to be consumed here? He could not accept it. I have no choice then. The crimson madness faded from Haotian's eyes, replaced by a deep, shadowy gloom like an endless abyss. I did not want it to come to this. You forced my hand. Haotian's voice was a low crawl, dripping with lethal intent. Die. The roar shattered the chaos and the void. Bang, bang, bang. Haotian's central, ruined head and his 2 severed arms suddenly detonated. The bloody fragments of his flesh transformed into black laws of the Dao, radiating a heart-stopping aura of annihilation. The law of destruction. Even in its initial state, the law vaporized the surrounding chaotic currents. Neither the rules of the myriad laws nor the power of the Great Dao could survive its touch. This law, birthed from the sacrifice of his own limbs, acted like a cold flame of ultimate ruin. In an instant, it burned away most of the temporal threads binding his body. So, you truly have mastered the Dao of destruction, the divine desolate torch dragon said, his voice heavy. He was surprised, yet it confirmed his suspicions. To forge the primordial gold tower, Haotian had collected countless civilizations that had reached their end. The end of a world is naturally rooted in destruction. If even a fool could glean some insight from watching 1,000 worlds die, a being like Haotian certainly would have. Hey. Haotian laughed coldly, offering no explanation. Mastery was a generous word for what was essentially a clever trick. Just as the dragon had only touched the Dao of time, by devouring lost temporal fragments in the chaos for eons and smelting them into his horn, Haotian had done the same with destruction. They were not truly masters of these supreme laws, let alone soul possessors. They had not achieved immortality through these paths. Instead, they had reached the Emperor realm first, and then tried to comprehend the supreme laws afterward. The flaw was obvious. They could not own the law. They could only accumulate enough fragments to mimic its effects through their true forms. It was essentially a loan. The 12 Supreme Daos were unique. If one achieved immortality based on a supreme law, they became its sole owner, turning it into private property. Anyone else wishing to use it was merely a borrower, who had to hope the owner was in a good mood. As far as he knew, the Primordial Dao, one of the 12, had never been borrowed. Anyone bold enough to even touch it was branded a blasphemer and erased from existence. Not even an emperor was exempt. This was why he craved Jiang Xuan's body. As an immortal emperor, he resented being lower in rank than the one who owned the Primordial Dao. If he could possess Jiang Xuan and reascend using any of the supreme laws the boy held, Yin-Yang, Reincarnation, or the Primordial Dao, he could challenge that being. He could cast them down from their altar and take their seat. In the past, I spared your life and did not wipe out your consciousness. I merely sealed you in the primordial gold tower because I respected the difficulty of your cultivation, Haotian said, his voice cold as he watched the dragon. Beyond the Daosheng Great World, there are very few who have reached our level. Every death is a massive loss. I will not lie to you. My original intent was to take you and the living souls of the old lands and charge into the Daosheng Great World together after this plan succeeded. Why should the Daosheng Great World stand above all other civilizations? Why should the heavenly Dao of order guide all worlds to feed it nutrients? And why should those few in that world claim the Supreme Daos as their own, looking down on us from their heights? Haotian's gaze was dark, but beneath the surface smoldered a raging fire. Since ancient times, they have said destiny cannot be defied. The heavenly Dao of order has spent all its energy upholding that hollow dogma. At the end of the day, it is simply because it is afraid of death. Those few are afraid of death. I say this order has existed for far too long. It is time for a change. Chapter 769. Help me. Under a barrage of near-furious accusations, Haotian's aura grew increasingly grim and frantic. It was unclear whether he was blaming the divine desolate torch dragon, his old companion, for failing to understand his heart, or if he secretly knew his grand rhetoric was almost impossible to achieve. In truth, how much of his supposed idealism and ambition was genuine, and how much was a facade was a secret known only to him. Originally, everything was within reach. Haotian's eyes turned a deeper red as his malice surged. A thick black mist began to swirl around his body. He looked at the divine desolate torch dragon and said, "But you just had to stand in my way. You just had to choose death." He had collected numerous fallen civilizations and accumulated a massive amount of destruction laws, all of which were fused into his true form. His command over the Dao of destruction was far superior to the dragon's grasp of the Dao of time. However, he had been reluctant to use it. Doing so would inevitably alert the entity in the Daosheng Great World who held sole dominion over the Dao of destruction. This was especially dangerous because, after possessing Jiang Xuan, his cultivation would drop back to the Saint Realm, leaving him vulnerable during a long transition period. Any detection would mean catastrophic risk. Yet, the destruction laws he had gathered were immense. He was confident that, while he did not officially own the Dao of destruction, his mastery was hardly inferior to that of the one who did. Hey! The divine desolate torch dragon sneered, casting a wary glance at the destruction battleaxe in Haotian's hand. Strength determined many things. Right now, Haotian possessed the power to threaten his life, so he could afford to listen patiently to the Emperor's unrealistic dreams. But that did not mean he agreed with them, nor did it mean he believed a word of it. The order should change. Is that really your line? At its core, this was about transcendence and peeking into the realms beyond immortality. Why frame it with such indignant, high-sounding words? He spoke as if every action were a sacrifice for the beings of the universe. It was sickening. "I am no match for you," the dragon stated coldly. "You can kill me right here, continue your scheme, and take the boy's body. But do you really think a few words will win me over? Do you think too much of yourself, or do you think I'm that easy to fool? Simply put, we are locked in a struggle that ends only in death. Even if it costs me my life, I will never sit by and watch you succeed." Looking at Haotian, the dragon gave a chilling smile. "Compared to death, your success would make me far more miserable." Haotian remained silent, his malice swelling further. "If you insist on this path, then I shall grant your wish," Haotian said calmly. Behind the words, however, was a coldness that made the soul shiver. During this exchange, Jiang Xuan, who had been promoted to the status of a mere spectator, was quietly working toward his own ends. He had finally seen the results of breaking karma and confusing reincarnation. Notification. You have altered the life path of Luo Xinglan, helping her overcome her tribulations to obtain the inheritance of the desolate heaven and become the heavenly Dao of the old lands. This has disrupted the Dog Daoist's plans. Karma entanglement with the Dog Daoist +1. Current progress, 9/10. Notification. You acted as the guardian of the realm and passed the legacy to Jiang Haotian, causing him to win his bet against the Dog Daoist. Karma entanglement with the Dog Daoist +1. Current progress, 10/10. Notification. You have completed the karma entanglement with the Dog Daoist. You have successfully obtained the Dao of Karma. A wisp of karma law manifested at Jiang Xuan's fingertip. It shifted into a small, gray-white snake. The snake bit its own tail, forming an Ouroboros, and then solidified into a simple, ancient ring on Jiang Xuan's right index finger. Information flooded his mind, bringing instant clarity. Much like the phantom of reincarnation or the Yin-Yang diagram in his Dantian, this ring was the physical manifestation of the Dao of Karma. The Karma Serpent Ring. The moment he mastered the Dao of Karma, Jiang Xuan's perception shifted drastically. In his eyes, every object he saw, heard, or touched was now entwined with countless threads of varying colors. This was the rhythm of karma. Every living being was wrapped in these threads. He had them, and Haotian certainly had them too. Looking at Haotian and sensing the threads surrounding him, Jiang Xuan quickly noticed several peculiar strands. These specific threads were withered, deathly black. Jiang Xuan reached out his perception to trace one to its source. The first thread was connected to his father, Jiang Haotian. The situation was easy to understand. His father was a splintered soul of Haotian. Because of Jiang Xuan's interference in the spacetime illusions, his father had realized the strangeness of his fate early and secretly mended it, allowing for the current counterattack. However, it was only a countermeasure, not a lethal blow. The second thread was connected to the divine desolate torch dragon and... What? Jiang Xuan followed the thread, and was stunned by the person at the other end. An old acquaintance, and a completely unexpected one. Tian Koyin. So, my encounter with Tian Kuyan in the space-time illusion wasn't just a random episode? There really is a connection that can be used against Haotian, Jiang Xuan thought. Immediately, Jiang Xuan plucked the thread connected to Tian Kuyan. The Dao of Karma surged. The thread vibrated, sending out invisible, traceless ripples. At that very moment, back in the Swiren tribe, Tian Kuyan felt his heart jump. His soul trembled for no reason as a massive flood of memory fragments surged from the depths of his being. These images did not belong to him, yet they felt intimately familiar. He digested them briefly. The divine desolate torch dragon. Tian Kuyan was stunned. He was frozen in place. He knew he was the splintered soul of some ancient ghost deity. It was because of this origin that he possessed the innate talent to reincarnate, with his memories and foundation intact, growing through multiple lifetimes. However, he had never known the identity of that ancient deity, and had never bothered to look into it. After all, that wasn't him. There was no point in digging. But today, these fragments had surfaced, making everything clear. Is this my destiny? Tian Kuyan let out a bitter laugh. From the fragments, he learned that his true self, the divine desolate torch dragon, was currently imprisoned in the 98th floor of the Primordial Gold Tower by Haotian. He understood the purpose of his existence: to accumulate strength through multiple reincarnations, enter the tower, find the dragon, and help heal its wounds so it could break free. This is total nonsense. Tian Kuyan's lips twitched as he complained. He's locked on the 98th floor. The 98th floor of the Primordial Gold Tower. How the hell am I supposed to get there? He had visited the tower once before, intending to challenge the gold rankings. He had been so demoralized by the first floor that he had immediately abandoned the idea. That white Jiang Xuan was simply too monstrous. Besides, why would he want to go to the dragon? To offer himself up as fodder for its recovery? There was no logic in that. If he had known his mission earlier, he might never have stepped foot into the old lands. Although he originated from the dragon, he was now an independent being. Furthermore, through the flame of heaven and earth, he had already mended and completed his own fate. The master-servant relationship no longer existed. He had no reason, no desire, and no intention to sacrifice himself. Just as Tian Kuyan was coming to terms with his nature, the divine desolate torch dragon sensed him. The dragon was overjoyed and immediately established a connection through their shared fate. Help me. Just two simple words. Get lost. Tian Kuyan's response was equally brief, and he gave the dragon no face at all. The dragon was sealed. It couldn't come out. He was safe. To expect him to sacrifice himself for another's benefit? Not a chance. The divine desolate torch dragon was silenced. He realized that this splintered soul had developed an independent mind and will, just like Haotian's splintered soul. He had been happy to watch Haotian's soul rebel, devouring the Emperor's life force. He hadn't expected karma to strike him so quickly. He felt helpless. But reality offered no time for sentiment. Haotian's destruction battle-axe could fall at any moment. This splintered soul was his only hope. I am in grave danger, the dragon quickly explained to Tian Kuyan. If you help me survive, I wouldn't mind giving this physical body to you. At worst, I will reincarnate and start over. I just need to live. You must understand, if I die, you won't fare much better. He is Haotian, the first heavenly Dao of the Old Lands. You are currently in the Old Lands. Once he leaves the tower and retakes control, he will sense you immediately. You share my essence. Since he's killing me, he certainly won't let you live. The dragon had no choice. Under these circumstances, he and Tian Kuyan were essentially equals. He could only hope to convince him through cold logic, praying that the soul would be rational enough to look at the long-term consequences and help him. Wait a second. Tian Kuyan ignored the dragon's pleas, zeroing in on one detail. He confirmed immediately. Who did you say Haotian is possessing? Jiang Xuan? Is it Jiang Xuan, the king of humans? The dragon was stunned. At a time like this, why does it matter who is being possessed? No matter who it is, if Haotian succeeds, we are both dead. Chapter 770. Do I have no face? Yes. The divine desolate torch dragon responded simply. He had no other choice. At this moment, the other party held all the cards. Establish the channel immediately. I am coming to help you. Tian Kuyan's attitude performed a total 180. I am willing to sacrifice myself to complete you, but I have one condition. Jiang Xuan must live. After mending and perfecting his fate, Tian Kuyan had begun merging his many reincarnated selves. Through the miraculous nature of his innate divine talent, he had successfully attained sainthood. In that process, he had naturally digested the memories of his past lives. Among those memories was his life as the master of the Ghost Haunt Grotto. If not for that fellow Daoist who summoned the power of reincarnation to help him, he likely would have burned to ash long ago. His journey would have ended there, and the Tian Kuyan of today would never have existed. That fellow Daoist was none other than Jiang Xuan. Tian Kuyan did not know how Jiang Xuan had lived for so long, or why he was now cultivating from scratch once again. But that did not matter. If he had secrets, it was only natural that his friend had secrets as well. Otherwise, after all this time, why was Jiang Xuan still at the very top of the Primordial Gold rankings? Why was the challenge on the first floor of the Primordial Gold Tower a projection of the white-clad Jiang Xuan? Tian Kuyan had once promised to repay that kindness with his life. Now that the opportunity had arrived, he did not hesitate. The divine desolate torch dragon was stunned. What was going on? Just because it was Jiang Xuan, he agreed? Did the dragon's own reputation carry less weight than a tiny saint? The dragon was destined to never get an answer to those questions. The current situation did not allow him to waste time on curiosity. Since Tian Kuyan was willing to sacrifice himself and use the accumulated foundations of his many lives to heal the dragon's wounds, he would gladly accept. As for what came after, they had to survive Haotian first. If they could not win, any promise made now was meaningless. The divine desolate torch dragon's eyes fired beams of dark, divine light that pierced through the void, establishing a specialized spacetime channel to link with Tian Kuyan. As the channel formed, the dark light enveloped Tian Kuyan. A domineering, predatory force emerged, forcibly claiming Tian Kuyan's soul, physical body, and the vast foundations built up over countless reincarnations. Tian Kuyan kept his word. He did not resist. Instead, he actively offered himself up to the harvest. A living man dissolved and vanished, transformed in an instant into a sphere of pure, high-level energy. Tian Kuyan ceased to exist. Only a tiny spark of his life soul remained nestled within that energy, waiting to return home. In the blink of an eye, the energy leaped through the spacetime channel and poured into the divine desolate torch dragon's body. Because they shared the same essence, this energy was the perfect tonic for the dragon. Though the sphere of energy looked small, the moment it merged into his frame, it began rapidly healing his physical wounds. The 2 bloody holes torn by Haotian's pale light were filled with rapidly growing flesh. The 3 broken claws knit back together, restoring his basic combat functions. But that was only the surface. The most significant recovery was occurring in the dragon's foundation. In the past, the divine desolate torch dragon had split off a wisp of his soul to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The fundamental goal was for that soul to cultivate and accumulate power so that, upon its return, it could heal his ravaged core. Now, his long-planned method of survival had finally come to fruition. The dragon's eyes drifted shut and then snapped open. Wisps of misty rules surged toward the broken, crystalline horn on his forehead, stacking bit by bit until the horn regained its full shape. Though it remained hazy and ethereal, the outline of a complete horn was unmistakable. It shimmered with a brilliance that seemed to drown the soul. Wait, I did not perish? Tian Kuyan's surprised voice echoed within the dragon's sea of consciousness. We were originally one. Although I have refined your power and brought your life soul back into mine, I did not erase your consciousness, the divine desolate torch dragon replied calmly. For now, we are truly one entity in every sense. You can share everything I experience. Of course, I am only letting you watch. Once I defeat and slaughter Haotian, I will still erase you. Then why not do it now? Aren't you afraid I might seize control when you are weak? Tian Kuyan laughed softly. The dragon did not care. On the contrary, he was quite open about it. If you have the skill, feel free to try. You offered yourself up so that I could have one last chance to fight. Letting you watch as I butcher Haotian is my way of sending you off. Tian Kuyan smiled. This was his first time interacting with his true self at such close quarters. He had not expected the encounter to be so strangely awkward. By all logic, they should have been mortal enemies. Can we win? Tian Kuyan asked. What do you think? It looks bleak. Oh, you don't trust me? I do, Tian Kuyan chuckled. It is precisely because I trust you that I think winning will be difficult. I have merged with your memories and understand the history. At your peak, you lost to him and were sealed away. That proves his strength is significantly higher than yours. Eons have passed, and you haven't recovered at all, plus you just took a beating. Even with my sacrifice mending your foundation, this small recovery shouldn't be enough, right? It is indeed not enough. The divine desolate torch dragon was honest. Since they were one, his state and the gap between him and Haotian were clear to both. They were like 2 personalities in a split mind. There was no point in lying to himself. However, Haotian has many enemies. The dragon gave a low laugh. As his words fell, the crystalline horn erupted with radiant light. He triggered the Aeon light once again. Strands of temporal light surged out, entangling Haotian once more. Time accelerated. Haotian's body withered again. His blood, life force, and Dao laws vanished at a visible rate. This forced Haotian's downward swing of the destruction battle axe to stall. He became like a marionette, frozen in place. The law of destruction surged as black flames rose from Haotian's skin to burn away the threads of time. Haotian frowned, his expression turning into a look of surprised, almost absurd amusement. After all this, you were still holding back? I don't know if I should call you foolish or naive. The dragon sneered. If I had not held back, how could I have survived against you this long? Boom. Something even more unexpected happened. The divine desolate torch dragon went against his usual defensive patterns and initiated a proactive strike. If you seek death, I will provide it. Haotian snorted, gripping the destruction battle axe with one hand. He met the dragon's charge head-on. Rumble. A world-shaking slaughter commenced once more, but the tides had shifted. Haotian could no longer suppress the dragon with ease. Under the constant interference of the Aeon light, Haotian was repeatedly entangled and frozen. His attacks lost their flow. It felt like a forced, dry sprint without any momentum, obstructed and frustrating. He could not put his full power behind his strikes. Haotian grew increasingly irritated. His face was a mask of malice, and his eyes were dark with confusion and unease. This was wrong. It was very wrong. The dragon's horn was the reservoir for his temporal laws, and Haotian had broken it long ago. Being sealed for so long, the dragon should have had no way to replenish those laws. Logically, he should not have been able to use the Aeon light so frequently. And yet, the dragon seemed to have suddenly replenished his ammunition. He was fighting with an aggressive, inexhaustible momentum. Did he take some kind of pill? Haotian was baffled. He did not understand how the dragon had suddenly become so fierce. You were clearly just crippled by my strike. How can you still display this level of power? Haotian barked, forcing the dragon back with a heavy axe swing. Are you curious? The dragon laughed loudly, closing the distance once more. His horn glowed with Ian light, while his 10 claws, each wreathed in a different Dao power, tore at his foe. His laughter echoed through the chaos. Once I crush your skull, I will tell you the answer so you can die with understanding. With his foundation partially mended, the dragon's strength had increased by at least 10%. Do not underestimate that 10%. For a being of his caliber, such an increase was enough to change the very heavens. Previously, he was being toyed with by Haotian. Now, they were on nearly equal footing. As for whether he could actually win or crush Haotian's head, that remained to be seen. As the dragon had said, Haotian had many enemies. If those enemies could contribute even a fraction of their power, there was a real chance to strike Haotian down here and now. Once I cut off your head and devour your origin, I will understand everything myself. Haotian snorted coldly and lunged forward to meet the dragon once more. Chapter 771. I can finally die. The world-shattering slaughter raged on. For beings of their stature, a battle where the stakes were life and death could never end quickly. These were ultimate primordial monsters who had lived for billions of years. Their life force was terrifying, and their hidden trump cards were inexhaustible. After all, their previous clash had lasted for 30,000 years. By comparison, this opening act had barely begun. Is it working? Jiang Xuan, who had been plucking the thread of karma connected to Jiang Haotian, noticed a distinct shift in the fight. The divine desolate torch dragon, who had been withered and feeble just moments ago, was now surging with power as if he had taken a high-grade stimulant. He was rising to the occasion with unprecedented vigor. The one-sided slaughter where Haotian suppressed the entire field was over. The seemingly invincible Haotian had been checked, and the battle had entered a stage where the two were evenly matched. However, Jiang Xuan had no idea how long the dragon's borrowed strength would last, and he dared not be too optimistic. If the dragon only managed a brief moment of strength before collapsing in surrender, everything would be for naught. I suppose it still comes down to me. Having mastered the Great Dao of Karma, Jiang Xuan felt a surge of confidence. He wasn't exactly overflowing with arrogance, but he felt bold enough to indulge in a bit of swagger to lighten the heavy atmosphere. After all, he was a mere saint who had found a way to influence top-tier emperors. That was an incredible feat by any standard. The first black line is related to my father, and the second to Jiang Haotian. So this third one. Jiang Xuan's eyes swirled with profound light as he scrutinized the dense thicket of karma threads surrounding Haotian. He searched specifically for those faint, deathly black strands. It was lucky that Haotian had revealed his true form, expanding his body to 80,000 feet. Had he remained in a smaller form, finding those specific threads within the cocoon of karma would have been nearly impossible. Since his life was on the line, Jiang Xuan did not hesitate. He extended his index finger, adorned with the karma serpent ring, and manipulated the Great Dao of Karma to pluck the third thread. Hum. The thread vibrated, emitting a sound only Jiang Xuan could hear. It was like the strike of a lute string, possessing a unique rhythm that felt elevated and grand against the backdrop of the cataclysmic battle. He could almost imagine it. The end of the world arrives, and while everyone else is fleeing in panic or howling in despair, you sit on your balcony. You pour a glass of century-old wine, lean back, and leisurely watch the apocalypse unfold as you take a sip. It was a peak moment of style and composure. Of course, mindset was one thing, but work still had to be done. Survival was the priority. As he plucked the thread and traced it back to its source, he found the origin. Luo Xinglan. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes, though he wasn't entirely surprised. After the situation with Jiang Haotian, he had suspected that the spacetime illusions were not random occurrences. They were the keys to breaking karma and confusing reincarnation, as Niu Yudao had suggested, helping him leap out of the web of rules woven by Haotian. At this very moment, what was Luo Xinglan, the heavenly Dao of the old lands, doing? She was actively welcoming the end of the world, presiding over the destruction of the old lands. In truth, while the heavenly Dao of the old lands had changed hands many times, Haotian had left behind hidden constraints when he originally stepped down. These constraints ensured that he held the core of the heavenly Dao's authority, allowing him to reclaim it at any time. Furthermore, he had mandated that every successor maintain the stability of the old lands, ensuring the world would not end before his return. Haotian had planned to use the vast resources of the old lands after his possession to shorten his period of vulnerability and return to the immortal realm as quickly as possible. This forced stability had indirectly led to the evolution of the world and the birth of the Myriad Realms, including the heavens of Xianxia. However, even the most meticulous plan has loopholes. In fact, if a plan is too perfect, the plan itself often becomes the problem. Haotian was now seeing the consequences of that reality. Luo Xinglan was that loophole, the variable born from a too perfect design. Normally, the succession of the heavenly Dao was a matter of conquest. Like the rise and fall of mortal dynasties, one ruler would overthrow another. Previous incarnations Mingtian, Gushan, Daotian, Fantian, Huangtian, and Araktian had all seized power through force or guile. By accepting that power, they were bound by the constraints Haotian had established, often viewing those constraints as fundamental laws of the universe. But Luo Xinglan was different. She hadn't conquered the position. She had inherited the legacy of Araktian through a secret technique he had left behind. Because her authority came from Araktian, it had been reconfigured and sealed within his remains for several eons. The constraints Haotian had placed had long since evaporated or been purged. It was the difference between a conqueror and an heir. Previous rulers had to learn how to govern by following the old rules left by Haotian. Luo Xinglan, however, had Eractian's direct experience. She could manage the world with ease without needing to mimic the ancient ways. Free from those constraints and aware of Haotian's existence, she knew her authority was merely a duplicate that he could reclaim at any moment. Her choice was obvious. She would destroy the old lands to prevent him from using them. She spent the last hour working tirelessly toward the world's end, showing no hesitation or regret in destroying her own home. The 9 sun continents of the old lands had already been obliterated by the Eractian divine generals under her command. The 3 moon continents were currently in the process of being destroyed. The 4th and 5th moon continents had already been integrated into the heavens of Xuantian by the human emperor, so they were already gone. This delay wasn't because the moon continents were sturdier, but because they held the vast majority of the world's population. Moon Continent 3 alone held more than half of the Myriad Races. Though she had chosen to end the world and use its destruction to comprehend the Dao of destruction, she wasn't so cold-blooded as to bury all living things with it. Before the final collapse, the inhabitants had to be sent away. After all the struggle to gain the mandate of heaven, this is the only convenience it provides, Luo Xinglan said with a helpless smile. As the current heavenly Dao, she could lower the world's barriers and allow those who were trapped to leave. Of course, this departure wasn't peaceful. Under her control, they were essentially being hurled out of the old lands. Where they would land depended entirely on their own luck. Those who were fortunate might land in an inhabited world and find shelter. Those who were unlucky might fall into forbidden zones, ancient ruins, or the lawless void. In those cases, they could only pray for a better life in their next reincarnation. Rumble. Moon Continent 2 exploded, shattering into irregular fragments. My lady, Moon Continent 2 has been destroyed, Eractian 12 reported respectfully. Luo Xinglan nodded and turned her attention to the generals responsible for the 1st and 3rd continents. What is your status? My lady, the 3rd continent is densely populated. We need at least another hour, Eractian 3 replied. One more 15-minute interval, my lady, Eractian 1 reported. Hurry, Luo Xinglan commanded sternly. Yes. Suddenly, the continent shaped like a giant head, where Luo Xinglan stood, began to tremble. A chilling aura that made the soul shiver erupted, spreading like a storm across the horizon. It was heavy and oppressive, like the weight of the apocalypse itself. Luo Xinglan frowned, reaching out with her slender hand. She grasped the air, pulling that aura toward her. In her palm, the energy began to condense and compress. It slowly took the shape of a spectral, translucent figure. The tiny figure let out a shrill, cackling laugh. Then, a chilling voice spoke from within it, a sound that made her skin crawl. I can finally die. Chapter 772. Merging into Xuantian. Luo Xinglan frowned, scrutinizing the small figure in her palm. Who are you? The figure did nothing but giggle. The sound was frantic and chilling, filling the air with an eerie atmosphere. Her gaze turned cold as she closed her hand, crushing the figure. Bang! The figure dissolved back into a wisp of aura. However, it did not dissipate. Instead, it lingered around her fingers as if refusing to leave. The giggling persisted, now echoing directly within her mind, her sea of consciousness, and the very depths of her soul. Dead. I can finally die. The laughter intensified until it felt like the roar of great thunder, deafening and oppressive. Disturbed by the bizarre intrusion, her face paled. What kind of ghost is this? She lowered her eyes, her mind filled with doubt. Having grasped the authority of the heavenly Dao of the old lands, she understood most of its mysteries. She could even sense the hidden legacies left behind by previous rulers. For instance, the treasure of Fantian stored on the 1st moon continent. In truth, without her secretly opening the path, did Senior Zhang Xianxia and his companions really believe they could have unsealed the cache and retrieved the inheritance so smoothly? It had been a small favor she granted behind the scenes. But this strange little man was different. She could not see its roots at all. It was not a ghost, a living being, or a conscious entity. It lacked the basic building blocks of life. It was merely a wisp of aura, yet it carried no ripples of energy from the Great Dao or the laws of heaven and earth. My lady, Eractian 1, responsible for the 1st moon continent, sent a telepathic message. Beiqing requests an audience. He says he has urgent matters to discuss. Beiqing? Luo Xinglan looked through the void at Beiqing. He had inherited the legacy of the medicine Buddha, and had successfully attained sainthood. His figure, bathed in sacred Buddhist light, appeared upright and profound. Of course, a saint was not particularly rare these days. Setting aside the 2 ancient monsters in the tower and her ever-defying master, she herself had only held her current authority for a few days, yet she could crush a saint with a single thought. Normally, she would ignore such a request. What status did he have to demand her time? However, she had to respect his identity. Beiqing was the mentor of the Phoenix Empress, Nangang Minjiao, and was very close to her master. Out of respect for them, she decided to see him. She stepped off the skull-shaped continent, walking through the air and shifting the world around her. Within a few steps, she arrived where Beiqing and the others were gathered. She scanned the group, including Zhang Changxiao, her eyes lingering briefly on Zhang Feng. The aura of Fantian clinging to him made her instinctively uneasy. Eractian and Fantian were natural opposites, kings who could not share the same space. Luo Xinglan shook her head with a faint smile. All of that was about to end. The old lands would soon cease to exist. She turned back to Beiqing and spoke softly. What is it? I hope the Heavenly Dao can grant a favor and bestow the first and third moon continents upon Xianxian. Beiqing smiled. Having inherited the mantle of the medicine Buddha, he was more composed and elegant than before. Perhaps that was the confidence of a true power, even if he was only the heir to one. Bestow them upon Xianxian? Luo Xinglan frowned. This was an unexpected request. Since taking her position, she had learned many secrets, including the fact that her birthplace, the realm of Xianxian, was originally a part of the old lands that the human Emperor Dao had stolen and refined. What do you know? Her tone shifted. She was now taking Beiqing seriously. This request was not random. He clearly knew something hidden. Beiqing shook his head, his voice dropping. The old lands possess a complete source of life. It would be a waste to simply destroy it all by welcoming the end. If we can save part of the continents and merge them into Xianxian, we might have a chance to pull a bait and switch and keep the source of life. Luo Xinglan's pupils contracted. Shock filled her eyes. She waved her hand, using the power of the Heavenly Dao to set up a soundproof barrier. Just what do you know? She asked sternly. Beiqing did not answer directly. Instead, he pointed at himself and said something seemingly unrelated. I am Nangong Minjiu's teacher, yet throughout our journey, I have never been able to do anything for her. As a mentor, I have been quite incompetent. After that, he fell silent, simply smiling as he waited for her reply. Luo Xinglan studied him deeply. What was he implying? Was this request the wish of the Empress, or her master? Or was he just using their names to hide his own secrets? After a moment of thought, she asked, can we truly keep it? Beiqing shook his head. Nothing in this world is foolproof. The more perfect a plan is, the more variables it creates. I do not know if we will succeed. It is merely worth a try. If we fail, what does it matter? Luo Xinglan nodded slowly. She dismissed the barrier. I will attempt it. I need you to help soothe and guide the inhabitants of the two continents. Tell them to prepare. As it should be, Beiqing agreed. Luo Xinglan returned to the Skull Continent. She withdrew the symbol of her authority. Immediately, a dense web of rules covered the sky of the entire old lands. She hesitated. This was a very risky operation. Welcoming the end and destroying the continents was an act that followed the established order. Destroying the source of life to allow the fire of civilization to pass to the next era would normally benefit her. Order would recognize her sacrifice, making it easier for her to master the Dao of destruction. However, if she tried to embezzle the source of life for herself, Order would be furious if it found out. The consequences would be unimaginable. Luo Xinglan bit her lip and made her decision. With a thought, she manipulated the web of rules to wrap around the first and third moon continents. At the same time, she commanded her 12 generals, help me with all your strength. We will send these two continents out of the old lands and merge them into Xianxian. Yes. Chapter 773. The Human Emperor's own grandson. Seeing that Luo Xinglan had already begun her operation, Beiqing allowed a small smile to surface. He turned toward Zhang Changxiao. I need you to do me a favor. Go and settle the people of the Swiren tribe. Guide them and keep them calm. Zhang Changxiao looked at Beiqing with a peculiar expression. Old Bei, where are you getting all these grand ideas from? Zhang Feng, Zhang Qingtian, and Jushan were all staring at Beiqing as well. They were thoroughly puzzled. Since inheriting the mantle of the medicine Buddha, Beiqing felt like a completely different person. Not only had his movements and bearing changed, but his words suggested he was privy to some formidable secrets that the rest of them knew nothing about. Beiqing smiled faintly and tapped his temple. Years ago, in the Endless Sea, I received a cultivation empowerment from an ancient saint. My realm was boosted directly to the peak of the celestial god level. You all know this. Zhang Changxiao nodded, still waiting for the point. When I inherited the legacy of the medicine Buddha, I broke through my shackles and attained sainthood. That process unsealed the memories the ancient saint had hidden within my mind. I have learned secrets regarding the Xianxian realm and the source of life. That is what I discussed with the Heavenly Dao today. Wait, hold on. Zhang Changxiao interrupted him, his tone incredulous. You are telling me that the ancient saint who gave you that empowerment left you with sealed memories about Xianxian and the source of life? Yes, Beiqing confirmed. But what kind of saint has that much power? How could a saint know such profound secrets? Zhang Changxiao was struggling to keep his composure. A saint, just a saint. How could such a person be entitled to know these things? The source of life? That is not something a saint should even be able to touch, let alone understand. It just did not make sense to him. Zhang Changxiao felt the situation was absurd. He was a saint himself, having barely reached that level after obtaining the legacy of the burning lamp Buddha thanks to Zhang Feng. He had to admit that, in this day and age, saints were becoming quite common. Their status was simply too low for this kind of information. Even the burning lamp Buddha, who was the Buddha of the past, and a true quasi-emperor, had only caught a glimpse of the source of life. He had been a vast distance away from truly understanding it. Yet Beiqing was claiming a random ancient saint had left him detailed memories about it. It sounded like a tall tale. Beside him, Zhang Feng and Zhang Qingtian nodded in agreement. They were equally shocked by Beiqing's words, especially Zhang Feng. He had the inheritance of Fantian, who had once been the Heavenly Dao of the old lands. Fantian should have known plenty of secrets, yet it felt like Beiqing knew even more. Now, Beiqing was asking Luo Xinglan to hand over the first and third moon continents to Xianxian, claiming they could save the source of life. There was no mention of such a possibility even in the Fantian inheritance. Could an ancient saint really know more than a former Heavenly Dao? It was too much to believe. Beiqing chuckled softly, offering a calm explanation. The saint who gave me that empowerment, his surname was De. Surname De? Zhang Changxiao and the others were momentarily confused. Among the long-standing lineages of the human race, was there a prominent family with the surname De? His name was De Chengxian, Bei Qing said quietly. He was the direct grandson of the human emperor, Du. The group gasped in unison. The grandson of the human emperor? That changed everything. It was no wonder he possessed such secrets. With an origin like that, anything was possible. The human emperor's grandson was only at the Saint realm. Zhang Changxiao looked skeptical again. Isn't that a bit weak? The others rolled their eyes at him. Sometimes they truly admired the strange way Zhang Changxiao's mind worked. Was that really the most important thing to focus on right now? There are records of that in the sealed memories, Bei Qing explained, shaking his head. The human emperor Du forged the immortal court of the human race and dominated the heavens for several eras. He was too defiant of the natural order. Because of this, the heavenly order forcibly stripped his lineage of its fortune. Their luck vanished, and their bloodline withered. Unless they encounter a miracle that defies the heavens, the descendants of the human emperor are born with shackles. Their talent, their luck, and even their cultivation speed are heavily suppressed. Cultivating is 10,000 times harder for them than for an ordinary person. For that man to have reached the Saint realm, his luck must have been incredible. The memories show that he only succeeded with the help of a mysterious powerhouse known as the Dog Daoist. Without that help, he would never have reached the Saint realm in his lifetime. The group fell into a solemn silence. In a way, the lineage of the human emperor was suffering on behalf of the entire human race. After all, the emperor had built the Immortal Court for the benefit of all humanity for eternity. The memories left to me focused heavily on the origin of the Xuantian realm and the secrets of the source of life. Bei Qing exhaled slowly, his voice thick with reverence. According to him, he stayed in the endless sea of the Xuantian realm, waiting for millions of years. He was following the orders of his grandfather, the human emperor Du. He was meant to pass down this secret in the hope of finding a certain possibility in the unseen future. What possibility? They all understood now. The source of life. From the moment the human emperor lured the myriad races to strike at the barriers of the old lands, so he could steal the fourth and fifth moon continents to forge Xuantian, he had been setting the board. No, it wasn't a finished plan yet. It was the start of a long-term play for a single chance and opportunity to steal the source of life for the human race. Now it seemed that opportunity had finally arrived. Success or failure depended on this moment. Human Emperor Du had such immense courage and such incredible methods, Zhang Changxiao sighed, his voice filled with genuine wonder. Zhang Feng and the others nodded, their hearts shaken. They were stunned by the Emperor's incredible foresight. He had vanished toward the end of the Primordial era, and without him, the Immortal Court had collapsed under the weight of the myriad races. Yet, even after all that time, the things he left behind were still protecting the humans of today. Bei Qing rubbed his face, pulling himself out of his complex emotions. He looked at Zhang Changxiao and the others with a serious expression. We don't know if this will succeed, but we are the simplest link in the chain. We cannot afford to fail. The group nodded heavily, recognizing the weight of the situation. Their attitudes became grave and focused. Zhang Changxiao spoke immediately. I will head to the third moon continent now to calm the people and prepare them. He took flight at once, racing toward his destination. There should be some living beings left on the first moon continent. We should go and clear the way, Bei Qing said to Zhang Feng and the others. They nodded. A massive migration was underway. With Luo Xinglan leading the effort as the heavenly Dao, the difficulty was much lower than expected. The main task was simply to soothe and control the inhabitants of the two continents to prevent unnecessary chaos. On the side of the Swiren tribe, there had been some panic and confusion when the destruction of the old lands began. However, under the combined suppression of Swiren Gongyang, Tuoba Shenkai, Xianxia, and Ji Pingle, things had mostly returned to normal. When Zhang Changxiao arrived, he invoked Jiang Xuan's name and authority. With those orders in place, no one dared to utter a single word of protest. If the king of humans gave an order, who would dare to disobey? As for the other races on the third moon continent, they had already been subjugated by Tai Kang and were vassals of the Swiren tribe. They were even less likely to cause trouble. Thus, the third continent, which they expected to be difficult, was organized very quickly. The first moon continent proved to be the real challenge. Though it was sparsely populated with only 3 or 4 races, they were not humans and had never been subjugated. They were far from obedient. When Bei Qing and the others tried to offer them polite advice, the creatures responded with pure contempt. Left with no other choice, Bei Qing, Zhang Qingtian, Zhang Feng, and Jushin had to show their wrath. If these races wouldn't listen to reason, then they could choose death instead. Chapter 774. Why is death so hard? As the slaughter continued, several Araktian divine generals arrived to provide support, significantly increasing the speed of the execution. What was supposed to take 15 minutes was finished in half that time. Rumble. The sky, previously draped in a web of rules, was suddenly torn open. The rift expanded rapidly, gradually forming a vortex as deep and vast as an ocean, occupying nearly a third of the firmament. Luo Xinglan manipulated the authority of the heavenly Dao, using the web of rules manifested from her power to wrap around the first and third moon continents. She began to drag them toward the vortex. The movement was not fast. In fact, it was painstakingly slow. Yet, this was the absolute limit of what Luo Xinglan could achieve. Dragging 2 entire continents with the power of the heavenly Dao placed a massive burden on her. After all, setting aside her title and authority, her own cultivation was only at the celestial god realm. Even that level had only been reached as a byproduct of her ascension to the throne of the heavenly Dao. Luo Xinglan's face turned pale, thin beads of sweat broke out on her forehead, and her features twisted with the strain of the effort. She told herself that as long as nothing went wrong, she could handle it. Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted within her mind. It was deafening. Luo Xinglan let out a muffled groan. Blood began to seep from her eyes, ears, and nose. No, I want to die. I need to die. You cannot do this. The voice screamed. Do not stop me from dying. No. The dark aura that had been clinging to Luo Xinglan's palm suddenly doubled in size. It billowed like a mass of black fog, radiating a deeply unsettling and eerie energy. Beside her, the mist condensed back into the shape of the small man. His face was a mask of terror as he roared at Luo Xinglan with a twisted expression. Let me die. I beg of you, let me die. Luo Xinglan's movements stiffened. The scream in her mind had caused significant trauma, leaving her spirit in a momentary daze. She shook her head to clear her thoughts and turned to look at the small figure. Connecting his words to the situation, a suspicion rose in her heart, reflecting in her startled gaze. Are you the source of life? The small man did not answer. He simply continued to howl. Let me die. Let me die. As if enduring immense agony, he roared until he seemed to lose his mind. He clutched his head and began to roll through the air, muttering and trembling. I truly do not want to live anymore. It is too painful, too exhausting. Living is too much work. I want to die. Let me die. Let me die. Why am I being forced to stay alive? Why? This world should have been destroyed long ago. Why does it still exist? Why hasn't the end come? Why am I still here? I want to die. I really want to die. Living is so painful. So painful. Luo Xinglan stared at the small man, her brow furrowed. She was now certain of her theory. This mysterious entity was likely the source of life of the old lands. It was exactly what Beiqing had talked about, the prize they hoped to keep by gifting the 2 continents to Xuantian. The source of life. Anyone who had touched the fabric of fate, or understood the realm of immortality, knew its importance. In a way, this item was the entry ticket to becoming an immortal emperor. If they could keep it, reaching the Great Emperor realm would no longer be a distant dream. Luo Xinglan's breathing grew heavy. Even though she held the authority of the heavenly Dao and was currently comprehending the Dao of destruction, giving her a great chance to reach immortality on her own, she still struggled to control her emotions when faced with the actual source of life. Wealth moves the heart, but the source of life moves the soul. Watching the struggling, frantic figure before her, Luo Xinglan hesitated for a moment before pointing a finger and injecting a strand of heavenly Dao power into him. The small man shuddered. His consciousness seemed to clear, and his frantic struggling ceased. He stood up and straightened his translucent robes. He bowed to Luo Xinglan with his hands clasped. The source of life of the old lands greets the heavenly Dao. Luo Xinglan nodded slightly and asked the question burning in her mind. Why have you become like this? The small man gave a bitter smile. The heavenly Dao may not be aware, but normally, the source of life should not possess consciousness. However, the old lands have changed. The world was not destroyed when it should have been, which caused a problem within me. I developed a self-awareness that was never meant to exist. I am a product of the order, meant to carry out its rules. Now that I have a will of my own, I inevitably clash with those rules. This conflict is what causes my confusion and drives me toward madness. He sighed deeply and looked at Luo Xinglan again. I hope the heavenly Dao does not overstep her bounds or defy the order. Otherwise, I fear you will not meet a peaceful end. He could see everything she was doing and understood her intent. But to him, she was seeking death. If an ordinary creature acted recklessly, it was called defying heaven, and the order would likely ignore it out of sheer indifference. To the order, all living things are mere straw dogs, and their rebellion is nothing more than a joke. However, the person standing before him was a true heavenly Dao. She was a subordinate meant to carry out the will of the order. If she committed such an act of defiance, it was true treason. It was a death wish. This was a blatant betrayal. Developing self-awareness? Luo Xinglan looked at him with surprise. She had not expected such an explanation. As for his warning, she ignored it entirely. Whether the order would be enraged was something she chose not to dwell on. Being timid was not in her nature. Since she had chosen this path, she would see it through to the end, even if it meant her death. It was true she was the heavenly Dao, but before that, she was a human being. She was a member of the human race. Furthermore, I have my own selfish reasons, the small man admitted honestly. I have lived for far too long. I should not exist, and I was never permitted to be born. If the order detects me, I am doomed to die anyway. Of course, I do not care about death. My existence is in fundamental conflict with the rules of the order. Every moment I stay alive, the chaos caused by that conflict makes my suffering worse. He looked at her with a calm tone. I want to die. I truly want to die. I want it to be soon and painless. I simply do not want to endure this boundless agony any longer. I hope the heavenly Dao can have compassion for me and give me a quick end. Luo Xinglan remained silent. In her entire life, she had never met someone so determined to seek death. Or rather, she realized that the source of life before her was indeed not a person. You know that is impossible, Luo Xinglan said flatly. Since I have made my choice, I have no reason to retreat. I must keep you. The small man broke into a pained, bitter smile. Why is death so hard? Chapter 775. Bloody Battle. Luo Xinglan looked at the small figure, hesitating before she spoke. Actually, your current situation might not be impossible to resolve. The small figure froze. A flicker of hope rose in his heart, only for him to extinguish the flame a moment later. He shook his head and laughed bitterly. The heavenly Dao does not need to do this. I cannot stop you. I am merely the source of life. I have no real power. To him, her words were likely an unrealistic promise meant to pacify him. He wasn't lying. He was truly powerless. He was an abnormal source of life without any combat strength, but he had lived for an eternity. He had seen too much. While he wasn't quite a demon of wisdom, he was certainly no child to be fooled. The root of your pain is a fundamental conflict between the rules of order you carry, as the source of life, and your own conscious will. This creates the chaos that tortures you, Luo Xinglan said calmly. But if you could tear yourself away from those rules, the pain would vanish, wouldn't it? I know someone who once helped a being similar to you break free from his shackles. Perhaps he can help you escape this agony as well. Luo Xinglan smiled. You might not believe me, and what I propose may not be feasible, but it gives you a thought to hold on to. A reason to keep living. It keeps you from doing something desperate and unpredictable, like reporting this to the higher order. The small figure blinked. He nodded slowly and bowed once more. Thank you, Heavenly Dao. With that, the figure dissipated, returning to a deep, swirling aura that drifted around Luo Xinglan's palm. She continued to manipulate the web of rules, dragging the two continents toward the vortex. Generally, speaking with intelligent beings was easy. By dispersing, the figure had signaled his intent. He would remain a bystander, neither interfering nor assisting. If she could keep him, he would stay. If she failed, it had nothing to do with him. Ultimately, the tiny flame in the figure's heart had not been extinguished. If there were a choice to live freely, and with dignity, death would never be the first option. Soon, the two continents entered the vortex, beginning their departure from the old lands. The deep aura in Luo Xinglan's hand was quietly becoming thinner. Whether the source of life could be successfully kept remained to be seen, but the chance was growing. This was evident because, inside the 99th floor of the Primordial Gold Tower, Haotian's 80,000-foot true form suddenly began to undergo spontaneous explosions. Blood filled with killing intent sprayed in all directions. Shocking wounds opened across his flesh one after another. His life force, already draining rapidly from the battle with the divine desolate torch dragon, began to plummet even faster. Even the laws of destruction he had stored within his body began to leak through his physical trauma. The destruction battle axe in his hand visibly shrank. Boom. The divine desolate torch dragon fired divine light from its eyes, piercing Haotian's body, and leaving a bloody cavity. It was just as gruesome as the wounds Haotian had inflicted on the dragon earlier. The only difference was their blood. The dragon's blood was hot as lava, explosive and surging with restless energy. Haotian's blood was a dark, dull brownish red, with its energy restrained and heavy, carrying a malice that made the heart tremble. Wounded by the strike, Haotian retreated more than 10,000 feet. His massive form shuddered violently as if he could no longer support his own weight. Thud. He dropped to one knee. Haotian panted heavily. The one head still under his direct control stared with crimson eyes full of confusion and unease. Why was his power fading so abruptly? Even if the traitor Jiang Haotian was stealing his soul within his sea of consciousness, it should have been a minor nuisance. It shouldn't have been able to impact his combat strength so directly. Slap. One of his functioning arms suddenly moved against his will and slapped him across the face. It was a heavy blow, filled with physical power. Several teeth were sent flying from Haotian's primary head. Bastard. Haotian roared in fury. This is just the interest. Jiang Haotian's laughter echoed in his mind. You will only get weaker, while I grow stronger. Our positions will eventually flip. It won't be long now. Haotian had been looking down on Jiang Haotian, only for reality to strike him across the mouth instantly. He was livid. He had never felt this level of manic frustration. His chest was filled with a rage that he had nowhere to vent. Until he dealt with the divine desolate torch dragon, he couldn't spare the focus to handle Jiang Haotian. He couldn't exactly ask the dragon for a temporary ceasefire to deal with an internal matter. If he even tried, he would be the fool. You've grown weak. As Haotian's mind raced, the divine desolate torch dragon lunged. He had sensed the anomaly and knew Haotian's other enemies were making their move. This was his best chance. Hum. The crystalline horn fired its light once more. Temporal rays entangled Haotian, accelerating time to wither his flesh. The dragon knew these rays wouldn't deal a killing blow, but they could bind and delay him. It is fated. You lose today. The dragon roared, its massive body twisting as it threw itself at Haotian. 9 claws, wreathed in the power of the Great Dao, tore through the void and sank into Haotian's flesh. As for why there were only 9 claws despite the dragon's recent healing, it was simple. During the recent slaughter, Haotian had already snapped one off again. Squelch. Bloody holes opened under the claws. Brownish red blood sprayed out, staining the dragon's body and Haotian's own form. His 3-headed, 6-armed body was now a tattered mess of ruin. Ah! Haotian howled in pain. Die. The celestial eye on his forehead snapped open, firing a pale divine light at the dragon's horn. Of the 3 arms he could still control, 2 wrapped tightly around the dragon's body. Surprisingly, Haotian wasn't trying to push the dragon away. Instead, he used his own body as a chain to lock the dragon in place. His final controllable arm gripped the destruction battle axe and swung it with everything he had at the dragon's spine. Bang! Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the pale light shattered the dragon's horn. The horn had only been partially healed and was still in a hazy state. Now broken again, the temple law stored within it could no longer be contained. Time laws flooded out like a thick mist, enveloping the two combatants locked in their deadly embrace. Within this mist, the flow of time accelerated randomly and violently. The life force of both beings began to wither at an incredible rate. The second sound was the axe crushing the dragon's spine. The spine is the pillar of a living creature's body. With it shattered, the dragon's physical form was largely crippled. The laws of destruction tore through his insides without restraint. His massive frame lost over half of its strength instantly. His hold on Haotian weakened significantly. I have grown weak, but killing you is still like slaughtering a dog. Haotian's crimson eyes were cold and sharp. At this stage, he had discarded all pretense of dignity. He no longer spoke with the arrogance of an emperor, but with the grim intensity of a butcher. Hey! The dragon responded with nothing but a cold, mocking laugh. Boom! Haotian gripped the axe and swung again. The dragon's body cracked, and thousands of scales flew off like shrapnel. A gruesome hole appeared in the dragon's back, exposing bone and mangled flesh. Since you insist on seeking death, Haotian didn't get to finish his sentence. The two arms controlled by Jiang Haotian began to take turns. Slap, slap, slap. A series of heavy blows landed on Haotian's primary head, leaving him dazed and seeing stars. Before he could recover or vent his rage, the head on the left, the one Jiang Haotian controlled, twisted around with a mocking smile. The celestial eye on that forehead snapped open, and pale light gathered rapidly. Hum. The beam tore through the right head, leaving a hollow, bloody tunnel straight through it. Chapter 776. Powerless Haotian. Ah! Jiang Haotian let out an instinctive roar of agony. His head throbbed with a white-hot intensity. It stood to reason that having a hole blasted clean through one's skull tended to hurt. The tide of battle had turned so violently and abruptly that even Haotian struggled to process it. What was happening? Why was his strength hemorrhaging so fast? Why was his supreme dharma form exploding without warning, leaking energy like a punctured vessel? Even the laws of destruction he had spent eons accumulating were slipping through his fingers, unraveling at an irreversible rate. It defied all logic. Bewildered, Haotian cast his divine sense outward, tracing the source of this sudden decay. Images flickered through his mind. The old lands in the throes of annihilation, the current heavenly Dao, Luo Xinglan, desperately dragging 2 continents away, and the profound, swirling aura gathered in her palm. As the first heavenly Dao of the old lands, he knew exactly what that was. It was the source of life. He had possessed it once. It was through that very power that he had glimpsed the realm of immortality, and attained his current terrifying height. What is this girl doing? Haotian's spirit trembled as a shocking realization dawned on him. She intended to preserve the source of life even as the old lands fell. She was insane, utterly mad. To be the heavenly Dao, and yet flagrantly violate the laws of order, was more than just a death wish, it was a deliberate act of self-destruction. A tremor of involuntary admiration flickered through Haotian. This successor was even more ruthless than he had been. She was doing the very thing he had never dared to attempt. Then again, back in his day, the thought had never even crossed his mind. If she failed, the result was simple. Order would notice, rage, and strike her down. Total erasure. But if she actually succeeded? Haotian's breath hitched. A traitorous spark of expectation lit up in his heart. Should I use what remains of my broken body to fan the flames of her ambition? Wait. What the hell am I thinking? Haotian shook his head violently, spraying clotted blood from the hole in his skull. Clearly, the gore clogging his brain was causing these ridiculous fantasies. This girl's courage was commendable, but success was impossible. Such a desperate gamble would be crushed like a sandcastle before the absolute will and power of the order. It was pure delusion. More importantly, her actions were cannibalizing his own power. By moving the continents and attempting to siphon the source of life, she was effectively stealing the foundational energy of the old lands, the very root of his strength. She wasn't just defying order, she was stealing his life. This was the true cause of his sudden frailty. The idea is noble, but it remains a mirage, Haotian muttered. If you want to break the truth that destiny cannot be defied, how can you do it while following the rules written by the order? My way is the only way. To solve the problem, you must strike at the source. While order exists, destiny remains fixed. I am right. I have always been right. He steadied his mind, though he felt a lingering chill. The recent trauma had shaken his resolve, and if he didn't clear his mind and focus, he feared a permanent psychological scar. This had to end now. He needed to finish this battle immediately. Roar! Haotian bellowed, releasing every shred of the laws of destruction he had stored. Since the energy was leaking anyway, he chose to expend it all in one final, glorious burst. If he won and successfully possessed Jiang Xuan, he could always take the time to recover later. The laws of destruction surged forth like a thick, black fog, enveloping his dharma form, and temporarily patching his tattered flesh. The destruction battle axe in his hand swelled once more, returning to its intimidating, colossal size. Bang! The axe slammed into the spine of the divine desolate torched dragon yet again. The sound of cracking bone echoed through the void, sharp and relentless. Blood sprayed like a fountain, dragon scales flew into the air, and the dragon's body became a fragmented ruin, barely hanging together by a few translucent tendons. The dragon hissed with a hysterical intensity, his bulging eyes filled with fury and gore. Die! With a final, guttural roar, the divine desolate torched dragon refused to retreat. The 9 claws buried in Haotian's chest dug several inches deeper. He poured the last 30% of his physical strength into his talons. Rip! With a desperate, all-consuming effort, he tore at Haotian's torso. In an instant, Haotian's upper body was nearly rent in two. A massive, bloody cavity gaped open, and his internal organs spilled out alongside a deluge of dark blood. The dragon was a wreck, but Haotian was in no better state. It was a mutual devastation of the most gruesome order. Intense pain gnawed at their consciousness as they both panted, baring their teeth in a display of primal, agonizing ferocity. "You're looking quite weak right now," the dragon hissed, spitting out a mouthful of foul blood with a mocking grin. Haotian's face was dark, his eyes fixed on the dragon with stubborn pride. "Killing you is still as easy as slaughtering a dog." "Ha!" The dragon laughed coldly. "Are you still holding on?" Tian Kuyan asked hesitantly. The sight of two emperors engaged in such a bloody, visceral struggle had left him profoundly shaken. So this was how the strongest beings fought. It was so savage, so primitive. "I'm not dead yet," the dragon replied calmly. There was no joy in his voice, but no despair either. Forcing Haotian into this corner was a result he found deeply satisfying. He had never truly expected to survive this encounter. To force a stalemate and take Haotian down with him was already performing above expectations. The dragon paused for a moment before whispering to Tian Kuyan, "In a moment, I will find an opening to ignite my own life force and drag Haotian into the abyss with me. Before I go, I will release my soul for you to devour. Take as much as you can. Then, I will use the Dao of Time to forge a path for your escape." Tian Kuyan froze, stunned by the unexpected offer. After a long silence, he asked heavily, "Why?" "Ha," the dragon chuckled softly. "Because I feel like it." He said nothing more and offered no deeper explanation. Tian Kuyan failed to notice that as the dragon spoke, his gaze drifted toward Jiang Xuan. His eyes were deep, carrying a faint, knowing glint. What height would a monster wielding for Supreme Daos eventually reach? It was impossible to predict. "The Dao of Karma," he whispered. The dragon let out a low, soft laugh. He had already accepted the idea of dying with Haotian. Yet, his heart was suddenly full of anticipation for a future he would never see. "You are getting weaker by the second." Jiang Haotian's mocking laughter rang out inside Haotian's head. He continued to feast upon Haotian's soul. What had started as a tiny spark of a spirit had now grown 1,000-fold, swelling into a formidable presence. Initially, Haotian had viewed Jiang Haotian as an insignificant ant. Now, that ant had grown into a threat that demanded his full attention. He had his own moment of altruistic negligence to thank for that. Normally, who would be so foolish as to let another devour their soul without resistance? "Crushing you is still a simple task," Haotian snarled. His fury had surpassed its boiling point, leaving him strangely calm and cold, though the murderous aura surrounding him only grew more terrifying. "You're right," Jiang Haotian chuckled. "Even though I've eaten a good portion of your soul and stolen part of your physical control, you could still kill me in an instant if you had the chance. It wouldn't even take much effort. But unfortunately for you, you don't have even a sliver of time or energy to spare. You are forced to watch as I grow stronger and you grow weaker, and there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. How does it feel to be the one being possessed?" Jiang Haotian's tone turned ice cold. "You dared to plot against my son. You dared to try and steal his life." Ha! Chapter 777, The Dao of Karma. Haotian remained silent. Every word spoken was a bitter truth he could not deny. This was the trap he found himself in, possessing the power to slaughter everyone present, even capable of crushing the divine desolate torch dragon with ease, let alone a minor pawn like Jiang Haotian. Yet, countless variables had surfaced simultaneously like hidden reefs, leaving him grounded and sinking. The feeling was loathsome. "You have incredible luck," Haotian muttered, his voice thick with indignation. It sounded like a pathetic excuse, a hollow shield to cover his growing incompetence. By any objective measure, he had already lost. Even if the dragon were to commit suicide this instant, and Haotian managed to consume Jiang Haotian, his current state was too unstable to successfully complete the possession of Jiang Xuan. Even in the best-case scenario where he took over the boy's body, he had lost the capital needed for a comeback. His accumulated laws of destruction had leaked away, the old lands had entered their final throes, and even the source of life had been snatched by the current heavenly Dao. His foundation was an empty shell. To return to the Immortal Emperor realm starting from Jiang Xuan's body would take millions of years of accumulation. He didn't have that kind of time. The powers in the Daoist Great World would never grant him such a reprieve. Specifically, the entity wielding the Great Dao of Destruction would not wait. Since Haotian first began gathering the laws of destruction, he had felt that distant gaze. That being was watching him. The only reason that entity hadn't erased him the way the master of the Primordial Dao erased any blasphemer who dared touch his power was likely boredom. That supreme being wanted to see how this little cricket would jump. Perhaps he hoped this unique cricket could provide a tiny bit of entertainment. "So, how about it? Am I enough of a surprise for you?" Haotian asked silently, a question directed at the void and himself in self-mockery. "Your luck is good?" Jiang Haotian laughed, his tone sharp with ridicule. "We are at the end of the world, and you still believe your downfall is because of me?" Haotian froze. The implication sparked a theory that seemed like a fairy tale. His gaze shifted instinctively toward the distant Jiang Xuan. Could it be? Jiang Xuan watched the scene through the lens of karma. He realized now that Luo Xinglan was a vital link in this chain. It was unexpected, yet perfectly logical. As the one holding the authority of the heavenly Dao of the old lands, her role was indispensable. Jiang Xuan could see that Haotian's rapid decline was largely due to Luo Xinglan's interference. Her decision to destroy the old lands had systematically dismantled Haotian's reserves. Haotian was now a hollow giant. The possession could not continue. Jiang Xuan had successfully found his path to survival. Writing a single possession for 30 or 40 chapters, you really pushed yourself, you damn author. Jiang Xuan exhaled sharply, his relief manifesting in a habitual bit of metacommentary. Though the immediate crisis had passed, the loose ends remained. Haotian was failing, but he wasn't dead. The outcome of a war often hinges on the final strike, and Jiang Xuan dared not lower his guard. He had seen too many people celebrate at halftime only for disaster to strike. He would not be one of them. He continued to peer at Haotian, studying the laws of karma entwined around the man's body. Amidst the kaleidoscope of colors, he searched for the subtle traces of black. He had already plucked 3 black threads of karma. Each one had constrained Haotian, causing variable after variable to ruin his perfect plan. Black karma acted as a form of unavoidable misfortune. Once activated, the scales tipped toward catastrophe. However, the black threads on Haotian were too few and difficult to find. Aside from the 3 already in effect, Jiang Xuan could find no others. Have the karmic ties of the top-tier experts become this positive? Jiang Xuan wondered. This was problematic. If he couldn't guarantee Haotian's death today, he wouldn't be able to sleep. As if sensing his distress, his Dantian's primal world trembled. Since the possession had stalled, Jiang Xuan's internal powers had resumed their function. A raw, ancient aura surged forth. It did not manifest as a technique or an attack. Instead, it acted as a guide, an urge. What was it guiding? What was it urging? Jiang Xuan didn't understand. Then, the unique Daoist law that had been blocking Haotian's physical matter changed. While maintaining the barrier, roughly 1/3 of that power flowed out of his body and injected itself into the karma snake ring on his index finger. What kind of Daoist law is this? Jiang Xuan was stunned. His primal world was based on the Primordial Dao, yet in the face of this specific law, the world could only guide and suggest rather than command. Usually, the primal world acted as a supreme monarch. Even high-level powers like Reincarnation or Yin-Yang were summoned at will, forced to obey the Primordial Dao's authority like servants. But against this law, the big brother of his Dantian was remarkably polite. This wasn't about the primal world suddenly developing a better temper. These Daos were like highly sophisticated programs. They lacked independent consciousness, but followed a strict hierarchy. If the Primordial Dao treated this law as an equal, it meant this power was not inferior to the source of all things. The idea of something rivaling the Primordial Dao was staggering. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of anticipation. If he could master this, his potential would be limitless. The diverted energy fully entered the karma snake ring. The ring vibrated, and the laws of karma surged, weaving a translucent web of rules. A moment later, the web collapsed into a single thread of karma. Its color was striking, black. A black that symbolized death, mystery, and the uncanny. Jiang Xuan stared at the thread in surprise. As a master of the Dao of karma, he knew that karmic threads did not appear from nothing. The 3 threads on Haotian existed because of the multiple timeline interventions Jiang Xuan had performed. Those were the causes, and the current situation was the effect. Like an apple tree, you must plant the seed and nurture it to see fruit. But the thread produced by the ring had no such cause. It was born from a void. It was a fruit without a seed. This violated the fundamental rules of the Dao of karma. At his current level, such a feat should be impossible. Yet, this anomaly was functioning perfectly within the framework of karmic law. All of it was made possible by that mysterious, unknown Daoist law. The sheer scale of this power left Jiang Xuan speechless. This unknown law was too mysterious, too powerful, and utterly beyond comprehension. Chapter 778. The Fall of an Emperor. There was no time for deeper exploration. Jiang Xuan suppressed the shock and curiosity swirling in his mind. Extending the index finger adorned with the karma snake ring, he manipulated the thread of black karma. It darted forward like a spirit serpent, coiling around Haotian's physical body and soul, latching on with a relentless grip. A sudden, inexplicable chill surged straight to the crown of Haotian's head. It was a visceral alarm of impending doom. Haotian's expression twisted. His spirit trembled, momentarily dazed by the sheer intensity of the premonition. How many years had it been? Not since he ascended to the immortal realm had he felt anything like this. Any cultivator of significant standing possesses a degree of danger intuition, a biological instinct honed through successive leaps in the level of their existence. But he was an immortal emperor. What was left in this world that could truly threaten him? The list was short enough to count on one hand. Even the collapse of worlds or the end of the universe might not be enough to erase him. Under normal circumstances, if a powerful enemy moved against him, one of 2 things happened. Either the enemy was his equal, in which case he would sense their killing intent well in advance, or the enemy was so far above him that his biological instincts wouldn't even register the threat before he was gone. That was the mystery. At his level, danger intuition was usually a useless relic. If he could sense it, he likely already knew it was coming through other means. If he couldn't sense it, he was already dead. This was why he had not experienced such a sensation in eons. This warning was different. It was strange, very strange. It signaled a new crisis, whether natural disaster or a hidden foe. It was something that could genuinely claim his life. Yet, it had appeared out of thin air. There had been no omen, no ripple in the fabric of reality. It was as if he were walking down a peaceful path, and a meat pie suddenly fell from the sky and struck him on the head. Only this meat pie was made of solid iron. Haotian was stunned and increasingly frantic. He hated the feeling of losing control. It was unfathomable that at his height, there could still be such unknowns. Even as his long-planned possession teetered on the brink of failure, he had felt only rage and frustration, fury at the dragon's short-sightedness and bitterness over his own luck. He could accept failure. He had understood the risks when he set his sights on such a grand goal. In truth, he knew the odds of failing were far greater than those of succeeding. There are no perfect plans in this world, there is only the gamble against the heavens. His only true regret was that his failure began at the very first step, the possession of Jiang Xuan. Now, he would have no chance to reach the Great Daoist world, no chance to pull those supreme beings from their pedestals, and no chance to defy the heavens and shatter the lie that destiny is fixed. The black thread of karma tightened around him like a greedy viper, devouring his fortune. Haotian could feel the change immediately. The decay of his strength accelerated. Karma, Haotian muttered. He looked down at his ruined form, watching the black thread swell as it fed on his very essence. The blood-red light in his eyes began to fade, replaced by a look of bewildered curiosity. This supreme path, I was certain it had not been claimed by anyone. If the path was not owned, then no immortal emperor of karma existed. Yet, if he wasn't facing a fellow emperor, how could a mere thread of karma affect him so profoundly? Without an emperor to guide the force, he should have been able to endure it. He should not have been susceptible to such a violent karmic backlash. He could not understand. If an emperor hadn't set this trap, how could his life be in peril? Who is it? Haotian demanded. He was suddenly fascinated by the person behind this thread. He could accept death, but he refused to die in ignorance. Hiding in the shadows, what kind of skill is that? Haotian snarled. He reached out and grabbed the thread of karma, infusing it with the remnants of his laws of destruction. He pulled. His laws were leaking away too fast to snap the thread, but that wasn't his goal. He wanted to vibrate the string. He wanted to force the karmic consequences to arrive early so he could trace the connection back to its source. He wanted to see exactly who was coming for his life. The thread of karma, having gorged on Haotian's fortune, had grown from a thin string to the thickness of a thumb. It hissed like a venomous snake, gnawing at his vitality. Under Haotian's tugging, the thread vibrated violently. The process accelerated. Fate was arriving. At the other end of that black thread was Jiang Xuan. Is this actually working? Jiang Xuan thought, surprised. He held authority over the Dao of karma, so he could pluck the strings to make fate manifest. But why was Haotian able to do it? To even see the threads without touching the Dao was impressive enough, but to actively force the hand of fate was absurd. Were all immortal emperors this ridiculous, or was it just Haotian? Jiang Xuan suspected the latter. If every expert could do this, the prestige of the Supreme Dao of karma would be worthless. So what now? Jiang Xuan wondered. The thread was attached, and Haotian had even added fuel to the fire to make the end come faster. But the rest was out of Jiang Xuan's hands. Even with his authority, he couldn't intervene directly in the fermentation of fate at this level. He could only watch and wait, perhaps offering a silent prayer. About 3 breaths later, as Jiang Xuan's mind raced, karma arrived. Roar. The divine desolate torch dragon let out a shattering howl. His broken body ignited with a spectral, transparent flame. It had no heat but shimmered with the essence of various Daos, flickering with 1,000 colors. It was a hauntingly beautiful sight, not because of the fire, but because the fire represented the entirety of the dragon's ancient life. It wasn't just his power burning, it was the countless eons of his existence. To an outside observer, those eons might seem legendary and mysterious, the stuff of ancient myths. But to the dragon, those long years had become a blur of dull, stagnant images. Tian Kuyan watched in shock and total confusion. The dragon was doing exactly what he said he would, burning his own soul to drag Haotian down with him. He had truly opened his soul for Tian Kuyan to feast upon. There were no lies and no hidden agendas. He was sacrificing himself to pave a way for another to live. Why? Tian Kuyan whispered. The act shook him to his core. Was it truly possible for a being to act entirely without self-interest? It left him feeling lost and anxious. If Jiang Xuan had seen this, he might have joked that the poor kid's worldview was shattering. There doesn't need to be a why. The dragon roared. He poured every ounce of his burning essence into a final, lethal strike against Haotian. He had no interest in surviving. Even with a chance to live, he would throw it away just to ensure Haotian died. The hatred in his heart could not be quenched any other way. He had been imprisoned in the primordial gold tower for millions of years. That was a debt of hatred no one else could understand, and he didn't need them to. He only needed Haotian dead. You are a wisp of soul I shed long ago, sharing the same essence as me. If you live, I live, the dragon told Tian Kuyan through their mental link as he tore an arm from Haotian's body. And as for me, I no longer wish to live. Or rather, more than I want to live, I want Haotian to die. This is my only chance to kill him with my own hands. The dragon's voice was eerily calm, but Tian Kuyan could feel the madness beneath it. I have been his prisoner for an eternity. I know better than anyone how monstrous he is. Even if his possession has failed, even if he is broken and his reserves are spent, as long as he draws breath, he will find a way to return. And when he does, he will be more terrifying than he ever was at his peak. Chapter 779. Hatred. Tian Kuyan froze, speaking in disbelief. You can't be serious. Hey. The divine desolate torch dragon chuckled. He did not waste breath on further explanations, choosing instead to say, I have opened my soul for you to devour. As for how much you can consume, or how much of my origin you can inherit, that depends entirely on your own fortune. We share the same essence, so you are me. Once you devour my soul, and inherit my origin, you can fully become a second version of me. But I hope that the future you will not be me. The words fell like rolling thunder, echoing through the sea of consciousness. Tian Kui and drifted into a daze. Ignoring him, the dragon focused entirely on the struggle with Haotian. Haotian was fading. His weakness was visible to the naked eye. That proud Dharma form with its 3 heads and 6 arms was a ruin. One head had been hijacked by his own ghost, one had been destroyed, and the final head still under his control had been beaten into a bloody mess. Even his celestial eye could no longer be used. Of his 6 arms, 2 had been torn off, and 2 had lost their control. Only 2 remained that he could barely manipulate. But then, bang! The dragon used his own body as a weapon, slamming into Haotian with brutal force. He used the hardness of his scales and the sharpness of his broken bones to crush and grind down Haotian's form. 2 claws clamped around Haotian's neck, tightening with a murderous grip. Eyes met. The dragon grinned with savage satisfaction. Your laws of destruction are exhausted. Now, what do you have left to rely on? Haotian looked back. At this stage of the slaughter, his violence and rage had actually receded. He glanced at the crystalline broken horn on the dragon's forehead. The dragon's accumulated temporal laws were also spent, leaving the horn broken and jagged, just as it had been when Haotian first snapped it off eons ago. It almost looked as if fresh blood still flowed from the old wound. He smiled calmly. Slaughtering you is still like killing a dog. Tisk. The dragon laughed, dragging a claw across Haotian's mangled torso, leaving fresh streaks of red. Old Hao, of all the parts of your body, it seems only your mouth is still hard. Hey. Haotian responded with a cold sneer. Stop struggling. Just give up. If we go to the afterlife together, it won't be beneath your dignity. The dragon's claws squeezed Haotian's throat, looking for all the world like he intended to crush it. Yet his voice carried a strangely mismatched tone of persuasion. It was a bizarre sight. 2 ancient enemies locked in a death struggle, yet speaking like a pair of bickering old friends. Had Jiang Xuan's tastes leaned in a different direction, he might have found the dynamic almost poetic. Haotian stared coldly at the dragon and spat out a single sentence. I do not understand. What is there to understand? The dragon chuckled. You imprisoned me for millions of years. Is it not reasonable for me to take your life? At that moment, Haotian did something strange. He patted the dragon's claws which were gripping his throat, gesturing for him to let go. The dragon paused, surprised. He studied Haotian with a deep, questioning gaze. Haotian nodded. Interesting. The dragon laughed and actually released his grip. Haotian was at the end of his rope. The dragon wasn't worried about any hidden tricks. Another trump card? If Haotian had anything left, he would have used it long ago, rather than ending up in this pathetic state. The dragon knew he was inferior to Haotian. No matter how much he hated to admit it, that was an unalterable fact. But the fact that he now held Haotian's life in his hands proved everything. Haotian had truly exhausted his foundation. He had no chance left. Especially with the dragon burning his own life force, there was no path for Haotian to survive. Haotian clearly knew this too, which was why he acted this way. In common terms, he had accepted his fate. Haotian panted for a few breaths, then slumped onto the ground without a shred of his former dignity. He looked at the dragon. I do not understand. Why insist on this desperate struggle? Do you truly hate me that much? If you had been willing to lend me your strength, the situation would never have come to this. If you hadn't blocked me, I would have already possessed that boy. Combined with my preparations, in time, I could have struck beyond the immortal realm. I promised you that once I succeeded, I would help you transcend as well. Why must it be this way? Haotian pointed a finger at the distant Jiang Xuan, his voice full of indignation. To him, there was no such thing as eternal hatred, only eternal interest. He had offered a sincere invitation, and the dragon's refusal was beyond his comprehension. If he had truly wanted to harm the dragon, why would he have only imprisoned him? When he defeated him back then, he could have simply erased the dragon's consciousness and turned him into a puppet. A puppet made from a Supreme Emperor would have been unique in the entire universe. He didn't believe the dragon failed to realize this. The dragon laughed. He also sat down beside Haotian, ignoring his own wretched appearance. I hate you, the dragon said with a smile. Of course I hate you. I worked so hard to reach my former realm. I wandered through the chaos with no enemies, no shackles, and no worries. I was free. When I was tired, I would nap for hundreds of thousands of years. When I was hungry or thirsty, I would simply open my mouth and swallow countless newborn, chaotic creatures. It was a good life. Then you appeared. You shattered my freedom, and then you locked me away for an eternity. The dragon turned his head, his deep eyes staring straight into Haotian's. He spoke one word at a time. You robbed me of my freedom and trapped me in that tiny layer of space for millions of years. Do you have any idea how much pain I was in? How could I not hate you? I want to strip the skin from your body and eat you piece by piece. And you want me to help you? To follow you? To invade the Great Daoist world with you? To pull those beings from their thrones and change the very order of the heavens? The dragon shook his head and laughed mockingly. I don't know if you are naive or just stupid. Haotian listened in silence as the dragon vented his resentment. Only then did he lift his head, his voice low. You do not believe in me? Or has your spine turned soft, making you afraid to raise your weapon against them? This was his dream, his goal. Perhaps it was the only point where he remained stubborn, refusing to allow any doubt or desecration. No matter what, the dragon was a defeated foe. He had no right to question him. I believe you. Unexpectedly, the dragon nodded and gave a cold smile. After all, I've lived under the same roof as you for millions of years. Your layout, your plans, I've seen them all. You didn't hide them from me. I understand you did it on purpose, trying to use those things to convince me to join your rebellion. Hey, the dragon sneered, but instead of following that point, he pivoted. So, I know exactly how much of a monster you are. You didn't even use the Dao of Destruction to reach immortality, yet your mastery over it is barely inferior to the one who does. To be honest, in my eyes, the being who currently holds the Dao of Destruction is far inferior to you. I truly believe that with your terrifying talent, you actually have a chance to realize your ambitions. Haotian lowered his eyes, confused. Then, but what does that have to do with me? The dragon laughed. Not everyone has a heart that wants to defy the heavens. Not everyone is like you, obsessed with fighting back and breaking every unfair rule and order. The dragon extended a claw and pointed to himself. At least, I am not. Chapter 780. Choices. I am merely myself, a torched dragon conceived within the chaos. I spent countless ages in a state of dazed ignorance, no different from the rest of my kin. Perhaps my luck was simply a bit better. I happened to consume the remains of a chaotic being and gained insights into the Great Dao. This allowed me to grow, to eventually prove my immortality, and to leave my mark upon the laws of reality. That is how I earned the title of Divine Desolate. The Divine Desolate torched dragon pulled back his gaze. He looked out into the empty void of chaos before him, his eyes drifting as if he were looking at something far away. He seemed to be explaining himself to Haotian, yet he also sounded like a man talking to himself, retracing the steps of his own life. I never had grand ambitions or great dreams. I only wanted to wander freely through the chaos. Wherever I drifted, that was my home. The birth and death of worlds meant nothing to me. The rise and fall of civilizations meant nothing to me. Even the injustice or coldness of the heavenly Dao meant nothing, so long as it was not directed at me. As for destiny, the dragon smiled and glanced at Haotian. He lowered his eyes and whispered, "Destiny stands above us. Is that truly so bad? To know one's fate and to believe in it is simply another way to live." He paused for a moment. Living beings need a boundary. They need a sense of awe and fear in their hearts. Without that, they become reckless. Only with constraints do they learn to think, to cherish, and to stop chasing the impossible so they can focus on the present. That boy is a human, isn't he? The dragon raised a claw and pointed toward Jiang Xuan. The wisp of soul I sent out was also reborn as a human. Through his memories, I learned of a saying common among human cultivators: to defy heaven and change one's fate. He shook his head, a smile appearing on his face that Haotian could not quite decipher. That phrase fits your ambitions perfectly. You are on that path. You want to defy heaven and change your destiny. Haotian frowned. He could not grasp the dragon's philosophy, and the words confused him. What are you trying to say? Haotian asked, his voice heavy. What I am saying is. The dragon hesitated, seemingly lost in thought. After a long silence, he spoke in a low voice. Even if you succeed in defying heaven, even if you take the thrones of those supreme beings and establish a new order, how can you guarantee you won't become the very thing you despise? How do you know you won't become the same cold, unjust heavenly Dao you seek to overthrow? When that happens, will a new version of you rise up to strike you down? It is like the passing of civilizations and the turning of worlds. Samsara never truly stops. Haotian froze. He fell into a deep silence, scrutinizing his own heart. If he truly succeeded, would he merely be restarting a cycle? Was he changing anything, or was this just another turn of the wheel? After a long while, Haotian shook his head. His tone was certain. Absolutely not. The dragon simply laughed. He did not question him or ask for proof. They both already had one foot through the gates of annihilation. This conversation had no practical meaning. It was, in the end, only a series of hypotheses. If that is true, then I suppose I would have liked to see that day, the dragon chuckled. But you won't have the chance. I have already caught you. When I die, you are coming with me. Haotian twitched his lips in a helpless gesture. He looked at the dragon and saw that the spectral fire burning on his body was fading. It had already diminished by more than 2/3. He knew this fire was fueled by the dragon's own life force. When the flame died, the dragon would vanish. A man's life is like a flickering lamp. In this moment, that metaphor had become a literal reality for the divine desolate torch dragon. It was clear the dragon had no intention of surviving, provided he could drag Haotian down with him. It is an honor to have you accompany me into the grave, Haotian said. Perhaps because death was now inevitable, he actually smiled. He spoke with a rare sincerity. At this point, it hardly mattered who was accompanying whom. The dragon smiled back and turned to Haotian. His tone shifted, becoming grave. Actually, there is one more thing. What? Haotian asked. The dragon's eyes grew deep, filled with a loneliness and uncertainty that Haotian could not understand. Let us assume you are right. Let us say that after you overthrow the heavenly Dao, you do not become a new tyrant. You do not let the world fall into a new cycle. But tell me, how can you be sure that by breaking out of this order, you aren't simply stepping into a new, even larger cage? Haotian's pupils shrank. His eyes filled with horror. His heart hammered against his ribs, and his breathing grew shallow and ragged. What do you know? The dragon shook his head and said no more. It was impossible to tell if he was bound by a taboo, or if he simply had nothing left to say. Haotian was about to press for an answer. He felt a primal instinct that the dragon knew secrets he had never even touched, secrets that explained why the dragon viewed his ambitions with such pessimism. But the dragon was already standing up. Their strange conversation was over. I will give you 2 choices, the dragon said calmly. 1. We continue to fight. We slaughter each other until our final breaths, and die together. 2. You find someone to receive your legacy, leave a mark behind to prove you once existed, and then, we die together. Haotian was still dazed, his mind reeling from the dragon's unfinished warning. Hearing the choices, he let out a bitter, helpless laugh. No matter which I choose, the path ends in death, doesn't it? I told you, you must die, the dragon replied flatly. Leave a legacy? Haotian sighed. If I am dead, what is the point of a legacy? So, in your eyes, if something lacks a grand purpose, it isn't worth doing. The dragon mocked. Is it not? Haotian looked him in the eye. I don't understand. If you want me dead, why offer me the chance to leave a legacy at all? If we fight to the end and you tear me into 1,000 pieces, wouldn't that satisfy your hatred more? I don't want to fight anymore, the dragon said, waving a claw dismissively. That wisp of soul I sent out has returned. Just like your own, he has completed his destiny and developed his own independent consciousness. Haotian frowned, not following the logic. I have no desire to live, and I am taking you with me. But as for this other version of me, this being who shares my essence, I should leave him something. I should give him a foundation. The dragon smiled. I do not like to struggle. I prefer my freedom. But that does not mean he feels the same. If he has a temperament like yours, if he wants to fight and change his fate, he will need the capital to do it, won't he? Inside the sea of consciousness, Tian Kuyan was stunned. Haotian was equally speechless. He is merely a wisp of soul you discarded. You created him only to heal yourself. Even if you choose not to devour him, you are actually going to sacrifice yourself to complete him? Haotian was baffled. He could not understand the dragon's way of thinking. Self-sacrifice was one thing, but this was absurd. The dragon laughed, and didn't bother to explain further. He simply said, I am myself, and he is also me. For me to complete myself, what is the problem? Haotian had no response. In the distance, Jiang Xuan watched the entire exchange. He couldn't help but give a mental thumbs up. This dragon had clearly been born into the wrong life. In any other world, he would have been a master philosopher. Chapter 781, A Sense of Crisis. With a vision like yours, it makes me look a bit narrow-minded. Haotian smiled. At the threshold of death, his perspective shifted. The simmering rage and indignation began to dissolve. He was not a man who feared the end. His desire to cling to life had always been rooted in his dreams and the grand ambitions he had yet to fulfill. To be honest, even though the divine desolate torch dragon had acted as a persistent stumbling block on his path to success and was now the very instrument of his demise, Haotian felt no lingering resentment. He had let go of his grievances. After all, he was the one who had imprisoned the dragon for millions of years. In a conflict like theirs, it was impossible to declare who was truly right or wrong. It is a pity. Haotian shook his head, his voice tinged with regret. If we had opened our hearts earlier and spoken with such honesty, perhaps today would have looked entirely different. The divine desolate torch dragon gave a soft, dry laugh. You are overthinking it. You were always fated to die. Unless, of course, you managed to kill me first. Haotian paused, looking at the dragon with a faint, weary pout. We have come this far. Can you not say something pleasant for once? He knew there were no second chances. His words were merely a reflection of hope and remorse. It was only natural for a being to look back and self-reflect when facing the end. He had wanted a different answer from the dragon, some form of validation to show that his peer, his eternal rival, respected him. They were enemies locked in a death struggle, yet in these final moments, they felt more like kindred spirits. The dragon smiled but did not offer more comfort. The time you have to choose is fading fast. I must leave enough time for my soul to be consumed. Haotian shook his head helplessly and lowered his eyes, sinking into thought. Silence reclaimed the void. Only the chaotic currents drifted by, churning the laws of the Great Dao and the rules of heaven with a low, heavy rumble. The dragon watched Haotian quietly, waiting for his decision. Inside the sea of consciousness, Tian Kuyan was devouring the dragon's soul, growing stronger with every passing second. Haotian hesitated, torn by his choices. Ordinarily, he would never consider leaving a legacy. He was a man of immense pride and deep ego. He looked down on Jiang Haotian. To him, a mere wisp of a soul he had discarded was beneath notice. Even if that soul had completed its destiny and shared his essence, a ghost was still just a ghost. It could never be him, and it could never replace him. The dragon's suggestion to leave everything to such a creature seemed like a fantasy. And yet, the dragon's earlier words had struck a chord deep within him. Specifically, the question of whether he was simply trading one cage for a larger one had shaken his long-held convictions. The universe was vast beyond measure. Even at his current height, he could only see a tiny fraction of existence. He had no idea what lay beyond. That unknown was the source of a newfound fear, and he began to doubt the very meaning of his eons of planning. Was his attempt to change fate truly significant? Does a task have to have a grand purpose for it to be worth doing? The dragon's question echoed in his mind, fueling his indecision. While Haotian wavered, Jiang Haotian did not hesitate. He cherished this hard-won opportunity, frantically consuming Haotian's soul. However, his progress was meager compared to Tian Kuyan. The dragon had opened himself up completely, essentially serving himself on a silver platter to ensure Tian Kuyan's growth. Jiang Haotian felt a sharp sense of crisis. He was not worried about his son, Jiang Xuan, but about himself. He had heard every word of the exchange, but he did not dare trust that Haotian would be moved by the dragon's philosophy. It was far more likely that the proud Haotian would choose to crush the ghost inhabiting his body before dying, rather than let his legacy be stained. To survive, Jiang Haotian needed to consume as much of the soul as possible. In the distance, Jiang Xuan watched the scene with a mind full of complaints. He wished they would just get on with it. If they were going to die, they should do it quickly. Instead, they were having a heart-to-heart chat. Looking at them now, you would never guess they were mortal enemies. It looked more like a sentimental parting. Jiang Xuan's frustration was not that of a bored spectator. His very life was still on the line. He could not rest until Haotian was truly gone. Unbeknownst to him, the karma he had unleashed upon Haotian was still in the process of manifesting. As Haotian hesitated, the void began to ripple with translucent waves. These ripples expanded rapidly, turning into a storm that swept through the entire space within breaths. The laws of the world fell into total chaos, as if a great abyss had opened to swallow the heavens. Then came the fire. It was a transparent flame, burning with an invisible intensity. It wrapped around Haotian, searing his soul and erasing his dharma form. More specifically, it was targeting the misty essence of the heavenly Dao within him. Haotian had long ago fused the core authority of the old lands with his own being. Now, as this special flame destroyed that authority, it was systematically dismantling his life. The agony was beyond description, a tide of suffering that forced a raw, jagged groan from his throat. The divine desolate torched dragon's eyes widened in shock. Is that the fire of civilization? It is, Haotian hissed through gritted teeth. The transition of civilizations has been stalled for eons. It can no longer be held back. This is the backlash. The dragon fell silent, stunned. Why is it coming directly for you? The old lands should have ended long ago, Haotian explained, struggling against the pain. The fire of civilization should have passed on ages ago. Because it was suppressed for so long, the built-up energy is terrifying. Now that the current heavenly Dao has welcomed the end, the floodgates are open. As the one holding the old authority, I am the first target for erasure. I just did not expect it to be this fast. The dragon paused, realizing the reason was so simple. He gave a soft laugh. Then you deserve it. It seems you would have died even without my help. The dragon smacked his lips, feeling a twinge of regret. If I had known, I would not have fought so hard. I could have just sat back and watched you burn. Haotian winced as the pain intensified, glaring at the dragon. Saying such things at a time like this is a bit cruel, don't you think? If the dragon hadn't interfered, Haotian would have already succeeded in taking over Jiang Xuan and escaped this fate. Not at all, the dragon smiled. I quite enjoy the view. Haotian was left speechless. Chapter 782. Proving the Dao of Karma. Forget it. Let us give each other a bit of dignity. After all, survival is no longer an option. I choose the second path. I will leave my legacy and take my own life. You should see to your own affairs as well. Haotian spoke to the divine desolate torched dragon through clenched teeth, enduring the searing agony of the fire of civilization. He was in such excruciating pain that his previous hesitation and choices now seemed meaningless. He simply wanted to die quickly to escape the torment. There was no reason to endure such torture in his final moments. As expected, you still need a good thrashing, the divine desolate torched dragon joked. He said no more, settling his mind to fully assist Tian Kuyan in devouring him. He began the process of transferring his entire foundation and essence to the other. You may take my physical body as well, the dragon told Tian Kuyan. Tian Kuyan was at a loss. Sharing all information with the dragon, he understood Haotian's situation and found this turn of events baffling. Haotian is being consumed by the backlash of the fire of civilization. He is finished. You don't need to sacrifice anything, let alone die with him. Why give up your life and gift everything to me? The dragon chuckled. Why so many questions? Do I need to explain every motive to you? Just accept it. Tian Kuyan was filled with trepidation. In a world of cultivation where the strong prey on the weak and profit is the ultimate law, this kind of selfless act was incomprehensible and made him deeply uneasy. Because he could not understand it, suspicion crept into his heart. He feared a trap. However, compared to the divine desolate torch dragon, he was like meat on a chopping block. He was at the dragon's mercy with no power to resist. Recognizing the reality of his situation, Tian Kuyan stopped overthinking and continued to feast greedily on the dragon's soul. Meanwhile, within Haotian's sea of consciousness, boy, you are getting lucky today, Haotian said to Jiang Haotian. His voice was thick with resentment and reluctance. He held nothing but contempt for this wisp of a soul, but reality was cold. He was going to die. Rather than letting his entire foundation be reduced to nothing by the fire of civilization, he would gift it to Jiang Haotian and grant him a miraculous transformation. As the dragon had advised, it was at least a way to leave a trace of his existence behind. Jiang Haotian froze in surprise. He had actually become the primary beneficiary of this catastrophe. I cannot live, Haotian said heavily. I will leave all my reserves to you, including my soul. I will open it completely for you to devour. However, my Dharma form has merged with the authority of the heavenly Dao. It will be annihilated by the fire of civilization and cannot be left for you. What is the catch? Jiang Haotian asked. He did not let the surprise cloud his judgment. He asked the question calmly, causing Haotian to look at him with a newfound sense of respect. It seemed this ghost of his was not entirely useless. You aren't stupid, Haotian noted with a faint smile. My condition is this. After you prove your immortality and become an emperor, you must challenge that being on my behalf. Jiang Haotian was confused. That being? Who? What is their identity? You will know when you are meant to know, Haotian sighed. If I told you now, that being would surely notice. Knowing him, he might not be as patient with you as he was with me. He might not let you grow. What do you mean? Jiang Haotian asked, even more puzzled. Is it so hard to grasp? Haotian laughed. It is because you are unworthy. He knew all too well that in the eyes of the entity, who held the Dao of Destruction, he was merely an interesting cricket. That being enjoyed watching him grow just to see what tiny surprises he might bring. But Jiang Haotian, a mere wisp of a discarded soul, would likely be seen as beneath notice. He would offer no surprise and no entertainment. Without interest, why would such a being allow him to exist? Jiang Haotian felt the sting of the insult, but could find no way to argue. It was infuriating. Now, devour as much as you can. Haotian stopped talking. Having made his choice, he magnanimously opened his soul, and used his consciousness to guide and assist Jiang Haotian in the process. My legacy and foundation are rare in this world. If you can digest even 30% of it, it will be enough for you to glimpse the immortal realm, and earn the title of Emperor. Jiang Haotian did not hesitate further. He accelerated his consumption. His soul began to swell at a visible rate. Within a few breaths, it had grown more than 100 times over. The fire of civilization continued to sear Haotian's soul and Dharma form. The agony was relentless. But it would not last much longer. Haotian told himself that in at most 15 minutes, he would be completely erased. How much Jiang Haotian could take in that time would be up to his own fate. The space fell into a relative silence once more. Two ancient and powerful beings were silently accepting their own end through the act of passing on their legacies. The Great Daoist world. At the very center of the 3,000 domains lay the River of Fate. This place was spoken of with fear and reverence by all living things as the graveyard of emperors. Every immortal emperor eventually traveled here to build their own tomb and enter it, never to return. However, anyone who actually visited would see that the River of Fate did not resemble a river at all. It was a tree. It was a fusing divine tree of unimaginable size. It seemed to prop up the very vault of the vast heavens. Its leaves were withered, yet they held an infinite mystery, as if the laws of the world were woven from these decaying branches. Powerful roots lay exposed like entangled dragons, suggesting that the 3,000 domains themselves grew upon the roots of this tree. In the massive trunk of the fusang tree, there was a deep hollow. It was impossible to see inside. Looking into it felt like staring into a bottomless abyss, a sight that made the soul tremble with primal terror. The tombs of the emperors were all located within this hollow. At this moment, in a certain corner of the tree hollow, a man in Taoist robes was bending over to carve an epitaph. Before him stood a new grave, constructed from neatly stacked green stones. The grave was small, only about half the height of a man. It was unlikely it could even fit a full-grown adult. But building a tomb here was a symbolic act, a cenotaph of sorts, so size was irrelevant. The man finished his carving and stood up, dusting off his hands. He looked at the inscription and nodded with satisfaction, habitually stroking his mustache with a smile. The tomb of the Dog Daoist, the one who stayed the civilizations. The Dog Daoist was quite pleased with the label. He was the one who had masterminded the halt of the fire of civilization's transition. Calling himself the one who stayed the civilizations was accurate and full of prestige. It would surely be a legendary tale for future generations. He knew that the fire of civilization, which had been stalled for millions of years, had begun its backlash. It was returning to its proper path. This meant the old lands and all the worlds born from them would soon meet their end. A new era would be born immediately after. But none of that was his concern anymore. He had completed the task his master had given him. It was time to step down and live his own life. Finally, I can prove my Dao. The Dog Daoist wore a smile of immense relief. He had meditated on the Dao of Karma for eons. His experiments, his schemes, and his plans were partly for his master's mission, and partly to explore the possibility of changing fate. At the core of it all, he had been gaining a profound understanding of karma. Today, he possessed absolute confidence. He would use the Dao of Karma to prove his immortality. And like those supreme beings high above, he would hold sole authority over the Dao of Karma. He might not rival them in the short term, but in terms of the quality of his life and his potential ceiling, he was their equal. And as for time, he had plenty of it. Chapter 783. The Deception. Even though he had promised Ying to venture deep into the River of Fate to assist him, the path ahead remained fraught with peril. The River of Fate was a place where even a great emperor could be utterly annihilated, reduced to nothing more than fodder for the entities lurking within. However, Godarin felt his luck was unlikely to be that poor. He held mastery over the Great Dao of Karma. His intuition regarding life and death far surpassed that of an ordinary great emperor. Time to attain my Dao. With a grin, Godarin strode toward the deepest part of the tree hollow. This place served as the gateway to the River of Fate in its truest sense. He was privy to ancient secrets. What others called the River of Fate was merely a title they had come to accept. As he walked, he observed the tombs of the great emperors like a casual traveler, offering his own critiques of the monuments. That tomb of the Golden Crow Great Emperor is quite imposing. A mere cenotaph, yet it uses 100,000 sun god essences. What a lavish hand. Godarin marveled. Comparing it to his own simple bluestone grave, he felt his own arrangement was somewhat lacking in status. Wait, this tomb for the great emperor of the Eclipse Demon race is a bit abstract. He erected 9 for himself? Godarin was stunned. Who in their right mind builds 9 tombs at once? 8 surrounding one, linked by demonic runes. What is the meaning of this? Is he trying to set up an 8 trigrams formation in here? Ha, the tomb of the inverse chaos demon emperor. I recall he belonged to the true demon race. That tribe was swallowed by the Eclipse demons long ago. I wonder if he knows. If he found out, he would surely fight the Eclipse demon emperor to the death. Godarin sensed that once he entered the River of Fate, there would be a show to watch. He did not know if the Demon Emperor was aware that his kin had been wiped out, but once he entered, the news would surely reach his ears. Heavenly Sovereign Fuxi, the Earthly Sovereign, the Tai Sovereign, the Human Emperors Diku, Huangdi, Suenyuan, Zhuangsu, and Emperor Yu. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, plus the Great Yu, are all gathered here. All except the Flame Emperor. Go Daorin looked at the 8 tombs lined up before him. They were not traditional graves, but 8 stone cauldrons, each flickering with a wisp of mysterious yellow flame. It is a pity about the Flame Emperor. He insisted on acting recklessly, attempting to refine a pill of fate to change the destiny of the entire human race. Go Daorin shook his head with a sigh. See what happens. You took too big a stride and overstretched yourself. Now your fate is incomplete, and you cannot attain the Dao even in a second life. You can only hide away in the Suentian realm under the guise of retirement. But can you truly be content staying in the shadows forever? He lamented for a moment, but did not linger. He continued his journey forward. Who could have imagined that the human race, which rose under his guidance, would reach such heights today? Throughout endless eras, countless civilizations had blossomed and withered. Many had given birth to humanity, but none had ever reached the scale or elevation seen in the Myriad Realms. But he had stepped down. The affairs of the human race no longer concerned him. Although he respected the humans of the Myriad Realms and the many remarkable figures they produced, he had no desire to interfere. His decision to help Ying was simply because Ying's character and talent suited his taste, and the partnership aided his own mastery of the Great Dao of Karma. Besides, Ying did not even hail from the humans of the Myriad Realms. The Taihao God Emperor? Go Daorin stopped suddenly before a magnificent, sprawling shrine. He narrowed his eyes, a hint of doubt flickering in his mind. To call oneself a God Emperor was a bold claim indeed. The God race, the indigenous inhabitants of the Dao-born great world? Go Daorin had arrived in this world only recently and knew little of its history. He had heard of this God race, who seemed to view themselves as superior beings. Perhaps it was the natural friction between a traveler and a local, but he did not believe this race deserved the title of God. Because of this, he held little respect for their great emperor, the Taihao God Emperor. When I attain my Dao, I might have to ask him for a few pointers. Go Daorin, who was accustomed to hiding in the shadows, felt a rare spark of competitiveness. He let out a soft laugh and moved on. As he progressed, the tombs became scarcer, but each was more grand and vast than the last. They did not resemble graves. They looked like the palaces of kings. Emperor of Destruction, Taichu Monarch, the Imperial Treasury, Imperial Concubine Yuxi, Godly Universe. As he walked, the smile on Go Daorin's face grew cold. These were the local great emperors of the Dao-born great world, the special entities he had intended to stand alongside. They treated the Supreme Dao as their private property, looking down on everyone else. They did not care for the sovereigns, who rose through the luck of their race, nor did they respect those like the inverse Chaos Demon Emperor, who attained immortality through sheer mastery of the Dao. In their eyes, only they were fit to be called true immortal emperors. Even after millions of years, my ability to maintain my composure is still lacking. As he neared the river of fate, Go Daorin took a deep breath to suppress the irritation in his heart. It was understandable, really. How could a man who once destroyed 3,000 Buddhist kingdoms and slaughtered millions of monks truly be a man of peace? Now that he had resigned from his duties, his old temperament was rapidly returning. Before him lay a profound vortex, a void that defied description. It felt as though it did not exist in this space-time, but was a projection from a higher dimension. This vortex was the gateway, the passage to the river of fate. Go Daorin looked at the vortex. Instead of stroking his mustache as he usually did, he cracked his neck. His entire aura shifted. The merchant-like, lazy air was replaced by a cold, fierce intensity. He was ready to fight. He took a step toward the vortex. But just as his foot crossed the threshold, a formless force blocked his path. The space around him began to ripple. These ripples grew rapidly, transforming into a strange storm that enveloped him. It was identical to the phenomenon Haotian had just encountered. A layer of transparent flame ignited across his body. It burned his soul and scorched his flesh. This was the fire of civilization. Go Daorin froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. How can this be? Why am I suffering the backlash of the fire of civilization? This is wrong. This shouldn't be happening. Go Daorin panicked. As a successor of the fire of civilization from his era, he had received the inheritance from his master, Niu Dao, on behalf of the heavenly Dao of order. This had allowed him to master the great Dao of karma and destroy the Buddhist kingdoms. He had also followed his master's instructions to halt the transition of the fire of civilization, extending his tenure until this very day. He had resigned, and he sensed the fire was now returning to end the old lands and the Myriad Realms. But what did that have to do with him? Why was he being consumed by the backlash? Alas, a sigh echoed in his ear. It was a familiar sound. As a successor of the fire of civilization, you carry the responsibility of its legacy. This means that once the fire transitions, the successor must also be extinguished. This is an inevitability of the cycle, and a part of the rules of order. I did not explain this to you. It was I who deceived you. The phantom figure of Niu Dao appeared before him. Watching his disciple burn in agony, Niu Dao showed a look of deep regret. I am sorry, my student. Go Daorin was stunned. Looking at the master he had trusted unconditionally, he could not comprehend the betrayal. Why? Chapter 784. Betting a Life. Old Earth. The Primordial Tower. Time was slipping away. Bound by the flames of civilization, Haotian's tattered Dharma form had grown nearly transparent. His presence flickered on the edge of extinction. At most, he had the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn before he vanished forever. Haotian watched his own countdown with a strange, detached curiosity. Eons of planning and ambition had dissolved into a dream, yet in this final moment, he felt no resentment. There was only a faint, lingering melancholy, as if the reality he had fought for was never truly real at all. Then, the void stirred. Deep within the chaotic heights of the sky, the laws of the universe converged. Inky clouds gathered into a suffocating mass. Thunder roared, and the air vibrated with a heart-stopping sense of destruction. A heavenly tribulation? Haotian looked up, surprised. Why would such a thing manifest here, and now? To his eyes, the scale of this lightning was insignificant, little more than a child's game. A great saint-level tribulation? Haotian smiled. He did not believe the laws of order were throwing him a funeral. If they were, it was a pitifully small gesture. Nor could this be a punishment for the torched dragon of the desolate god. Such a meager display would be an insult to the dragon's status. That left only one candidate for this miserable little storm. Haotian turned his gaze toward the distant spectator, Jiang Xuan. He looked at the youth, the vessel he had spent millions of years preparing to possess. He had intended to seize that body, using its potential to rise to greatness once more. Now, he simply watched with interest. Has the boy reached the great saint realm already? He wondered if the youth had been standing at the threshold all along, or if the sheer density of the physical essence Haotian had forced into him had provided the necessary spark. If it was the former, it was expected. If it was the latter, Haotian had been forced to stop the possession, meaning his essence would no longer actively remodel Jiang Xuan's soul. But that energy was still of the highest grade. It was not something a boy of his level should be able to withstand. If Jiang Xuan could truly swallow that power and make it his own, then Haotian would truly have to look at him with new respect. High above, Jiang Xuan squinted at the black clouds. He had received a warning from his golden finger that a tribulation would arrive within the hour, but the chaos of Haotian's possession had driven it from his mind. To him, a heavenly tribulation carried no risk. It was an opportunity, a chance to harvest. The real danger had been Haotian. Jiang Xuan had truly feared his life was over, that he would become nothing more than a shell for another man's soul. He glanced toward Haotian, wondering if the crisis had truly passed. There was no point in worrying. If Haotian still had the strength to survive and strike, Jiang Xuan had no way to stop him. He would simply have to accept his fate. Jiang Xuan shook his head, pushing the anxiety aside. Without hesitation, he leaped directly into the heart of the raging lightning. To others, this was a trial. To Jiang Xuan, it was a harvest. Following the methods taught by his ancestor, Jiang Xianxia, he moved with practiced precision. He guided, dispersed, and swallowed the lightning, refining the bolts into pure nourishment for his own body. However, Jiang Xuan added his own twist to the industrial process. He released the aura of the living beings from the world tree, provoking the heavens. The tribulation responded to the stimulus, its intensity doubling and redoubling. If you are going to shear a sheep, you don't kill it. You feed it until the wool is thick. Under his manipulation, the great Saint Tribulation exploded. Its energy grew 100-fold. While it didn't quite reach the level of a Saint King's trial, it was close enough. The sheep was finally fat. Jiang Xuan smiled. His inner world trembled as a primal, pure aura surged within him. It formed a deep vortex, a gluttonous beast that began to devour the lightning energy with frantic, starving hunger. Watching this from below, the corner of Haotian's mouth twitched. He wasn't surprised that Jiang Xuan could survive, but the sheer absurdity of the method was a first, even for him. He saw exactly what the boy was doing, cheating the heavens to squeeze out every drop of energy. But what was the point? If the boy could refine even 0.5% of the essence Haotian had already pumped into his veins, it would be worth 10,000 times more than this lightning. In Haotian's eyes, Jiang Xuan was like a man sitting on a gold mine, yet frantically celebrating because he managed to scrape a bit of grease off a piece of pork. He simply could not understand it. I have a request. Jiang Haotian, who had been consuming Haotian's soul, suddenly stopped and spoke. Haotian guessed his intent immediately and sneered. You are getting greedy. I am only leaving you my legacy, and allowing you to consume my soul out of respect for the torch dragon. That does not mean I view you as an equal, nor does it give you the right to negotiate with me. Jiang Haotian smiled, undeterred by the contempt. 60% of your physical essence is already inside my son. Since the possession failed, that power is stuck there. It is only a matter of time before he refines it. But if you give it to him willingly, if you help him swallow it now, I will perform one more task for you, beyond our original agreement. You lose nothing, and in return, you fulfill one more wish. Haotian laughed, the sound sharp and mocking. Fulfill a wish? Do you really think I asked you to challenge that person just to settle my unfinished business? You underestimate me, and you think far too much of yourself. He shook his head. I only said those things to give myself a graceful exit. If I didn't frame it as leaving a legacy, the idea of giving my power to you would be disgusting. Jiang Haotian fell silent, feeling the weight of the insult. However, Haotian's tone shifted. If you agree to one condition, I will give it all to him. Every remaining scrap of my essence will be his. Jiang Haotian blinked, struggling to follow the logic. What condition? Open your soul, Haotian said, his smile turning cruel. Let my destiny merge with yours. It would be as if you inherited my fate, just like those ancient masters who reincarnate with their memories intact. From that moment on, you will be invaded by my life's memories. If you falter, I will seize your body. I will be reborn through you, using your flesh to house my mind. Of course, if you are strong enough to resist the erosion, my memories will become your greatest foundation. It will push you to heights you can't imagine. High risk, high reward. The question is, are you brave enough to bet your life for your son? Haotian's grin widened. Jiang Haotian said nothing. He knew the danger of memory usurpation. The clearest example was his future daughter-in-law, Nanggong Minjiao. She carried the Phoenix destiny and remained in constant peril. At any moment, she might emerge from the Phoenix ancestral lands as a stranger, the calamity Phoenix of prophecy, destined to burn the heavens and end the human race. If he accepted, he would become another version of her. One slip, and he would be replaced by a distorted shadow of Haotian. Haotian did not press him. I will give you 3 breaths to decide, he said calmly. He wasn't truly offering a choice. He was angry. A lowly spirit had dared to bargain with him, and this was his way of playing with his food. Anyone who carried the destiny of a true powerhouse faced the risk of being consumed by it. To Haotian, it was impossible for someone like Jiang Haotian to resist his mental imprint. Bound by the fires of civilization, Haotian knew he was doomed to die. But if he was going down, he would enjoy the gamble. Chapter 785. The Great Saint Realm. He despised the idea of rebirth through memory. To him, that was nothing more than a puppet carrying his thoughts, a hollow shell that believed itself to be Haotian. It was not him, and it was not worthy of becoming him. His final actions were born of a simple, sudden impulse at the edge of death. A whim. A mockery. Haotian did not notice that his change of heart was abrupt, or that his desire to play with his victim was strangely timed. He certainly did not see the black thread of karma wrapped around him. It had just shuddered. The karmic result that Jiang Xuan had unwittingly set in motion was still unfolding. Its cycle was not yet complete. As Haotian finished speaking, Jiang Haotian gave a firm, resounding answer. Fine, Jiang Haotian said with a laugh. Your sudden generosity makes me feel almost ashamed. Not only are you giving your physical essence to my son to boost his strength, but you are handing me your memories and experience for free. My son and I are taking everything. You are actually a good man. That final sentence left Haotian speechless. He nearly broke into a curse. Being called a good man felt like the ultimate insult. Are you not worried about failing to resist the memories? Haotian asked, composing himself. You could become a mindless puppet for my rebirth. I have confidence in myself, Jiang Haotian replied calmly. Haotian let out a cold, sharp laugh. Since you seek your own death, I will grant it. With a single thought, Haotian fulfilled his promise. The central head of his Dharma form exploded. From the bloody neck, a bridge of crimson mist surged out, connecting to Jiang Xuan within the tribulation clouds. The infusion of physical essence resumed. Haotian had already poured 60% of his essence into Jiang Xuan. After the battle with the torch dragon and the burning of the civilization flames, only about 20% remained. This final portion moved quickly. Within 5 breaths, the transfer was complete. More importantly, this act served as an unlock. Without Haotian's willing transfer, Jiang Xuan would have needed to reach the immortal realm before he could even hope to touch this energy. Now, Haotian's physical form could no longer sustain itself. The energy that carried his Great Dao was spent. His body reverted to a withered, colorless state, turning translucent. The clear flames of civilization continued to roar. Haotian was fading, on the verge of being erased entirely. In an absolute sense, he was being vanished from existence. As you wished, Haotian said to Jiang Haotian. Thank you, Jiang Haotian replied. He opened his soul completely. Let the fusion begin. Haotian gave a weak, tired smile. To Jiang Haotian, the illusory destiny flew out from the mountain-like soul. It looked like a spirit stone, shimmering with an unfathomable mystery. But as the destiny reached Jiang Haotian, it stopped. Why have you stopped? Jiang Haotian asked, confused. It is meaningless, Haotian muttered. I have no desire to see a puppet claim my name in the future. It would be an embarrassment to my legacy. With those words, Haotian's destiny began to dissolve. Deprived of its core, the vast soul energy became pure, neutral power. It began to flow into Jiang Haotian of its own accord. Jiang Haotian froze. Was this a moment of deathbed redemption? It seemed too cliché to believe. If Jiang Xuan had been there, he would have called it for what it was. Haotian was simply being stubborn and pretentious to the very end. Unable to guess Haotian's true thoughts, Jiang Haotian stopped trying. He focused on devouring the remaining soul energy. Without the resistance of Haotian's destiny, the process was easy. In moments, most of it was gone. At that same instant, Haotian's body was fully consumed by the flames. The ultimate powerhouse had reached the end of his life. It was abrupt and messy, but it was final. Haotian was gone. In the sea of consciousness, Jiang Haotian's spirit followed a strange set of laws. He was pulled back from the void and returned to his original body, far away in the forbidden zone of life. Perhaps this was a final gift from Haotian, or perhaps it was just the natural order of things. It could no longer be known. He certainly left in a hurry. The torch dragon grumbled as he watched Haotian vanish. He did not even say goodbye. If I had known, I would have ended him myself. The dragon then turned his attention to Tian Kuyan. Hurry it up, he barked. If you keep lingering, I might change my mind. Instead of you eating me, I will swallow you whole. Tian Kuyan could only offer a bitter smile. He was merely in the saint realm. Even with a perfected destiny, his soul was nothing compared to the torch dragon. Even with the dragon's help, he could only move so fast, one bite at a time. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan was still happily harvesting the heavenly tribulation when Haotian's sudden move startled him. His blood ran cold. He thought the old monster had found the strength for one last attempt at possession. But the Crimson Bridge collapsed as quickly as it had appeared. Instead of an invasion, Jiang Xuan felt a massive surge of active, alien energy filling his body. He could not immediately see the nature of this power, but it felt unlocked and ready. It was Haotian's physical essence, the immortal foundation accumulated by a great emperor. If Jiang Xuan could refine this and merge it with his own body, his physical form would touch the immortal realm prematurely. In simpler terms, his body would be on par with that of a great emperor. Jiang Xuan was stunned. The surprise was so great he felt dizzy. Was this really happening? Was the power balance of the world breaking this easily? He felt like the author was rushing the plot far too fast. Does this mean once I finish refining this, my body will be at the emperor level? Jiang Xuan pinched himself. The pain was real. It was not a dream. It was too much. This was not just a lucky break. It was like having a mountain of gold drop from the sky. It was enough to make anyone's head spin. He felt a sense of euphoria, his mind drifting. As for the heavenly tribulation he had been so focused on, he tossed it aside. He was sitting on a gold mine now. Why would he care about a few scraps of copper from a storm cloud? Jiang Xuan summoned the broken Suenyun sword and swung once. The blow shattered the tribulation instantly. A powerful aura of a great saint rolled out in all directions. Jiang Xuan had officially stepped into the great saint realm. Usually, the saint realm required enduring the 5 decays. But Jiang Xuan had provoked his tribulation until it reached the level of a saint king, only to destroy it with a single strike. His true combat power had reached a terrifying extreme. The ability to fight far above his level, a feat usually reserved for the lower realms, was still very much alive in the saint realm. The only question now was whether he could fight a saint king, a saint monarch, or perhaps even a Dao master. Chapter 786. Another era. Jiang Xuan drifted in the void, crossing his legs as he sat in midair. He began to study and refine the physical essence within his body. It was time to mine the gold. His inner world vibrated rhythmically, radiating a sense of pure joy. At least, that was how it felt to him. He began the process immediately, refining the energy with a feverish intensity. About the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, a violent roar erupted. A malevolent aura rolled out like a storm, sweeping across the world. The 80,000-foot form of the torch dragon shrank back from its divine manifestation. It did not reveal its true shape immediately, remaining shrouded in a thick cloud of killing intent. A moment later, a pale arm reached out from the mist. Then, a man with a wicked smile stepped forward. It was Tian Kuyan. He had completely consumed the soul of the torch dragon and seized control of its physical body. He had replaced the beast entirely. From this moment on, the chaos creature known as the torch dragon was no more. There was only Tian Kuyan. It was an act of selfless inheritance. Tian Kuyan did not fully understand why the dragon had chosen this path. However, as the sole beneficiary, he had no room to complain. He could only carry the dragon's legacy forward and live his life to the fullest, even though the dragon had left no specific dying wishes. The beast had not even said a word when it dissolved its own destiny. You longed for freedom and hated conflict, but I crave it, Tian Kuyan whispered to himself. I cannot stand the silence, and I refuse to be lonely. You accumulated the laws of time, and mastered the divine ability of eternal light. Perhaps if you had taken one step further and mastered that path alone, you would not have lost to Haotian. You would not have been imprisoned for eons, and you certainly would not have chosen to fade away today. You left no final request, so I will invent one for you. Call it wishful thinking or stubbornness, but I owe you my life. My very existence comes from you. I must do something in your name. Tian Kuyan held out his hands and slowly clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power coursing through him. His eyes narrowed into dangerous, cruel slits. To be honest, you might not like this, but I agreed with Haotian. I shared his view and admired his ambition. Life belongs to the individual. Why should it be dictated by fate? Why should those high and mighty beings keep the Supreme Dao for themselves? If they can sit in that high seat, so can I. I have just inherited everything you had. Currently, I am not your equal, let alone Haotian's. In the future, that may still be true. I may fail where Haotian failed, but I am willing to try. For now, I will fight for the Dao of time. I will demand an explanation for you and make a name for myself. Tian Kuyan looked up at Jiang Xuan. He knew exactly how monstrous this youth was. Even Haotian had spent ages plotting to steal that body. A person like that had to be a friend, never an enemy. Besides, there was a debt of karma between them. Jiang Xuan's survival was partly due to his own sacrifice. He had put his life on the line. That contribution was the foundation of his confidence. It might not mean everything now, but in the future, it certainly would. I need time, and so do you, Tian Kuyan said softly, a slight smile playing on his lips. I need time to master this body, to grasp the power of immortality, and to rebuild my foundation before I challenge that person. And you need time to grow. I hope that by the time I am ready, you will have reached the immortal realm. That way, even if I fail, you might be able to keep me alive. He had inherited everything from the torch dragon, making him an immortal emperor. Even though the dragon had been heavily wounded, the realm itself had not fallen. However, while his status was that of an emperor, his soul was still that of a saint. His understanding of immortal power was limited to memories and legacies. He had not mastered it or learned to apply it. He was like a child who had suddenly woken up in a man's body. He needed to learn how to move, how to breathe, and how to fight. This required time and indeterminate amount of it. Tian Kuyan smiled hopefully. He thrust his right hand into the void like a dragon's claw, tearing the fabric of space to create a temporal tunnel. He stepped inside and vanished into the distance. Silence returned to the chaotic void. Jiang Xuan remained, focused on refining the essence and elevating his strength. Time flowed on. In the world outside, everything was changing. Under the guidance of the will of the old Earth, Luo Xinglan, the continents of Yin 2 and Yin 3 had been moved away from the old Earth toward the Xuantian realm. They were currently merging. By chance, the area they joined was the Forbidden Zone of Life, where Jiang Haotian resided, the extreme north of the Eastern God Province. The two continents were wrapped in the laws of heaven and earth, appearing as blurry outlines. But even those outlines were enough to shock the world. The cultivators of the Xuantian realm could not explain it, but they knew one thing. The territory of the Eastern God Province was about to expand tenfold. While the Xuantian realm transformed, the end of the old Earth reached its final stage. After the departure of the two continents, the vast world was nearly empty. Only the head continent remained at the highest point. Scattered fragments of land drifted like fallen leaves, occasionally plunging into the black ocean below to vanish forever. Life was almost non-existent. On the head continent, Luo Xinglan stood at the summit, with the 12 divine generals of the desolate heaven behind her. Master, only this piece of land remains, General 12 said respectfully. Once this continent is destroyed, you will surely master the Dao of Destruction. Luo Xinglan had not hidden her intentions from them. She had explained that she welcomed the end of this world, giving up the treasure of the old Earth's will to seek the path of destruction. Wait a little longer, Luo Xinglan said. She looked at the authority of the will in her hand, which had shrunk by 70%. Next to it, a pitch-black law was beginning to grow. This was the law of destruction. Ying had been right. No destruction was more pure than the end of an entire world. The authority of the will was fading, and as it died, it transformed into destruction. Once the authority was completely gone, she would master the Dao. As you wish, General 12 replied. He did not ask what they were waiting for. If his master said to wait, they would wait. This was not like cooking. There was no need to worry about the timing or the heat. Luo Xinglan held the authority in her hand, her blue eyes looking up at the primordial golden ranking hanging in the void. She stared at the only name written upon it. Her eyes were filled with deep, warm emotion. The old Earth was entering a new era. It had begun as a place of divine revelation where geniuses and powerhouses gathered to seek destiny. Then Ying had tried to conquer the heavens and build a sacred court. Now, after so much chaos, the world was on the brink of vanishing into the void of time, becoming nothing more than a memory. Yet the golden ranking that marked the beginning of it all still held only one name: Jiang Xuan. It was a magnificent sight. In all the heavens, among countless geniuses and powerhouses, not a single one was worthy of standing beside him on that list. In truth, there should have been other names. Jiang Xuan's daughter, Zhang Zhao, as well as Taya Kang, Diju, and Gui Shenxiao had all passed the trials, because the white-clad Jiang Xuan had gone easy on them. But for some reason, their names were absent. It was likely the work of the white-clad Jiang Xuan. Many geniuses had been left questioning their own worth because of him. Prince Deminghuang was a perfect example. He had already left the old Earth, not with the main force of the Swiren tribe, but with a group of loyalists from the human Immortal Court. He clearly still refused to serve under Jiang Xuan. However, he had obtained a formidable legacy of his own. Luo Xinglan, holding the authority of the will, knew the nature of that inheritance. It was a unique secret method that provided massive buffs and support to an entire army. If used correctly, he could lead a force to stand against invading alien races. In the current climate of total war, Deminghuang and his remnants of the Immortal Court could take a significant amount of pressure off the human race. Chapter 787. Chaotic Primordial Spirits. The Skull Continent shuddered violently. The 12 divine generals of the desolate heaven tensed, immediately shifting into a defensive stance. Luo Xinglan raised her left hand, signaling them to remain calm. She smiled, her voice drifting as if speaking to herself, or a phantom in the air. It is finally over. You certainly kept me waiting. Thank you. A crisp, cold female voice echoed from the void. Then came a sharp crack. The Skull Continent split down the middle, a massive fissure carving the land in two. The thick, viscous sea of blood that had once carpeted the majority of the land began to evaporate at an impossible speed. It was being consumed, drawn into the void like a river meeting a thirsty desert. Within moments, every trace of the crimson tide was gone. Even the remnants of the old worlds drifting within that blood those Jiang Xuan had not yet destroyed crumbled into nothingness. From the depths of the dark fissure, a tall, elegant woman stepped out. Her feet were bare, and her eyes shimmered with the brilliance of distant stars. Behind her, a 70,000-foot shadow of a demonic god loomed, letting out a silent roar that vibrated with madness and ancient tyranny. Luo Xinglan looked at the woman and offered a faint smile. Long ago, Dao Tian overthrew Gu Tian, stripping him of his status as the heavenly will. Gu Tian was struck down, his physical form ground into a slurry of blood by the power of the heavens. That blood became the river that covered this continent. She continued, it was said that while the river would never run dry, Gu Tian could never return. Yet, it seems he never intended to be resurrected. Instead, he used the lingering consciousness within that blood to record his legacy, sealing it within one of those old worlds. I did not expect you to have the luck to find it. Luo Xinglan's smile deepened. Congratulations, Zhao Fuiao. Zhao Fuiao met Luo Xinglan's gaze and gave a subtle nod. Thank you. Though she had been deep within her inheritance, she had remained aware of the outside world. She knew Luo Xinglan had purposefully delayed the destruction of the Skull Continent to allow her to finish. Had the continent fallen sooner, her efforts would have ended in failure. It was a small matter, Luo Xinglan replied. If I ever have a request in the future, I trust you will return the favor. Of course. Zhao Fuiyao nodded, her eyes drifting toward the primordial golden ranking hanging high above. Her gaze lingered on the name Jiang Xuan. A soft smile touched her lips, perhaps sparked by a passing thought. You chose to abandon your authority over the heavenly will. I assume it was for him. Luo Xinglan did not answer, maintaining her enigmatic smile. Zhao Fuiyao did not push for details. Tell him this. The Suantian realm has me now. Unless a foe is of the immortal level, they shall not touch it. He need not distract himself with its defense. There are far stronger enemies waiting for him to face. Luo Xinglan's eyes flickered with surprise. You only just received the legacy of Gu Tian. Are you already that confident? Zhao Fuiyao let out a soft, airy laugh. During the era of the primordial spirits on the old earth, Gu Tian stood above the rest. But his victory over Ming Tian was only possible because of a covenant made between the spirits. He had their secret support. A spirit covenant? Luo Xinglan frowned, her interest piqued. This was a secret buried so deep that even she, with the inheritance of the desolate heaven and the authority of the will, had never encountered it. The old earth had existed for far too long, nursing countless brilliant figures and monstrous geniuses, beings like Haotian, the successive wills of the world, the beastkin sage who created the path of self, and the rise of humanity. Had they been given a grander stage, their light would have been blinding. It was called a covenant, but it was more of a law, Zhao Fuiyao explained with a sigh. Among the spirits, there was a cat named Kang Mao who could see the secrets of fate and karma. He may have touched upon the mysteries of the flames of civilization. He prophesied that the old earth would endure endless cycles of reincarnation, and that the primordial spirits would eventually vanish, buried in the river of time. She paused. They wanted to leave a mark to prove they existed. They wanted to leave bloodlines and spiritual totems behind. The spirits shall fall, but the spirits are eternal. Those were Kang Mao's exact words. The spirits shall fall, but the spirits are eternal. Luo Xinglan repeated the phrase, her confusion growing. Zhao Fuiyao continued, with that in mind, after Gu Tian took control of the heavenly will, he moved in the shadows. He left behind backdoors and failsafes to pave the way for the survival of their bloodlines and spirits. I, or rather my past life, the lunar spirit, and my rival, the solar spirit, were born from that foundation. Even the spirits that once roamed the myriad worlds originated from the handiwork of Gu Tian and his peers. Even some of the races today, like the ancient gods and the celestial hounds, carry that ancient blood. Zhao Fuiyao concluded, in a sense, I was a creation guided by Gu Tian. That is why I found his legacy so easily, and why I could inherit it so perfectly. Luo Xinglan nodded thoughtfully, but raised one more question. What is the difference between the spirits of Gu Tian's era and the spirits found throughout the myriad worlds? The ceiling, Zhao Fuiyao said flatly. Whenever life is passed down through generations, the quality of that life inevitably degrades. In terms of destiny, the spirits of the ancient era were complete. You could call them primordial spirits. Those in the myriad worlds today are merely descendant spirits. She looked at Luo Xinglan. I assume you know that above our world, there exists a higher dimension, the Great Dao-born world. Luo Xinglan nodded. Based on Gu Tian's records, he theorized that the Great Dao-born world had its own era of spirits. The quality of life there was even higher. Those beings reached immortality simply by reaching adulthood. They were the chaotic primordial spirits. Immortal upon reaching adulthood? Luo Xinglan's eyes widened. That seemed impossible, almost absurd. Zhao Fuiyao, however, offered no further explanation. She gave a faint smile and a polite farewell. Her bare feet stepped into the air, creating ripples in space and time, and her figure vanished from sight. Luo Xinglan stood alone for a long time, lost in thought. Finally, she spoke softly. Begin the destruction of this continent. It is time for everything to end. As you command. The 12 divine generals dispersed to the edges of the Skull Continent, channeling the power of the heavenly will to dismantle the final piece of the old earth. Meanwhile, inside the primordial golden tower, Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes. They were as deep as ancient pools, harboring a restrained, terrifying intensity that could make the soul freeze. His body, now covered in Daoist runes, radiated a primal, malevolent aura that caused the surrounding chaos to ripple in fear. The laws of the Great Dao and the rules of the world seemed to stagnate around him, as if afraid to move in his presence. This golden prize is proving a bit difficult to digest, Jiang Xuan said with a helpless laugh. The physical essence from Haotian was a gold mine, but his mining speed was painfully slow. Half an hour had passed, and he had managed to refine only 100,000th of it. If he could finish the process, his body would truly rival that of an emperor, and his combat power would skyrocket. It would be a total breakdown of the natural order. But he had overestimated his current capacity. No matter how monstrous his talent, or how vast his foundation, he was still only in the Great Saint realm. Haotian's essence was immortal energy. It was not something meant to be touched by someone at his level. In truth, refining even that tiny fraction in 30 minutes was a miraculous feat. Any ordinary great saint would have been obliterated trying to touch it. I have to take it one step at a time, Jiang Xuan muttered, shaking his head. You can't become a giant in one bite unless you're someone like Tian Kuyan. He was aware that Tian Kuyan had inherited and replaced the Torch Dragon. He felt a pang of genuine envy. Such luck was unheard of in the entire universe. To go from a saint to an immortal emperor in a single afternoon, it defied all logic. If he didn't know better, he'd think Tian Kuyan was the protagonist of this story. Pushing those thoughts aside, Jiang Xuan didn't linger. He activated his black and white secret arts, tearing open a spatial tunnel into the core of the primordial golden tower. He had conquered all 99 floors, and the old earth was about to vanish. He had no intention of leaving such a valuable treasure behind. He was going to pack it up and take it with him. Chapter 788. The Generosity of Luo Xinglan. As expected, because Jiang Xuan returned as the conqueror of all 99 floors, the core space of the tower had undergone a visible transformation. The altar supporting the ancient portal had expanded tenfold. Before the gate, a square hollow had appeared in the stone. Within that hollow rested a heavy sarcophagus cast from solid bronze. Jiang Xuan climbed the altar and studied the vessel. After a moment of hesitation, he extended his divine sense and shoved aside the massive lid. A thick plume of black fog erupted, carrying the heavy scent of decay. Once the mist cleared, the items sealed within were revealed. A bleached white hand bone and a purple gold command medallion. The hand bone was clenched in a fist, as if locked in a permanent, desperate grip on something unseen. The medallion was etched with ancient, flowing runes that pulsed with a profound energy of frequency identical to that of the primordial golden tower and the golden ranking. With a thought, Jiang Xuan summoned the medallion to his hand. Before he could examine it, the metal liquefied. It seeped into his skin, merging with his palm to form an intricate, shimmering purple gold mark. Simultaneously, a voice echoed deep within his mind. "Hello, Jiang Xuan. I am Haotian." The voice was calm and steady. "If you are hearing this recording, it means I have lost. I failed to take your body. The winner takes all, and I do not expect your understanding or forgiveness, nor do I need it. By now, I am likely erased from existence. I have only one piece of advice. Do not stop fighting. I spent the better part of my life wandering the chaos, gathering the remnants of fallen civilizations to forge this primordial golden tower. I intended it to be my foundation, after taking your body a weapon, to help me strike at those above, and overturn the established order. Since I have failed, this tower is now your dowry. I left this medallion to help you refine the tower quickly. If you were strong enough to defeat me, refining it on your own would only be a matter of time. However, time is the one thing you lack. Those entities will not be as patient with you as they were with me." Jiang Xuan wore a look of mild disbelief. This Haotian was surprisingly decent for a dead man. To go through all this trouble just to lend a hand from beyond the grave? He almost felt like sending him a posthumous thank you card. Haotian's voice continued, but the tone shifted, growing heavy and stifled. "Shortly after I achieved immortality, I sensed something wrong. A great horror that made my very soul tremble. This terror originated from the Great Dao-born world. At the time, I lacked the courage to enter. I feared I would be buried there forever. I spent my life training, searching for any way to grow stronger. Finally, when I reached the peak of the immortal path, I saw the true face of that horror." Jiang Xuan leaned in, his curiosity piqued. A terror so great it made an immortal emperor tremble? What could it possibly be? "However, I cannot speak of it." The voice cut off. Just like that, the explanation ended. Jiang Xuan's jaw dropped. "You have to be kidding me. Even in death, this old ghost is playing games." He shook his head. When it came to a twisted sense of humor, only his ancestor, Zhang Changxiao, could truly rival this man. Jiang Xuan turned his attention to the hand bone. He used his divine sense to lift it, keeping it suspended in the air. Out of caution, he didn't touch it directly. After several minutes of scrutiny, he couldn't find a single unique property. Finally, he reached out and gave it a small tap. The bone shattered instantly, crumbling into a pile of dry dust on the floor. There was no magic, no hidden energy, and not a single ripple of power. It was just a plain, ordinary piece of bone. Jiang Xuan stared at the dust, his face darkening. That bastard. Haotian had absolutely done that on purpose to mess with him. If the man hadn't already been burned into nothingness by the flames of civilization, Jiang Xuan would have found his remains just to scatter the ashes into the wind. Meanwhile, on the surface of the skull continent, Luo Xinglan's expression froze. The source of life she held in her palm shifted back into the form of a small child. The tiny figure let out a cry of pure, ecstatic joy. "I am free. I am finally free. I can finally die." Suddenly, a swirling vortex appeared before the child. An irresistible suction pulled at him, threatening to swallow him whole. "No!" The child screamed, his face contorting in terror. "Not this. Just let me die. Please, let me die." His pleas meant nothing to the vortex. The suction intensified, dragging the wailing child into the center, before the portal vanished entirely. Luo Xinglan's eyes flashed with anger. The source of life belonged to her. She would not let it be snatched away so easily. Using her authority as the heavenly will, she locked onto the vortex's coordinates, tore open the void, and gave chase. She stepped through the rift and found herself in the core space of the primordial golden tower. She paused, blinking in surprise. "My lord." Luo Xinglan saw Jiang Xuan standing by the altar. In his hand, he held the tiny personification of the source of life, examining it with great interest. She was bewildered. Was that vortex his doing? Was he the one who had summoned it? If he needed the source, he could have just asked. When had she ever denied him anything? "Oh, you are still here?" Jiang Xuan turned to her and smiled. "I suppose I should thank you for destroying the old earth. If you hadn't, I might not have survived that encounter." Luo Xinglan gave a modest nod. She understood roughly what had happened within the tower, having kept a close eye on Haotian. "You flatter me, my lord. I only did what was necessary. Had Haotian lived, he would have been a threat to me as well." Jiang Xuan waved it off, not wanting to dwell on the details. He gestured to the tiny being in his hand. "What exactly is this?" "The source of life," she answered simply. Jiang Xuan looked back at the trembling child. "This is the source? It actually has its own consciousness?" The small figure shook with fear. He felt like a piece of prey being eyed by a predator. Luo Xinglan quickly recounted everything the spirit had told her earlier. I see, Jiang Xuan murmured. He looked down at the pile of bone dust on the floor. So, the hand bone wasn't a joke after all. It had been physically clutching the source, binding it with some form of ancient seal. That would explain why the spirit suddenly appeared in his hand once the bone crumbled. He had spent over 100 chapters fighting through this tower just to get the reward for being number 1 on the golden ranking. He needed that reward to evolve the Swiren torch into an origin item, so he could take it out of the old earth intact. Now, the source of life had literally fallen into his lap. Can you merge with this? Jiang Xuan asked the spirit of Swiren residing within the torch. Swiren stirred from his slumber. He was incredibly weak. The torch burned with the primordial fire of the universe, and Swiren used his own essence as fuel to keep it lit across the eons. He spent most of his time asleep to preserve what was left of his soul. I can, Swiren's old voice crackled with hesitation. But it would be a terrible waste. If you consume this source yourself, your destiny and the quality of your life would transcend all limits. Reaching the immortal realm would be as natural as breathing. There would be no more barriers in your way. Do not worry about me, Jiang Xuan replied with a smile. He held several supreme paths in his hands already. He didn't crave the source for himself. His goal was to evolve the torch and fulfill his mission here. He turned to Luo Xinglan. Can we make a deal? If you need the source of life, it is yours, Luo Xinglan said immediately. There was no hesitation in her voice. Her generosity made Jiang Xuan feel a bit awkward. She was almost too helpful. He wondered if she had realized that her reincarnation was his doing, but that didn't seem likely. Regardless, the path forward was now clear. Chapter 789. Mankind still has us. Perhaps it was merely a change within the kernel illusion. Those pocket dimensions were, after all, constructed from severed nodes of time, existing independently of the true timeline, like a unique temporal copy. Even if such a place could influence reality, it made little sense for it to overwrite reality entirely. Unable to fathom the cause, Jiang Xuan could only attribute everything to his own overwhelming charisma. It seemed his presence was so potent that even a destined daughter of fortune like Luo Xinglan, a woman built on the template of a reborn powerhouse, would offer him unconditional devotion. It is settled then. I really am the protagonist. The peerless aura is undeniable. Thank you, Jiang Xuan said. He summoned the Swiren torch, allowing the spirit of Swiren to begin merging with the source of life. As for the sentient will of the source itself, Jiang Xuan turned to the tiny figure and offered a choice. Even though you are intent on seeking death, I will give you 2 paths to choose from. First, I can grant your wish. Once the Swiren torch has fully integrated the source of life, I will send you to your end. Second, I can strip away your sentience and cast you into the cycle of reincarnation. Whether you can successfully reincarnate and be reborn as a true living being will depend entirely on your own fate. The tiny figure froze. Such a thing was possible. He instinctively doubted it. He was a byproduct born of the stagnation within the source of life, a useless addition that existed only because the source existed. In his limited understanding, it was impossible to survive apart from the source itself. Can I truly leave the source of life and be reborn as a genuine living being? The small figure asked cautiously. If Luo Xinglan's words had temporarily stayed his hand and made him willing to endure for a vague possibility, then the man before him had provided a clear spark of hope. It depends on your fortune. I cannot give you a guarantee, Jiang Xuan replied, refusing to overpromise. He had only attempted this once before when he helped the old woman of the underworld enter reincarnation. To this day, he did not know if she had succeeded or if she had managed to find the soul of Nangong Fengtian as requested. Furthermore, she at least possessed a complete soul body. This spirit born of the source was merely a void consciousness. No one could say for certain if it would simply dissipate upon leaving its host. I beg the High God to assist me, the figure cried out, bowing deeply. I am willing to try. The worst outcome was simply vanishing on the spot, which was no different from his original plan. But if he were lucky, if he truly succeeded in reincarnating, he would be free in the truest sense of the word. As you wish. Jiang Xuan nodded, waving his hand to manipulate the power of samsara. He drew the sentience out from the source of life, while simultaneously manifesting the gates of reincarnation from the vast void. Go then. Good luck. Jiang Xuan sent the wisp of hazy consciousness toward the gates. However, the spirit was far too fragile. The moment it touched the cycle of reincarnation, it began to tear apart, nearly erased in an instant. He sighed and shook his head. He had not expected the sentience of the great source of life to be so weak, even less substantial than the remnant soul of an ordinary human. Fine. In honor of our meeting today, I will grant you a greater providence. I hope you cherish it. Jiang Xuan pulled out the insignia of King Pingdeng and pressed it into the fragmenting consciousness. As one of the 10 Yama kings, the insignia carried the weight of the underworld's heavenly laws. Regardless of the quantity of that power, its quality was supreme. The heavenly energy enveloped the shattered spirit, pulling it back together and shielding it against the crushing erosion of the reincarnation cycle. The consciousness managed to stabilize. I offer my eternal gratitude to the High God, the figure cried. Having received the information within the insignia, he understood his situation and knelt in midair. Do not be so quick to thank me. By accepting the insignia of King Pingdeng, you are my chosen candidate for that seat. In your next life, you must answer to me. The freedom you desire has, in this moment, ceased to exist. The figure did not waver. He knew exactly what he had accepted and sensed the special connection between himself and the god before him. Because of that, he understood that this bond was entirely different from the previous shackles of order. He would remain largely free, especially in his mind and spirit. If I have a next life, I am willing to go through fire and water for the high god, the figure said with iron resolve. It is good that you understand, Jiang Xuan said with a nod. Go now. I hope you reincarnate successfully. Do not waste this insignia. Yes. The figure kowtowed heavily. He did not rise immediately, but looked up at Jiang Xuan. I was born of the source. I have no name, no family, and I am not even counted among the living. Now that I have a chance at rebirth, I beg the high god to bestow a name upon me, so that I may have a point of origin to seek out in my next life to repay my debt to you. Bestow a name? Jiang Xuan felt a bit awkward. Why did it feel like he was suddenly becoming a father again? He shook his head to clear the thought. You carry the insignia of King Pingdeng. You shall take equality as your name. Jiang Pingdeng offers his thanks to the master. The figure played a small trick of his own, adopting Jiang's surname with a happy smile before turning and plunging into the cycle of reincarnation. In his mind, having the surname Jiang made him part of the inner circle. Jiang Pingdeng. Jiang Xuan stared at the void. Did I really just become a father again? On second thought, the brat called him master, not father, so it was acceptable. Great powerful figures in history often gave their surnames to their retainers. It was the same principle. Comforted by his own logic, Jiang Xuan waved a hand to disperse the gates of reincarnation. Congratulations, my lord, on gaining another powerhouse. Luo Xinglan had watched the entire process and finally spoke with a congratulatory smile. Jiang Xuan looked at her with a look of disbelief. Gaining a powerhouse? That brat, all he has is the insignia and the legacy I gave him. I did not gain a powerhouse, I manufactured one. Perhaps sensing his internal grumbling, Luo Xinglan added with a smile, Jiang Pingdeng was a spirit born of the source of life. Once he nurtures an independent soul, he will far surpass ordinary beings. He is a primordial seed, and his destiny will be incredibly complete, perhaps even rivaling the source itself. As long as he reincarnates successfully, he will possess the potential for immortality from the moment of his birth. In the language of the cultivation world, he is born with the stature of a great emperor. Jiang Xuan felt significantly better after hearing that. If that was the case, giving away the insignia was not a loss. Of the 10 insignias, one belonged to the Chaos Saint's disciple, Wang Su. Of the remaining 9, Jiang Xuan had given the insignia of King Chujiang to his wife, King Dushi to Nanggong Qingnian, and King Wuguan to the old woman of the underworld. King Yanluo and King Biancheng were held by the siblings Jiang Qing and Jiang Hong. Now he had given King Pingdeng to Jiang Pingdeng. He had 3 left. King Guang, King Taishan, and King Xuanlun. Jiang Xuan then waited in silence for Swiren to finish merging with the source. During the wait, the two of them chatted idly. Luo Xinglan relayed the message from Zhao Fuiao that the Suantian realm was under her protection and Jiang Xuan need not worry. What are your plans next, my lord? Luo Xinglan asked. Jiang Xuan thought for a moment. Since Zhao Fuiao said the Suantian realm is handled, I intend to head straight for the Great Dao-born world. I will enter the Dao Ruins to continue seeking my providence. Time is running out. He thought of Haotian's message. Excluding the possibility that it was a prank, the warning that those entities would not give him much time weighed heavily on him. The threat of the Myriad Races seemed less urgent than the massive crisis he felt himself sinking into. If he could reach a higher level in a short time, it would naturally benefit the human race as well. The Dao Ruins was his best option. Luo Xinglan nodded in agreement. After a pause, she said softly, as Zhao Fuiao said, you do not need to worry so much. There is no need to carry the entire burden of humanity on your shoulders alone. She looked at him, her blue eyes shimmering with a sincere, beautiful light. Mankind still has us. Chapter 790. The Great Saint Realm. Jiang Xuan smiled but said nothing, clearly unwilling to pursue the topic further. He knew that the human race had already produced many exceptional talents, Zhao Fuiao, Luo Xinglan, and the royal godchildren like Xianxia. Given just a little time, they would undoubtedly become the pillars of humanity, standing firm against the encroaching armies of the Myriad Races. But time was the one thing they lacked. The foundation of the human race was simply too thin. The old earth is about to be destroyed. What are your plans? Jiang Xuan asked, changing the subject. I have gained insight into the Dao of Destruction. I plan to return to the Suantian realm and enter a period of quiet cultivation. Whether it takes 3 years or 3 months, I am confident I can step into the Great Saint Realm, Luo Xinglan said with conviction. She had inherited the treasures left by desolate heaven and held the authority of the old earth's will for a time, pushing her cultivation to the Saint Realm. However, now that the authority of the will was set to vanish along with the old earth, her greatest reliance would disappear. She would return to the cultivation of an ordinary saint. Her only remaining trump card, the Dao of Destruction, required time for deep meditation and mastery. Of course, because she had actively welcomed the end and initiated the destruction of the old earth, that time would not be long. Ying had shown her a clear path. Jiang Xuan nodded and smiled. With all of you there, I truly do not need to worry about Suantian. Luo Xinglan shared a smile with him. At that moment, Zhang Zhao, Taikang, and the others who had been training in various challenge spaces arrived, responding to Jiang Xuan's call. The God Lord of Deliverance was among them. Jiang Xuan had sent him a specific telepathic message. The God Lord of Deliverance was open-minded. Since Jiang Xuan had refined the primordial golden tower, it was only natural for him to submit. It was fortunate that he knew nothing of the history between Jiang Xuan and Haotian. Had he known, he would not be standing here so comfortably. He would likely be treading on eggshells, hardly daring to breathe. Prepare yourselves. In half an hour, we depart for the Dao Ruins. Jiang Xuan glanced at the progress of Swiren's fusion with the source of life and gave his instructions to the group. Yay! Zhang Zhao waved her fists happily. Then, she slipped over to Luo Xinglan and threw herself onto the woman. Clinging to her, Zhang Zhao stared up with wide, shimmering eyes. Third mother, have you finally made up with daddy? The entire area fell silent. Luo Xinglan froze, instinctively looking toward Jiang Xuan, completely at a loss. Was the Lord sending her a signal? Jiang Xuan felt a wave of intense awkwardness. He stood there, lost for a response. Get down. Jiang Xuan barked in a low voice. Oh. Zhang Zhao pouted and let go of Luo Xinglan. In her heart, she had already made a judgment. Daddy probably hasn't gotten past First Mother's approval yet. Poor Daddy. It must be hard. After all, First Mother is so terrifying. It makes sense that Daddy is too scared of her to give Third Mother an official title, or reconcile properly. Third Mother, don't worry. Have faith in Daddy. He will definitely work hard. Zhang Zhao raised a small fist and waved it at Luo Xinglan in encouragement. The silence on the field grew heavier. The atmosphere became increasingly strained. Jiang Xuan's face darkened. He was almost too embarrassed to look Luo Xinglan in the eye. It was simply too much. Luo Xinglan smiled faintly and reached out to pat Zhang Zhao's head. I believe you. As she spoke, she stole a glance at Jiang Xuan, her eyes full of hidden meaning. She didn't know if these words were prompted by the Lord, or were simply the whims of a child, but it didn't stop her from using the opportunity to show her heart. As for the result, she could accept it, whether good or bad. She held no blind delusions, nor would she be crushed by disappointment. Jiang Xuan remained silent. It was the only melody he could play in this moment. Luo Xinglan chuckled, sensing his predicament. The Lord does not need to feel troubled. Children say the strangest things. I will not take it to heart. She took the initiative to give him a way out. Jiang Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. I will go and make the final preparations. Once the Swiren torch has merged with the source of life, and the Lord has left for the Dao Ruins, I will completely destroy the old earth and return to the Xuantian realm. With those words and a slight nod, Luo Xinglan vanished through the void. She returned to the crumbling head continent to control the speed of its destruction, waiting for Jiang Xuan to finish his business. Tisk. Zhang Zhao shook her head and walked over to Jiang Xuan, sighing with exaggerated drama. How could anyone not like such a wonderful girl? It is a crime against heaven. Then she glared up at Jiang Xuan. Don't you agree, Daddy? Crack. Jiang Xuan gave her a flick on the forehead. That is not your concern. Humph. Zhang Zhao wrinkled her nose unhappily. I want a little brother or sister. Since you aren't working hard, I have to do it for you. Jiang Xuan's mouth twitched. He really couldn't keep up with her logic. He was still practically a child himself. He hadn't even had a proper romance yet, let alone the chance for any practical experience. Where was he supposed to conjure a sibling for her? He instinctively looked toward the others, hoping to change the subject. But the God Lord of Deliverance, Tai Kang, and the rest had long since sensed the shifting winds, and moved far away from the center of the vortex, pretending to admire the scenery. Judging by their oblivious expressions, they had likely lost their hearing as well. Jiang Xuan shook his head helplessly. A useless bunch. None of them could be relied upon at a critical moment. Left with no choice, Jiang Xuan forced a smile and patted Zhang Zhao's head. We will talk about that later. For now, tell me how you have been. From your aura, have you already broken through to the Great Saint realm? Daddy, you are avoiding the question again. Zhang Zhao rolled her eyes, but remained a loving little daughter nonetheless. She nodded and giggled. I took the life spirit into the 93rd floor. It was a dragon nest filled with Dao imprints left by powerful dragons. I challenged them one by one, and accepted their legacies. Combined with the life spirit's divine aura, I successfully broke through to the Great Saint realm. Impressive. Jiang Xuan gave her a thumbs up. Of course, Zhang Zhao boasted. Daddy, give me a little more time to uncover another layer of my bloodline seal, and I am confident I can break through to the Saint King realm. You still have bloodline seals? Jiang Xuan's eyes widened in surprise. The girl was already a great saint. How could she still have seals on her bloodline? Normally, a true dragon reached adulthood at the Saint realm, and the seals should have been fully released by then. Even for a pure-blooded true dragon, there shouldn't be an exception. There are 2 layers left. Zhang Zhao's small face filled with frustration. The last 2 layers are strange. There seem to be special rules or restrictions. They aren't so easy to uncover. No need to rush. Take it slow, Jiang Xuan comforted her. No. Zhang Zhao shook her head. I must uncover them as soon as possible so I can help Daddy. Jiang Xuan laughed, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. Despite her occasional antics, the girl was quite thoughtful. He then turned to the life spirit and dumped all the corpses of the powerful experts he had gathered along the way toward it. Speed things up. The life spirit looked at the storage ring filled with the bodies of saints, great saints, and even saint kings. Its small eyes immediately glowed with a green, greedy light. Do not worry, Master. Leave the matter of divine aura to Old Green. I will handle it perfectly. If not for its small size, the life spirit would have pounded its chest in promise. You had better, Jiang Xuan said with a cold, thin smile. If I catch you skimming off the top again, I will strip you of your shell. The life spirit shivered, retracting its head, and frantically promised it would never happen again. Jiang Xuan said no more. Seeing that Swiren was still merging with the source, he turned his gaze toward the God Lord of Deliverance and the others. Stop pretending to be blind. Get over here. The group tensed and quickly scrambled back to stand before him. Tell me about your current strength, Jiang Xuan said. 3 days ago, I successfully passed all of the 5 decay tribulations and reached the minor saint realm, Dong Haotian said with a touch of pride. In less than a month, he had passed a tribulation. He felt as though he had unlocked a hidden potential and was about to soar. After all, it was common for ordinary saints to remain stuck at the same level for hundreds of thousands of years. He had only broken through to a 4 tragedy saint 10 years ago. To pass another tribulation in such a short time was an incredible pace. Minor saint? Jiang Xuan glanced at him and nodded perfunctorily. Not bad. His tone was so dismissive that even an idiot could hear it. Dong Haotian felt a pang of disappointment. He had made such progress in a short time. Surely that was impressive. He felt a bit slighted and wanted to show off more to prove his worth. Jiang Xuan saw through his thoughts. He dropped the concealment of his secret art, allowing his great saint aura to flow outward naturally. Dong Haotian's heart skipped a beat. His pupils constricted in shock. The Great Saint Realm. Chapter 791. Wishing you a smooth journey. He remembered clearly that when they first arrived, Jiang Xuan had only just entered the Saint Realm. He had not even faced his first 5 decay tribulation. In less than a month, how had he managed to reach the Great Saint Realm? Even a diet of divine pills could not explain such a rapid ascent. Dao, Dao, and Xianxia were equally stunned. Waves of shock rolled through their hearts. Jiang Xuan was far too monstrous. Dao and Dao realized that following him had truly been the right choice. In quick succession, the two reported their progress. Saint 3 tribulations and Saint 4 tribulations, they said. Jiang Xuan nodded. Both had broken through to the Saint Realm only after entering the Old Earth. Reaching their current levels in such a short time was impressive, yet they seemed ordinary when measured against his own progress. 10 days ago, I entered the 75th floor challenge space. I received the inheritance of the 9 nether mysterious snake, which stimulated my bloodline. I managed to uncover 2 layers of my bloodline seal, and have reached the minor saint realm, Xianxia said, scratching his head sheepishly. Hearing this, Dong Haotian, Dao, and Dao all looked over with complicated expressions. Their eyes betrayed an envy they could not hide. Comparing oneself to others was truly enough to drive a person mad. As a pure-blooded black tortoise, Xianxia possessed a bloodline far superior to theirs. As long as he uncovered his seals, his cultivation would skyrocket without any bottlenecks. When they first returned, the boy was merely a quasi-saint, who had not yet achieved the way. Now, with just 2 seals broken, he had vaulted directly into the minor saint realm. He had been the youngest and weakest of the 4, and now he had leapfrogged them all. Where was the justice in that? Dong Haotian's face turned the color of pig liver. He had just passed a 5 decay tribulation, and stepped into the minor saint realm, feeling quite proud of himself. He had planned to show off his progress to Jiang Xuan, but reality had just dealt him a stinging blow. He wondered if he was truly destined to be nothing more than a carriage puller. While serving as Jiang Xuan's mount was not shameful, and might even bring him great status in the future, he still wanted to upgrade his own standing. A majestic war beast was still a beast. It could not compare to the prestige of being a follower or a general. Jiang Xuan was unaware of Dong Haotian's inner turmoil. Had he known, he would have likely praised the ambition. A team was easier to lead when its members remained hungry and competitive. He was also surprised by Xianxia's godspeed, noting that the pure-blooded black tortoise was truly extraordinary. Is your bloodline seal still not fully uncovered? Jiang Xuan asked. Xianxia nodded. There is still 1 layer left. Jiang Xuan shook his head in amazement. Between Jiang Zhao and Xianxia, these pure-blooded creatures possessed enough talent to make anyone's eyes turn red with envy. They did not need to worry about the grind of cultivation. Unlocking a seal brought them to heights most cultivators could not reach in a lifetime. Cultivation, it seemed, really did depend on one's background. Distribute these inheritances and weapons among yourselves, Jiang Xuan said. He pulled out several inheritances and saint-grade weapons he had looted from various challenge spaces. While they were not top tier, they were formidable enough to boost the group's combat power. The Dao Ruins would be different from their previous trials, and he did not want his companions to become burdens. Thank you, Master. The 4 replied in unison. Even Xianxia had now tactfully switched his form of address to Master. I have refined that life energy, and recovered most of my strength. I am now at the peak of the Saint King realm, Taichu said calmly. Give me another 10 days to a month, or perhaps 50 units of life energy, and I am confident I can return to the Saint Lord level. Jiang Xuan nodded with satisfaction. He was not stingy, immediately ordering the life spirit to deliver another 50 units of life energy to Taichu. Reach the Saint Lord realm as quickly as possible. In the Dao Ruins, we will certainly face opponents at that level. The situation is not optimistic. The Dao Ruins had a restriction. Anyone below the level of a Dao Master could enter, meaning those below the Saint Sovereign realm. At their current strength, a direct encounter with a Saint Lord would be dangerous. Powerful peak Saint Lords or half-step Saint Sovereigns would be nearly impossible to escape. Only the God Lord of Deliverance possessed combat power exceeding a normal Saint King, and might hold his own against a Saint Lord. The rest, including the current Taichu, could only hope to resist briefly. As for the others, they would be lucky if they didn't drag the team down. Even Jiang Xuan, despite his breakthrough to the Great Saint Realm, and his massive power boost from Haotian, was not entirely certain he could defeat a Saint Lord across 2 major realms. Life energy? The God Lord of Deliverance looked at the life spirit in surprise. He had not expected Jiang Xuan to possess such a rare Dao spirit. In terms of rarity, Dao spirits were even scarcer than Immortal Emperors. He spoke up after a moment of thought. If you can provide 3,000 units of life energy, I am certain I can recover to the Saint Sovereign realm in a short time. Jiang Xuan looked at him. And for half-step Saint Sovereign? The God Lord of Deliverance paused to calculate. 2,000 units would suffice. Jiang Xuan smacked the life spirit on the head. Work overtime. Produce 2,000 units for me. The life spirit looked heartbroken. It had been working day and night to produce life energy without a moment's rest, barely keeping up with the young mistress's consumption. It had hoped for a few days of rest now that she was finished, only to be told to produce 2,000 more. It wondered if it was even allowed to live. Suddenly, a hum resonated through the space. The Swiren torch erupted with roaring black and yellow flames, filling the core area. Its aura surged 10,000-fold. The fusion was complete, and the transformation was finished. The ancestor Swiren stepped out from the sea of fire. His previously ethereal spirit body was now nearly solid, radiating a terrifyingly powerful aura. You have done well, young man, Swiren said with a smile. I only did what was necessary, Jiang Xuan replied. I know your plans, so I won't waste your time with small talk. I need a moment to familiarize myself with these changes. If there is a crisis, you may call me. I have regained a certain level of combat power. Swiren spoke quickly before turning back into the torch and merging into Jiang Xuan's body. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of confidence. With the ancestor's guarantee, he felt much more prepared for the Dao Ruins. He activated the purple gold pattern on his palm, summoning the primordial golden tower. Special laws enveloped him. Suddenly, Jiang Xuan stood outside the tower, while an ancient purple gold rune floated in his palm. The divine glow took the shape of a 9-story pagoda. He understood that this was the outward form of the tower. Jiang Zhao and the others remained inside. Controlling the tower meant he was carrying an ultra-large dimensional space filled with a small army of powerhouses. He would never have to worry about being outnumbered again. One flick of the wrist, and an entire legion would appear. The thought brought a wide smile to his face. He looked toward the head continent where Luo Xinglan was waiting. He gave a sharp nod. He activated the ancient gateway within the tower the transport formation Haotian had constructed. Ripples of spacetime formed a phantom portal before him. Jiang Xuan stepped through, beginning his march into the Dao Ruins. Luo Xinglan watched him vanish. Her eyes lowered as she whispered to the empty air, I wish you a smooth journey, my lord. Chapter 792. Granting you death. The Dao Ruins. Space rippled over the former side of Sunset City, swirling into a vortex that gradually expanded into a stable passage. A flash of purple gold light streaked through as Jiang Xuan and his party stepped out into the open air. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Jiang Xuan surveyed his surroundings. The familiar monochrome world met his gaze, and he could just make out the massive pillars of Dao light standing between heaven and earth like ancient gods and demons. Finally, I am back, Jiang Xuan said with a grin. Now that he held the primordial golden tower, he was no longer bound by a time limit. He could remain in this world for as long as he pleased, unlike his previous visits, where he was forced to return after a single hour. Of course, even if he wanted to go back, there was no longer a home to return to. That place known as the origin of all worlds, the old earth, filled with endless providence and divine mystery, was likely gone by now. Under Luo Xinglan's direction, it would have been reduced to the dust of history, just like the other fallen civilizations Haotian had collected. This was the inevitable cycle of succession, the turning of the will under the laws of order. But it also meant that the Myriad Realms were drawing closer to their ultimate end. Time is still tight, Jiang Xuan murmured to himself. He led the group toward the Luo family estate in Sunset City. This particular transmission had been slightly off. Instead of appearing inside his private cultivation chamber, as he had expected, they had materialized on the outskirts of the city. It was a minor deviation, and Jiang Xuan did not initially pay it much mind. However, as they drew closer to the estate, Jiang Xuan's brow furrowed. The shift in the landing coordinates might not have been an accident after all. The Luo family estate was currently shrouded in a massive formation. It acted like a cage, completely sealing the grounds. Hovering directly above the mansion was an ancient divine rune, pulsing with profound and powerful restrictions. Endless laws of the Dao scattered from it, blanketing the area in a suffocating, dangerous aura. By his calculations, he had been gone for less than an hour. In that short window, a powerful enemy had invaded the Luo family and suppressed them with a grand array. Who had such audacity? The strength of this formation is at the Saint Lord level, the God Lord of Deliverance whispered to Jiang Xuan. That means the person who laid it is at least a Saint Lord. A Saint Lord? Jiang Xuan's mind immediately went to General Qi Yu of the Devouring Demon tribe. He was the only Saint Lord in this region Jiang Xuan knew who held a grudge against Sunset City. However, the energy signature of this array did not match the style of the demon tribe. I do not care who you are, Jiang Xuan whispered coldly. To cause trouble under my very nose is to seek death. He turned his gaze toward his follower and commanded, Tea Kang. Understood. Tea Kang stepped forward and reached out. Brownish-green divine light surged from his palm, manifesting into a massive dragon claw that lunged toward the ancient rune. He intended to crush it and shatter the array in a single move. Presumptuous! An angry roar erupted from within the low estate. The voice boomed like divine wrath, echoing between heaven and earth and causing the laws within the array to boil with murderous intent. The array hummed as it was fully activated. Massive spears of light and strange divine beasts manifested from the energy, pouring down toward Jiang Xuan and his group in a lethal tide. Taekang's eyes narrowed. He let out a cold snort and stepped forward, pressing his dragon claw downward. Drawing upon his authority as a green dragon deity, 14 towering trees erupted from the earth, reaching for the clouds. They formed a canopy that instantly swallowed the incoming attacks. Then, the 14 trees collapsed downward like pillars of heaven falling, shattering the very ground. A sharp crack echoed as a visible fissure appeared in the formation surrounding the estate. Xianxia and the others watched with wide eyes. Was this the power of a near Saint Lord? To them, this array was as immovable as a mountain, yet this man had cracked it with a single strike. Completely destroying it seemed within his reach. Even the God Lord of Deliverance took notice, giving Taekang a long, surprised look. His master truly was surrounded by capable individuals. He was certain that many actual Saint Lords could not match the power of that strike. This man possessed the strength to fight those above his own station. Taekang was satisfied with the result. He had once created the 9-dragon world-suppressing array, just by observing a secret technique. Now, with Jiang Xuan's guidance, he had mastered the Yang 9 Yin 5 lock. By combining it with his divine authority, and the mysteries of the 4 symbols heavenly palace, he had crafted a supernatural power perfectly suited to him. This technique combined the suppressive rules of the lock with the green dragon's ability to strip away fortune. It was a terrifying combination. Even in its early stages, it rivaled top-tier saint techniques. If he could reach its peak, he was confident it could challenge imperial techniques. Of course, his main motivation for using such an unrefined move was to show off. He needed his master to see his value beyond just his steadily recovering cultivation. If he didn't stand out, he might become replaceable, especially with the arrival of the God Lord of Deliverance. Their roles overlapped, and the newcomer's past cultivation was likely even higher than his own. If Taekang didn't find a way to shine, he would be no different from the mascots like Xianxia. Suddenly, a streak of golden light flashed from inside the low estate. A bolt of lightning struck out, intercepting Taekang's technique and slowing his progress in breaking the array. The golden light flowed through the air like liquid, gradually solidifying into a high, 9-foot silhouette. The figure wore golden divine armor and possessed a face of cold, majestic indifference. Laws of the Dao swirled around him, and the powerful aura of a Saint Lord radiated outward, sending ripples through the void. The armored figure gave Taekang a cold glance before his eyes settled on Jiang Xuan below. A chilling light flickered in his gaze. Godslayer, I have waited for you for a long time. The group tensed. Was this person here specifically for their master? Had Jiang Xuan's reputation grown so large that he was already on the hit list of the Great Dao-born world's major powers? And what was this talk of being a Godslayer? Godslayer? Jiang Xuan squinted. The title felt strangely cliché and old-fashioned. Did this arrogant newcomer belong to the God tribe? He knew of such a race. Unlike the immortals, who often gave themselves unearned titles, the God tribe was a genuine, ancient race. Their heritage reached back to the era of gods and demons. No matter how the world changed, they remained powerful and never faded. They were a race blessed by heaven. Members were born as saints, accompanied by the manifestation of the Dao, naturally attuned to all laws. Their only weakness was a difficulty in reproducing. Even at their peak, their population was said to be less than 10,000. Because of this, they were extremely tight-knit and usually lived in seclusion, appearing only during times of great upheaval. How had he managed to entangle himself with a race that rarely involved itself with the world? The armored man glared down at Jiang Xuan. To dare covet the power of our God is an unpardonable sin. In the name of my God, I grant you death. With those words, the figure transformed into a bolt of divine lightning, shattering the void as he lunged toward Jiang Xuan with overwhelming murderous intent. Chapter 793. The Absurd Hall of Primordial Beginnings. Seek death, Taekang growled. Azure light flashed around his body as he shifted through space to intercept the attacker. His dragon claw lunged forward once more. 14 green trees pierced the void, taking root in the chaos to lock down the surrounding dimensions and trap the armored man within. At the same time, the authority of the green dragon deity manifested a tide of slaughter, stripping the enemy of his luck and draining his life force. The void collapsed. Rules dissolved. The man in the divine armor was forced out of the void. His tall body shook violently as if he were trembling. He raised his eyes to glare at Taekang, his heart filled with shock. How could a half-step Saint Lord bind him so effectively? The laws of the Great Dao surged around the armored man. He was bathed in a vast, hazy divine light, standing firm amidst the killing intent as if he were completely immune to harm. Do you realize that your actions are a provocation against the Hall of Primordial Beginnings? The man asked. His voice was cold and lacked anger, merely stating a fact. You cannot withstand the fury of our hall. Ha! Taekang laughed, his eyes full of disdain. Whether you are from the God tribe or the Hall of Primordial Beginnings, being an enemy of my master means you seek death. The only good thing about you is that you chose to die in front of me, giving me a chance to prove myself to the master. There are plenty of kind people in this world after all. Since you are sacrificing your life to help my career, how could I fail to appreciate the gesture? Kill. Taekang's eyes turned cold. He flickered forward in a blur of brownish-green light, appearing instantly before the armored man. His hands transformed into dragon claws, engaging in a brutal close-quarters struggle. A punch followed by a claw. Divine light shot from his dragon eyes, piercing the enemy's armor. The sound of tearing flesh echoed. 3 bloody holes appeared on the armored man's body. In a single exchange, Taichu had suppressed him. Bastard! The armored man roared. Terror began to bloom in his heart. His opponent was clearly only a half-step Saint Lord, yet his combat strength was superior. He had been wounded in an instant. If this stalemate continued, he would fail the mission assigned by the Godchild. Worse, he might be worn down and die right here. Earlier, the Godchild of the Hall of Primordial Beginnings had led a force to track the Godslayer. He had arrived with 3,000 divine guards, including the Heavenly God Guard, intending to execute the sinner and fulfill the divine decree before heading deeper into the Dao Ruins to claim the seat of Dao Master. Unexpectedly, they had scoured the area and found no trace of the Godslayer. Left with no choice, the Godchild set a divine restriction to suppress the Luo family and ordered this guard to stay behind. The Luo family was meant to be bait to lure the target out. The Godchild and the rest of the guards had already moved on. According to their calculations, the Godslayer had only recently entered the Saint Realm. Although he had meddled with divine power to increase his strength enough to fight General Qiyu, he was still just a fool seeking his own destruction. This man is stronger than me, the guard thought. I only have one chance, or I will be dragged to my death. Without a moment of hesitation, he began to burn his physical body and soul. He exposed his life soul, using its essence as ink to draw a summoning ritual. I call upon my God, descend with your great power. The divine guard was covered in a layer of transparent flames. His aura surged like a wild tide, doubling and tripling in seconds. It was a peak of violent, terrifying energy that climbed toward the very edge of the Saint Lord realm. But it was not over. A deep hole opened in the center of the guard's forehead. It looked like a bottomless abyss, sending a bone-chilling shiver through the air. A gray light shot from the hole, piercing through to the vast heavens like a channel. It was a path for a great being to descend. A primal, pure energy began to flow from the other end. Suddenly, a supreme and ancient aura spread from within the guard. The hole in his forehead was covered by a simple, profound Dao rune. Jiang Xuan recognized it instantly. It was the Primordial Dao. The Hall of Primordial Beginnings. The Primordial Dao. Jiang Xuan watched the guard and whispered to himself. His eyes darkened, and a cold smile touched his lips. He finally understood where the title of Godslayer came from. It seemed he had caught the attention of that particular entity. Godslayer? Jiang Xuan chuckled. Just because someone achieved immortality through the Primordial Dao, they think they own the thing. How ridiculous. By now, the guard who had sacrificed himself was overflowing with power. He knew this strength would not last long. He had to kill the target immediately. You are fortunate, the guard laughed. Today, you shall witness the power of a god. He raised one hand, grasping at the air. Lightning began to form in his palm, carrying the terrifying scent of ultimate destruction. Slay! The guard shouted, thrusting the lightning toward Taichu. Taichu's hair stood on end. A sense of extreme crisis filled his body. He instinctively retreated at high speed, exiting the space bound by his own green tree technique. Fool! The guard sneered. He had achieved his goal. His target was never Taichu. Taichu was strong, and since the guard's current power was fleeting, wasting it on the follower would only delay the execution of the master. Time was precious. The lightning pierced through 3 of the green trees, shattering the spatial lock. The guard's cold gaze locked onto Jiang Xuan. He stepped through the void, leaping toward his target. Along with him came the primordial rune on his forehead. Suppress. The rune flew out first, expanding like a vast divine mountain to crush Jiang Xuan. The primal, ancient aura covered 10,000 miles like an ocean. Everything fell into a state of stasis. Not good. Taichu's expression changed mid-flight. He realized the guard's true intention. He stopped his retreat and lunged back toward Jiang Xuan to intercept. However, under the weight of that ancient aura, every movement was restricted. His speed was dropped to a minimum. He could not make it in time. Damn it. Taichu cursed internally. He wanted to impress his master, and now he had completely messed up. Faced with the crushing weight of the rune, Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. You are showing off in front of a master. He pressed out a single finger, invoking the primordial supernatural power. Primal, pure energy began to flow. The incoming rune was dissolved and swallowed. Everything came to a dead stop. The guard's movement froze. The smile on his face had not even faded before it was replaced by pure horror. This is impossible. How can a godslayer master the primordial? Jiang Xuan didn't bother to explain. He glanced at the arriving Taichu. I will leave the rest to you. Pull every bit of information out of him. Taichu breathed a sigh of relief. He still had a chance to make up for his mistake. Rest assured, master. Taichu struck again, lunging at the divine guard. The guard had burned himself for a massive power boost, but the only truly dangerous thing he possessed was that Dao rune. Now that Jiang Xuan had neutralized it, killing the man was easy. The guard could not hold out for long. After about 15 minutes of struggle, the guard was exhausted. Taichu seized the opportunity to crush the man's head with a single claw, ending his life and initiating a soul search. Taichu landed and bowed to Jiang Xuan. Thank you for your forgiveness, master. In Taichu's eyes, since Jiang Xuan could dissolve that powerful rune with a single finger, he could have killed the guard just as easily. He believed Jiang Xuan had left the finishing blow to him as a way to redeem his failure. He would never be naive enough to think Jiang Xuan couldn't handle the fight himself. Forgiveness? Jiang Xuan found the comment a bit strange. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me the situation. Who was he and what was his goal? He felt a sense of urgency. This hall of primordial beginnings was absurd. A dignified Saint Lord would burn his own life and soul just to kill him in a single encounter? If everyone in that hall followed that style, he was worried his current strength might not be enough to hold them off. If he hadn't mastered the Primordial Dao himself effectively countering the guard's greatest weapon, he might have actually been in trouble today. It was also lucky that Taichu had recovered so much strength, allowing him to wear the enemy down. If he had faced that man alone, he would have had to use every card in his hand, and it wouldn't have been nearly this easy. All those units of life energy he had spent on Taichu were proving to be a worthy investment. Thinking of this, Jiang Xuan glanced at the God Lord of Deliverance. Once the life spirit produced enough energy, it would be this new man's turn for an upgrade. Chapter 794. I am going to kill. This person was a divine guard from the Hall of Primordial Beginnings, Taichu said quickly. He followed the divine son of Primordial Beginnings here, and was ordered to wait in ambush. Their goal was to eliminate you, master. Even the suppression of the Luo family was merely a tactic to force you into the open. Taichu continued his report without pause. For this mission, the Hall of Primordial Beginnings deployed 3,000 divine guards. Among them, at least 100 are Saint Lords. The rest are all Saint Kings. The leaders, the Divine Son, and his heavenly God Guards, have reached the level of half-step Saint Sovereigns. However, it seems the Divine Son underestimated you. He only left a single guard behind to keep watch. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Everyone, including Jiang Xuan, wore looks of shock. 3,000 guards? With the weakest among them being Saint Kings and over 100 Saint Lords. Such a lineup was incredibly lavish even by the standards of the Great Dao-born world. Is this the power of a top-tier sect in this world? The God Lord of Deliverance whispered, his eyes wide with wonder. He thought back to the divine court he once ruled. It had reached the peak of its own civilization. He had achieved immortality, and his court was filled with countless saints and dozens of saint lords. Back then, he felt a sense of immense pride, believing that in the vastness of the universe, there were no sights more magnificent than his own kingdom. Now he realized how naive and small he had been. He was a frog at the bottom of a well. A single squad from the Hall of Primordial Beginnings far surpassed the peak of his entire civilization. While he felt the weight of the pressure, he also felt a surge of motivation. The larger the stage and the stronger the enemy, the more his passion burned. He had stood atop mountains before, and the strength of this new foe did not drive him to despair. Instead, it sharpened his competitive spirit. Why is the Hall of Primordial Beginnings targeting me? Jiang Xuan asked, turning back to Taichu. Is it because of this title, the God Slayer? He already had a suspicion, but he wanted to confirm the facts. Yes, Taichu nodded. According to the memories of that guard, their god issued a decree half a day ago. The order was, the Dao Ruins have appeared. Enter the ruins, seize the Providence, and slaughter Jiang Xuan. The Divine Son accepted this decree and declared you a God Slayer. He is leading the army himself, intending to execute you and exterminate 9 generations of your kin as a warning to all. Exterminate 9 generations as a warning to all, Jiang Xuan repeated. He narrowed his eyes, a cold light flickering within them as murderous intent erupted. They truly believe they are high and mighty gods, don't they? He let out a short, sharp laugh. Master, the strength of the Hall of Primordial Beginnings is terrifying, Taichu advised in a low, heavy tone. We must deal with this carefully. Taichu was not afraid, but he worried Jiang Xuan might act on impulse and rush into a head-on confrontation. Putting aside the entire sect, the force led by the Divine Son alone was overwhelming. With their current strength, a direct fight would be far too reckless. They needed time. Jiang Xuan needed time to grow, Taichu needed time to recover, and their small group needed time to expand. Jiang Xuan shook his head slightly. I know what I am doing, he said calmly. He was not a fool. He knew exactly how much power he had. He would not lose his head and throw his life away against the Divine Son right now. That would be suicide. The pace is moving too fast, and the team cannot keep up, Jiang Xuan thought with a hint of frustration. He had hoped that by recruiting Taichu and the God Lord of Deliverance, he could walk through the Dao Ruins without opposition once they recovered. Now he realized that a powerful background was a formidable weapon. With a great sect behind you, you could mobilize a legion of experts at a moment's notice. Even if your personal strength was not the best, you could use sheer numbers to crush any obstacle. In contrast, he was essentially fighting alone. His hastily assembled team was inevitably a bit thin. The Mystic Gate, Jiang Xuan thought. He felt a renewed determination to build and strengthen his own faction. If he had no top-tier background to lean on, he would build one himself. First, let us enter the Luo estate to assess the situation. Then we will decide on our next move, Jiang Xuan decided. Understood, the others replied. Taichu reached out with a dragon claw and crushed the ancient divine rune in the sky, dissolving the array that had imprisoned the Luo family. The group walked into the estate. Perhaps the Divine Son was not interested in the Luo family, or perhaps he simply did not care to crush ants. Although the estate had been suppressed, there were few signs of actual destruction. However, the thousands of Luo family members were all imprisoned in the courtyard, their cultivation levels sealed. Taichu moved among them, breaking the seals. Greetings, human King Jiang. Luo Feng, the young clan leader, bowed deeply. His face was pale with lingering fear. If you had not appeared in time, our family would have been wiped out. Cut the nonsense, Jiang Xuan said with a dismissive wave. He scanned the gathered crowd. When he did not see Luo Tiancheng or Luo Mushi, a bad premonition gripped him. Where is the elder and the others? Luo Fang's face twisted into a bitter smile. The Divine Sun took all the direct descendants of our family, including the ancestor. Luo Fang held out a glowing jade talisman. The Divine Sun left this behind and told me to hand it to you. With a thought, Jiang Xuan shattered the talisman. Brilliant light surged, projecting an image into the air. The Divine Sun appeared, full of arrogance. His face was blurred, but his eyes were visible, filled with an uncomfortable coldness and pride. God Slayer, I am waiting for you deep within the Dao Ruins, the image spoke. From this moment on, for every hour that passes, I will execute one member of the Luo family. As the human king, I am curious to see if you will value your own life over theirs. The Divine Sun raised a hand. In the projection, a member of the Luo family suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. The image vanished, but the sight of that exploding body felt as if the blood had splattered onto Jiang Xuan's own face. His expression turned incredibly dark, and a chilling murderous intent radiated from his eyes. Luo Fang looked on with a mix of rage and agony. Witnessing the death of his kinsman cut him to the bone. Luo Fang took a deep breath, forcing his emotions down. He remained rational as he bowed to Jiang Xuan. Human king, the ancestor left word that the family should put your safety above all else. While I am furious over the death of my kin, I am a member of the human race first. I embolden myself to request that you do not let your emotions control you. Do not take unnecessary risks. Luo Fang continued, his voice heavy. Your safety is far more important than the lives of our family members. Please, wait for reinforcements from the human alliance before making a move. Slap. Jiang Xuan's hand whipped across Luo Fang's face, leaving a blood-red mark. I am the human king, so my life is more precious than yours. Jiang Xuan asked coldly. Where did you get this idea of superior and inferior lives? We are all humans. Do you think some are noble and others are lowly? Did you not listen to a single word of the great Emperor Fuxi's teachings? Jiang Xuan leaned in, staring directly at Luo Fang. He poked his finger against the man's chest, right over his heart. I do not care if you are being sincere or just polite, but I am telling you this. As a man, you cannot lose your backbone. If you are afraid of death, stay here. Take care of your people and wait for your alliance. If you have any courage left, follow me. We will tear those bastards from the Hall of Primordial Beginnings apart and bring your family home. Jiang Xuan turned to Taikang and the others. His voice was like ice. Today, I do not want to weigh the pros and cons. I am going to kill. The group felt a shiver run down their spines. They knew their master was truly enraged. They straightened their posture and replied with solemn discipline. Understood. Let us go. Jiang Xuan waved his hand and led the way. He transformed into a streak of divine light that pierced the sky. Follow me. We are going to kill. Chapter 795. The Reckless Human Race. Taikang, the God Lord of Deliverance, Donghuan Tianyan, Gushan Xiao, Dijusha, and Zhang Zhao transformed into streaks of divine light. They trailed closely behind Jiang Xuan, cutting through the monochrome sky with a chilling intent to kill as they raced toward the heart of the Dao Ruins. Luo Fang took a deep breath. His eyes wavered for a moment before hardening with resolve. He turned to the remaining members of the Luo clan and shouted, everyone who can still move, grab your weapons. We follow the human king to rescue our kin and slaughter every last dog from the Hall of Primordial Beginnings. Understood. Thousands of Luo family members straightened their backs, their faces flushing with excitement as they let out a collective roar. Led by Luo Fang, the crowd surged forward to follow Jiang Xuan. With Jiang Xuan as their banner, their collective fury transformed into a raging fire, explosive and relentless. Death did not frighten them. Since the dawn of their kind, the human race had never survived by being afraid. Those who feared death were not worthy of the name. Jiang Xuan flew at the head of the formation, like a sharpened blade, cutting a path through the deep darkness and endless peril. He forced a way forward, creating a corridor for his people to march through. Though it was a symbolic gesture, Jiang Xuan felt a genuine sense of heroic pride swelling within his chest. At this moment, he truly felt like a human king. A massive surge of human destiny erupted from his body, manifesting as a vast mist that rose above him. It grew at a terrifying rate, spreading like a wildfire across a prairie. The golden haze expanded and draped over Taikang and the others, eventually blanketing the thousands of Luo family members as well. This sea of destiny became a domain of its own immobile kingdom. At its head was Jiang Xuan, their king, their sovereign, their flag, and their faith. Everyone present felt their will stirred by his presence. Their fighting spirit burned, manifesting as an unyielding, blood-pumping courage. They accepted the possibility of death with a calm, liberated grace. The human destiny flowed into their bodies, healing old wounds and amplifying their combat strength. They could feel Jiang Xuan's heart beating in sync with theirs, as if they had merged into a single entity. They were his soldiers, his foundation, and the sharpest blade in his hand. The cloud of destiny continued to swell, radiating across thousands of miles, and covering every human soul in its path. In the Kangyuan realm, which had been absorbed into the Dao Ruins, very few humans remained. The Luo family was the only intact power left. The rest were scattered remnants struggling to survive against foreign invaders. Now, these small groups found themselves enveloped by the golden mist. Sensing Jiang Xuan's will, their spirits were ignited. Kill! Roars erupted from every corner of the wasteland. They came in groups of 3, then 5, then hundreds and thousands. Regardless of their cultivation or their injuries, every human who felt the mist took to the sky. They connected their wills to Jiang Xuan, using him as their beacon as they raised their blades for vengeance. The procession was magnificent in its scale. What is this? Experts from various races looked up in shock. A sea of destiny this vast was a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Since when did the human race possess such spirit? Are they actually launching a counteroffensive? Speculation ran wild. Many wondered where the humans found such confidence. The invasion by the devouring demons and the barbarians had lasted for some time, and most neighboring races assumed the conflict would end with the arrival of the Dao Ruins. They expected the humans to use this time to hide and recover. Instead, the humans were becoming more aggressive. Had they lost their minds? Jiang Xuan moved eastward at the center of the Golden Storm. His progress was so loud that it alerted numerous factions. Some watched from afar, while others prepared for a confrontation, but most were dismissive. They believed that starting a war during the critical arrival of the Dao Ruins was nothing short of digging one's own grave. In the Great Dao-born world, the human alliance was not considered a top-tier power. If not for a few lucky emperors, they wouldn't even qualify as a super-faction. The Dao Ruins were too important for such distractions. To most observers, the humans were just mudfish trying to stir up the water, vastly overestimating their own importance. 10,000 miles ahead on Jiang Xuan's path, a demonic pool sat at the intersection of black and white. General Qiyu of the devouring demon tribe stood there with 3,000 elite warriors. They were waiting for the arrival of the imperial son, Xikang, intending to follow him into the ruins to seize the pillars of the Dao. Deep demonic light erupted from the pool like a massive blade, splitting the waters to reveal a corridor made of white bone. A heavy thudding of footsteps echoed, growing louder until it shook the heavens. "We welcome the imperial son," Qiyu and his men shouted as they bowed. The heavy footsteps drew closer. The 7-foot-tall imperial son, Xikang, stepped out from the bone corridor. He was the picture of cold, tyrannical authority. Demonic runes pulsed across his skin, and the air around him warped under the weight of his murderous aura. He looked like a demon king emerging from the abyss, opening his eyes to slaughter the world. Behind him, 3 towering demonic shadows merged with the void. These guardians radiated the terrifying pressure of half-step saint sovereigns. As the bone corridor collapsed, more figures emerged: 10 saint lords and over 100 saint kings, all dripping with malice. Xikang looked down at General Qiyu with indifference. "Are the preparations complete?" Qiyu took a sharp breath to steady his excitement. Reporting to the imperial son, 3,000 great saints are assembled and ready to die for you. Xikang looked over the army and nodded. "In this journey through the ruins, we shall flatten everything in our path. Let the world know the might of the devouring demons. From this moment on, rewards will be given for every head taken. A great saint's head earns a king-rank weapon. A saint lord earns a sovereign-rank weapon. A half-step saint sovereign earns a seat of power and the blessing of the royal bloodline." The eyes of the soldiers turned red. Even Qiyu, who was already of royal blood, felt his breath hitch. The weapons were a secondary concern. The seat of power and the bloodline upgrade offered a chance to break through to heights they had never dreamed of. "We will die for the imperial son." The army roared, their voices shaking the earth. Xikang smiled. At that moment, one of the 3 massive demonic shadows raised its head, squinting toward the distance. It leaned down and whispered to Xikang, "Imperial son, a massive surge of destiny is approaching from 10,000 miles away. It will be here in less than 15 minutes. "A massive surge of destiny?" Xikang asked. "Can you identify the faction?" The shadow used a bloodline technique to pierce the void. After a moment, it replied, "It is human destiny. It appears to be a human army. However, I sense that the source of this destiny is merely a young human in the Great Saint realm." The shadow sounded confused. He could not understand how a mere Great Saint could command such a magnificent aura. Because of the distance and the obscuring mist, he could not see the details clearly. "A Great Saint." Xikang froze for a second before breaking into a sneer of pure disdain. "A mere Great Saint dares to touch the Dao Ruins? The human race truly grows more reckless by the day." Chapter 796. "And you claim you do not have a brother complex." General Qiyu overheard the exchange and felt a sudden jolt. The image of a human youth subconsciously surfaced in his mind, a genius who was merely in the saint realm, yet mastered multiple Supreme Daos, and had posed a legitimate threat to him. Could it be that brat? Qiyu was uncertain. After all, it had been less than 2 hours since he withdrew his troops from Sunset City. Even if that boy were the reincarnation of some ancient human powerhouse, it was impossible for him to leap into the Great Saint realm in such a short window. The 5 declines of the saint alone were not something one could survive in a mere 2 hours. Dismissing these unrealistic thoughts, Qiyu clasped his hands and petitioned Imperial son Xikang. "Your subordinate dares to request permission to lead 500 great saints to annihilate that human army and demonstrate your majesty." "There is no need." Xikang waved his hand dismissively. "Slow our pace as we move toward the depths of the Dao Ruins. I shall wait for them to come and deliver their own deaths." Seeing this, Qiyu said no more. He personally summoned a divine carriage pulled by the ominous ghost carriage birds. "Imperial son, please step into the divine carriage and rest for a moment." Xikang nodded in satisfaction, boarded the carriage, and leaned back to doze. The ghost carriage birds let out piercing shrieks and flapped their massive, sun-blotting demonic wings, tearing through the void as they pulled the carriage forward. Under Qiyu's orders, the pace was intentionally sluggish. 3 supreme demonic shadows, each 10,000 feet tall, strode behind. Every step crossed mountains. Though they seemed slow, they kept perfect pace with the carriage. 10 Saint Lords, 100 Saint Kings, and 3,000 great saints marched in perfect unison behind them, led by Qiyu in a state of high combat readiness. Meanwhile, to the southeast forming a triangle with Jiang Xuan's Sea of Destiny, and the devouring demon army, another group of experts was racing through the sky. This team consisted of 24 individuals, 1 half-step Saint Sovereign, 3 Saint Lords, 10 Saint Kings, and 10 Great Saints. Their original destination was Sunset City. Stop! The white-robed old man leading them suddenly halted in midair. His aged eyes flashed with a mysterious divine light, as if piercing the void to investigate something. Slow the pace. We are changing course to the northeast, the old man ordered coldly. Behind him, the various experts and geniuses looked confused. Among them, Saint Lord Wang Chen, an expert skilled in ocular techniques, seemed to perceive the situation in the distance. His expression shifted and he spoke up immediately. Elder Chen, this is not appropriate, is it? Human King Jiang Xuan is currently pursuing the devouring demons. We are already late. We should be moving to assist him. How can we slow down and watch from the sidelines at a time like this? In Saint Lord Wang Chen's eyes, the devouring demon army was fleeing, while Human King Jiang Xuan was in hot pursuit. It looked like Jiang Xuan was mopping up a defeated force. He could not quite fathom how Jiang Xuan had the strength to rout such an army, as it contradicted the information they had received from Jiang Hong, the second-generation ancestor of the Jiang family. Jiang Hong had told them that Jiang Xuan and Sunset City lacked sufficient strength and protection to compete in the Dao Ruins, which was why they were sent to help. Regardless of the specifics, they could not simply sit back as Elder Chen suggested. This Jiang Xuan, who had come from the Myriad Realms, was a genuine human king, the hope of the human race. He could not be allowed to fall. The white-robed man known as Elder Chen glanced at Saint Lord Wang Chen. What is the rush? He asked calmly. If you cannot see the reality of the situation, do you think I am blind as well? That devouring demon army is not a defeated force. I can sense the aura of at least 3 half-step Saint Sovereigns among them. Furthermore, not one of those 3,000 demons is below the Great Saint realm. The faces of Wang Chen and the others went pale. Over 3,000 demons, and the weakest was a Great Saint? This was a staggering force. Elder Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He pointed a withered finger toward Jiang Xuan's direction. Our human king from the countryside truly thinks this place is like his little home world. A mere saint dares to hunt an army of that caliber? Ridiculous. Saint Lord Wang Chen panicked. Elder Chen, if that is the case, we must move even faster to stop the human king. We cannot sit here and watch him throw his life away. Our entire human alliance only has this one human king right now. We cannot lose him. Elder Chen shook his head, remaining motionless. No need to hurry. This is a perfect opportunity to strip away that rustic arrogance of his. Let him experience the cruelty of the Great Dao-born world firsthand. Only then will he grow up faster. Wang Chen was stunned. He could not believe what he was hearing. The other human experts and geniuses nearby watched with flickering gazes. While they found the behavior strange, they remained silent. Silence itself was an attitude. It meant they agreed with Elder Chen's approach. To them, it did not matter if the human king needed tempering. In their view, it might be better if this human king from the Myriad Realms didn't exist at all. Since the founding of the Human Alliance, the faction from the Myriad Realms had become overbearingly dominant. While other branches of humanity had representatives at the meetings, their opinions were rarely valued. Their influence was essentially zero. If this new human king also successfully became a human emperor, this already unbalanced alliance would likely collapse entirely, becoming a dictatorship ruled by the Myriad Realms faction. They did not want to see that happen. Elder Chen, if the high-level leadership of the Human Alliance learns of your actions today, you will not escape severe punishment, even if you are one of the only 13 half-step Saint Sovereigns in the race. Wang Chen shouted, his face darkening with suppressed rage as he realized Elder Chen's true motives. What becomes of me is none of your concern, Elder Chen replied with a faint smile. He looked at the group and repeated his orders. Slow down. Since our human king is so overconfident, let him hit a wall first. When he truly cannot hold on any longer, we will step in to save him. Perhaps then he will even be grateful to us for saving his life. The group laughed. You people. Wang Chen's face turned red with fury. He pointed at Elder Chen and the others, his eyes wide with rage. The reason our human alliance has fallen to this state is because of parasites like you. I am ashamed to be counted among your ranks. After his outburst, Wang Chen struck out with a finger, a sword light cutting through the void. He transformed into a streak of light and sped off alone toward Jiang Xuan's direction. He had to stop the human king before he reached the devouring demon army. Otherwise, the human king was walking straight into a death trap. That demon army was clearly baiting him into an ambush. At the same time, in the northern part of the Kangyuan realm, a group of experts had already entered the monochrome Dao Ruins. The handsome man leading them wore a white robe with gold trim. His eyes held a deep, profound mystery, and his expression was calm and serious. Beside him, a woman of peerless beauty followed closely. She had a cheerful smile and a lively demeanor, radiating a warmth like a spring day. A soft sword, thin as a cicada's wing, was wrapped around her waist. Xiao Hong, do you think we might run into Jiang Xuan in the Dao Ruins? The woman asked with a smile. The man shook his head and laughed softly. His voice was calm but certain. It is not a possibility. It is a certainty. The woman could not help but roll her eyes. She grumbled to herself. And you claim you do not have a brother complex. Chapter 797. The four symbols are formed, to war. A moment later, Saint Lord Wang Chen arrived. He came to a halt 10,000 yards ahead of Jiang Xuan and offered a deep bow. From the Fireseed branch of the Human Alliance, I, Wang Chen, greet Human King Jiang. I implore you, Great King, to stop here. Do not continue your pursuit of the devouring demon tribe. Jiang Xuan paused. Under the billowing sea of human destiny, figures like the God Lord of Deliverance and Taichu stood like statues of war. Behind them were the thousands of the Luo clan, followed by the various human stragglers who had joined along the way. Their numbers had reached 30,000, though their overall cultivation was not high, mostly at the God realm with only a few hundred at the Saint realm, many of whom were wounded. Their expressions were solemn, and their battle intent pierced the sky. Fireseed branch? Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes at Saint Lord Wang Chen. His voice was cold and demanding. Why do you block my path? As he spoke, the golden clouds of destiny churned like the wrath of gods and demons. Heaven and earth seemed to tilt under the weight of his authority. Wang Chen felt his spirit shake, and the color drained from his face. This piercing will, bolstered by the magnificent destiny of a race, possessed a hint of invincible defiance that even a saint lord like himself found difficult to withstand. Reporting to the Human King, the devouring demon army ahead has not truly retreated in defeat. They still have many powerful masters among them, including no fewer than 3 half-step saint sovereigns. With your current strength, you may not be able to contend with them. Advancing recklessly could lead you into a deadly trap, Wang Chen reported respectfully. 3 half-step saint sovereigns. Jiang Xuan's gaze shifted toward the distant horizon. He could faintly see the movement of the devouring demon host. His primary objective was to strike at the Hall of Primordial Beginnings. As for the devouring demons in his way, he had intended to simply crush them as he passed. Now, it seemed the situation was slightly more complicated than he had anticipated. However, he merely let out a cold laugh. And? He asked. Wang Chen froze. His mind momentarily short-circuited. And? He meant there were 3 half-step saint sovereigns. If the Human King charged forward blindly, wouldn't that be suicide? You are from the Fireseed branch? Jiang Xuan asked, suddenly changing the subject. Wang Chen nodded, though he was confused. I am, Great King. He knew Jiang Xuan had come from the Myriad Realms and was new to the Great Dao-born world, likely knowing little of the Human Alliance and even less of the Fireseed branch. He took the initiative to explain. The Fireseed humans originate from the Fireseed civilization. We arrived in the Great Dao-born world 3 million years ago, when our world ended. We currently sit in the second tier of the Human Alliance. Our leader is the Fireseed King. The Fireseed King. Jiang Xuan nodded thoughtfully. To be named a king meant the leader was at least at the peak of the Saint Sovereign realm, perhaps even a near emperor. Such strength was respectable. Judging by this, the Human Alliance was likely not as weak as his second-generation ancestor, Jiang Hong, had described. Perhaps there were indeed only 13 half-step saint sovereigns on the surface, but every leader of the 56 civilizations likely held the power of a king. Most were simply in deep slumber, hiding their true strength. Hiding and enduring was the human way. But Jiang Xuan shook his head and whispered to himself. What is the point of all this hiding? The loss of the Kang Yuan realm and the suffering of so many people apparently hadn't been enough to make them reconsider their passivity. Jiang Xuan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. In his mind, a grand strategy was beginning to take shape. His finger subconsciously stroked the Ouroboros ring of karma on his hand. The Great Dao of karma spun rapidly, refining a plan that would subvert the entire world order. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. He was tired of being cautious and moving one step at a time. The path was clear, but it was too slow. It was boring, truly boring. Now, he wanted to play a high-stakes game. He looked back at Wang Chen. Contact the Fireseed King immediately. Tell him to lead the Fireseed army here and station them outside the Dao Ruins. Their mission is to intercept all foreign reinforcements. Once I rebuild the Celestial Court, I shall grant him the status of a royal Fireseed clan. Furthermore, tell him to use his influence to contact the leaders of the other human civilizations. My promise to him applies to them as well. Jiang Xuan glanced toward the southeast with a cold smile. He had sensed the presence of other humans there. Combined with Wang Chen's arrival, it was easy to guess they were the reinforcements sent by Jiang Hong. But why had they stopped? Why had only Wang Chen come forward? The internal rot of the Human Alliance was plain to see. It was laughable. Tell them this, Jiang Xuan continued. They can choose to keep sleeping, clinging to their dwindling heritage, and playing their petty political games, or they can go all in. They can bet everything on a single move for eternal immortality, provided they still have the courage to do so. Jiang Xuan looked Wang Chen in the eye and gave a chilly smile. Finally, pass one more message to the Fireseed King for me. As a human, don't act like a spineless coward who has lost his nerve. Wang Chen trembled. He was genuinely shocked by Jiang Xuan's words. Although Jiang Xuan held the title of Human King, he was still technically only at the Great Saint realm. His cultivation was vastly inferior to the Fireseed King, yet he dared to speak with such biting arrogance. Where did this confidence come from? Taking a deep breath, Wang Chen suppressed his shock. I will pass your words to the Fireseed King exactly as you said them, he replied. He bowed and retreated to a nearby mountain peak, producing a communication talisman to contact his leader. Behind Jiang Xuan, Taichu and the God Lord of Deliverance exchanged looks of uncertainty. They didn't understand the sudden shift. Hadn't the plan been to move cautiously through the ruins? Why had he suddenly exploded with such aggression after the incident at the Luo estate? Was he really calling for a total war just because the divine son of primordial beginnings had killed one person in a projection? Jiang Zhao looked worried. She walked to Jiang Xuan's side and took his arm. "Father?" she asked softly. Jiang Xuan patted her head and smiled. He turned to his followers, seeing the doubt in their eyes. "Time waits for no one," he said calmly. "Plans must change with the circumstances. This time, we are going for a total victory." The group felt a surge of adrenaline and nodded heavily. Jiang Xuan began issuing orders. "God Lord of Deliverance, focus on your recovery. Do not worry about the cost of life energy. I require you to return to the combat strength of a half-step Saint Sovereign within 3 hours." "Yes," the God Lord replied. Then Jiang Xuan looked at the Luo clan and the 30,000 human survivors. "Taekang, take Nichen Dao, Dejesha, and Gushan Xiao. Deploy the 4 symbols Heavenly Palace. Bring all these people into the 4 major cave heavens. Use the power of the 4 symbols as a guide to transform them into a grand army." "Understood," Taekang replied. A bronze light erupted as Taekang held the 4 symbols Heavenly Palace aloft. The 4 cave heavens of fortune, omen, calamity, and luck manifested. Each was commanded by one of the 4 who held the divine authority of the 4 symbols. They divided the humans among the heavens, where the power of the laws quickly molded them into a disciplined force. In an instant, within the clouds of destiny, the shadow of a 10,000-yard green dragon soared above, radiating brilliant azure light. A white tiger of equal size crouched at the flank, surging with the power of slaughter. A phoenix circled on the other side, its golden divine flames burning fiercely. In the center, a black tortoise lay prone, surrounded by the quiet, deadly flow of primeval waters. Beneath the silence, a storm of killing intent brewed. The 4 symbols were formed. They were ready for war. Chapter 798. The Jiang Celestial Court shall rise. Jiang Xuan nodded with satisfaction. The initial deployment was complete. Now, the real show was about to begin. He led the way, followed by a billowing sea of destiny and the shifting shadows of the 4 symbols. Jiang Xuan continued his eastward journey with Jiang Zhao at his side. "Father, what is really happening?" Jiang Zhao was clever and quick-witted. She had noticed the subtle shift in Jiang Xuan's demeanor long ago and could no longer suppress her worry. "My dear daughter," Jiang Xuan said, patting her head with a smile. He handed her a storage ring packed with the remains of great saint-level beasts. These were his spoils from the primordial golden tower. He had killed so many that even with the life spirits working overtime, they had processed less than 30%. "Absorb these quickly," he commanded. "You must break the final 2 seals on your bloodline as soon as possible. Your mother is waiting for the 2 of us to save her." Jiang Zhao froze. She took the ring silently and gave a heavy, determined nod. "I understand, father." Jiang Xuan smiled. Without slowing his pace, he glanced up at the vast, hazy sky. The ancient Dao shrine floated high above the clouds. According to the rules of the Dao Ruins, anyone who attained enlightenment could enter the shrine to find the secrets of eternal life. However, few knew that someone had already beaten the rest of the world to it. Warning, warning, warning. Nangang Minjaya will achieve immortality in the Dao shrine within 30 days. Once she attains the Dao, the Phoenix memories will seize control of her soul. The Phoenix will descend, the river of fate will collapse, and all living beings will be annihilated. The descent of the Phoenix will extinguish the fire of civilization. The era of the Great Conclusion will arrive ahead of schedule. Jiang Xuan reread the golden prompt that had appeared while he was at the Luo estate. His heart felt heavy. His fiancée truly never gave him a moment of peace. He remembered back in the Saint Dao realm, during that spacetime illusion, her fate had been fractured. The prompt had warned him then to save her within 3 years. Now, suddenly, she was on the verge of immortality within 30 days. The speed was absurd. She was moving faster than a rocket. The only saving grace was that he still had a chance. Please achieve the Dao as quickly as possible. If you attain enlightenment before Nangang Minjayo, there is a probability you can use the power of the Supreme Dao to seal the Phoenix memories, preventing the seizure of her soul and the descent of the Phoenix. This was the solution provided by his golden prompt. It was his only way to save her, but the path was incredibly steep. To attain immortality before her mentee had to reach that level within 30 days. Currently, he was only in the Great Saint realm. There are 2 ways to achieve immortality quickly, Jiang Xuan whispered to himself. First, rely on the Dao Ruins. Seize the pillar of the Great Dao that represents the position of the Dao Master, while refining the physical essence of Haotian. Second, utilize the human destiny to rebuild the Celestial Court and ascend to the throne of the human emperor. Time was too short to bet everything on one path. He had to pursue both simultaneously. This was why he decided to play a high-stakes game. If he succeeded, he would not only save Nangang Minjayo, but also solve the crisis facing the human race once and for all. If he failed, he would lose her, the world would end, and the human crisis would cease to exist, because there would be no humans left. Jiang Xuan grinned and continued his eastward charge. At the same time, he activated the Great Bright Mystery Scripture, using the power of his bloodline to contact his mother, Lanyu. "Mother, I need your help." Lanyu was currently leading the experts of the Taihao clan to drive back the armies of the Blood Nightmare tribe. She was surprised by her son's sudden request for aid. Sensing the gravity of his tone, her expression darkened. "What happened?" Jiang Xuan gave her a brief summary of the situation. "Mother, I know you and father still have a hidden force. You must activate everything now. Clear out the foreign armies from the Myriad Realms within 10 days and unify all human factions. If necessary, seek out the Earth Emperor and ask for his intervention. I am going to rebuild the human celestial court. Lan Yu's face paled as a wave of shock crashed over her. How had things escalated so quickly? She took a deep breath to steady herself and nodded firmly. My son, do not worry. You do not need to trouble yourself with the Myriad Realms. With your father, the Jiang family, and me, we will unify the realms within 10 days. Take care of yourself. Thank you, mother, Jiang Xuan said with a smile. As soon as the connection broke, Lan Yu did not hesitate. She triggered her authority as the moon goddess to contact Jiang Haotian, who was currently in the forbidden zone of life. Your son needs help. He wants the Myriad Realms unified in 10 days. He is rebuilding the human celestial court. The Myriad Realms were not that large in her eyes. Unifying them was not impossible. She had held the Kang Yuan realm for nearly a year by herself without calling upon the human alliance. If she could do that, her husband certainly had the means to do more. No one knew exactly how much power Jiang Haotian had hidden away over the years, but she was certain it was enough to turn the tide. Jiang Haotian opened his eyes. A sharp sword light flickered within his gaze. Is it happening early? He asked. You knew. Lan Yu's brow furrowed in annoyance. Fine, I see how it is. You father and son really are one family, keeping all the secrets from me. Jiang Haotian gave a helpless smile. It is not what you think. I only sensed it recently. Having inherited the legacy of Haotian, his vision and realm had shifted. He could see things that were previously hidden, such as the threads of fate and the impending descent of the phoenix. Leave the Myriad Realms to me, Jiang Haotian said calmly as he stood up. We have owed our son for so many years. It is time we made it up to him. Since he asked for it, his parents will give it to him. Lan Yu scoffed. I knew you were hiding a secret stash of power. I just find it strange. Why hide it? If you had used even a fraction of that strength earlier, the Kang Yuan realm wouldn't have fallen. You wouldn't even let me borrow power from the human alliance. I have no idea what goes on in that head of yours. Why even follow their orders to guard the border if you won't use their help? It was a miserable position to be in. The corner of Jiang Haotian's mouth quirked upward. He did not argue or offer a long explanation. The human alliance is the highest organization for a race in the Great Dao-born world, he said simply. They represent the will of humanity. We must listen to them to some extent. After all, the ancestors of our branch are all there. However, he continued, business is business, and personal matters are personal. If we had borrowed their strength back then, we would never have been able to draw a clear line between us and them. If that happened, how could I justify claiming these realms as my own private property? Lan Yu was stunned. You. Jiang Haotian looked at her image. Beneath his calm exterior was a terrifying aura of majesty and dominance, like an emperor who ruled over all. He smiled. My dear wife, I originally intended for you to be the empress. But since our son wants the celestial court, I suppose you will have to settle for being the empress dowager. Jiang Haotian took out a sword seal and crushed it. Instantly, powerful auras erupted from more than 10 different star sectors across the Myriad Realms. Sword light, divine brilliance, and Dao Ruins pierced through the galaxies, shaking the universe. The Hall of Sword Holders. We sound the sword for our master. The Jiang Celestial Court shall rise. The Hall of Sword Holders, which had been sealed away for nearly 10 million years, received the signal to unsheath. The sleeping masters of the sword woke and stepped out from the eastern azure sector, answering the call. The Xianxia family. We march for our master. The Jiang Celestial Court shall rise. In the Qiwang sector, the ultimate masters of the Xianxia family broke their seals. They deployed 10,000-foot puppets and massive steel beasts, forming a legion of giants that charged toward the armies of the various alien races. The Zhou royal family. We bleed for our master. The Jiang Celestial Court shall rise. The Zhou family, one of the 8 great royal families, had suffered devastating losses in the wars of the past. They had nearly been wiped out until the Jiang family intervened to save them. They had remained silent when the Godstart land opened and when the foreign tribes invaded. They were waiting for Jiang Haotian's signal. They knew that in this era of calamity and brilliance, as long as they followed him, they would eventually reclaim their ancient glory. Chapter 799. Because his father said so. The Tiangang Holy Land burns like the stars for my master. The Jiang Celestial Court shall rise. The Yuking Dao Palace chants throughout the abyss for my master. The Yuyuan Divine Sect fights for my master. Across more than 10 star sectors, a dozen top-tier powers mobilized. Their combined strength included nearly 1 million elite warriors, with over 10,000 reaching the Saint Realm. In the vastness of the Great Dao-born world, this might seem modest, but within the Myriad Realms, it was an unstoppable tide. No matter how many foreign armies descended, they would be crushed. The world ring had not yet fully collapsed, and the Earth Emperor still stood guard outside the realms. Because the high-level combatants of the foreign tribes could not yet enter, their strongest soldiers were only at the Great Saint Realm. Under these conditions, unifying the Myriad Realms within 10 days was not just possible, it was inevitable. On a hidden planet at the edge of the universe, the Tendu clan had gathered. Every living member, even the ancient monsters whose life essence was nearly dry, had awakened from their slumber. They knew the day they had long awaited had finally arrived. Zhang Changxiao, Zhang Qingtian, Bei Qing, Zhang Feng, and Jushan were also present. Originally, they were tasked with stabilizing the Swiren tribe and guiding the descent of the Yin 2 and Yin 3 continents to return to the Suantian realm. Now, they stood behind a young man dressed in simple hemp robes, their faces filled with shock. Beside them were 5 new faces, all saints, and all carrying the bloodline of the Jiang family. The hemp-robed youth looked at Zhu Xinchen, the patriarch of the Tendu clan. The time has come. Go. Zhu Xinchen bowed deeply before activating a massive teleportation array. He led his clan toward the Suantian realm with a specific target. The Hades tribe. The Tendu clan possessed a unique talent called Spirit Shackle, which perfectly countered the soul-corrupting abilities of the Hades. They were the ultimate weapon to dismantle the armies of the dead. The young man watched them vanish. His eyes were deep, reflecting a mysterious wisdom. After a moment, he shook his head with a touch of regret. Even with 1,000 calculations, I missed a few variables. The descent of the phoenix was unpredictable. It is happening a bit too early. He smiled to himself. But no matter. Whether you sit on that throne or your son does, it makes no difference to me. Behind him, Zhang Changxiao and the others exchanged frantic glances. Finally, pushed by his seniors, Zhang Feng gathered his courage to speak. Master? The young man turned around and laughed. What is it? Spit it out. Is all of this your doing? Zhang Feng was still reeling. It was too much to process in such a short time. Which part? The young man asked playfully. The Tendu clan? The Hall of Sword Holders and the Gongshu family? Or perhaps the end of the Godstart land? What? Zhang Feng and the others gasped. You were behind the end of the Godstart land too? Not really, the youth shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips. Whether that was the truth or a lie, only he knew. Then why did you? Zhang Feng stammered. I was just joking to see your reactions, the master laughed. Look at you all, acting like you have never seen the world. In the future, do not tell people I am your teacher. I cannot afford the embarrassment. The group shrank back, their minds buzzing with questions they didn't know how to ask. You and you, the youth said, pointing at each of them in turn before tapping Zhang Feng on the head. You have all received the Zen legacy. Meditate on it. Try to seize the positions of the Buddhas themselves. In the future, I am counting on you to help me claim the Saha Buddha realm. The thought of making the Buddha realm a private property of the Zhang family made him smile. The Buddha realm? Zhang Feng blinked. Is there a connection between that and the Saha Buddha kingdom? Not yet, the master replied vaguely. But in the future, who knows? Some things cannot be said plainly. But that realm is a treasure that even the oldest monsters would kill for. All right, stop wasting time. Get back to the Suantian realm, he commanded. Unifying the realms is easy enough without you. But it will go faster if you help. Jiang Xuan is in a hurry. As his elders, and you as his brother, you should do your part to clear out the trash. Are you not coming with us? Zhang Feng asked. The master shook his head. I have real business to attend to. Real business? The group was stunned. If unifying the entire universe was not considered real business, what on earth was he planning to do? Stop lingering and go, the master urged, waving them away. Zhang Feng and the others stepped through a spatial portal he had constructed. Even as they departed, they felt as if they were walking through a dream. Just moments ago, humanity was on the brink of extinction. Now, the crisis was practically over. It turned out the Jiang family had been sitting on a terrifying mountain of power all along. The words their master had spoken earlier echoed in their minds. Jiang Haotian and I planned to reveal this strength only when the world ring shattered. We wanted to wipe out the foreign tribes, win the hearts of the people, and unify the Myriad Realms to march on the Great Dao-born world. There are deeper reasons involving the human alliance, but you are not ready for those secrets yet. Just know that this universe has belonged to the Jiang family for a long time. The hemp-robed youth watched his disciples leave, laughing at their lingering shock. He felt he had failed a bit as a teacher by not exposing them to the larger world sooner. Now, for the matter at hand. He waved his hand to create a space-time communication link to Zhang Zhong, the Great Dao Master in the Saint Dao realm. Zhang Zhong, I know you are in contact with that old man Zhang Hong. Tell him that from this moment on, he is not to interfere in any of the human alliance's nonsense. Tell him those were his father's orders. The communication cut off, leaving the Great Dao Master standing in stunned silence. He remembered that man from the Phoenix realm. He was a member of the Jiang family, but how did he know about the secret link to the second-generation ancestor? Shaken but obedient, Zhang Zhong contacted Zhang Hong in the Great Dao-born world, and relayed the message exactly as he had heard it. In the Great Dao-born world, Zhang Hong was left speechless. His father's orders? Was that supposed to be a message, or just a very specific insult? Chapter 800. A massive influx of information. The youth in hemp robes ended his communication with Great Dao Master Zhang Zhong, and immediately established another spacetime link. The shimmering image revealed a man fast asleep on a primitive stone bed, his body radiating the profound laws of life and death. Stop sleeping. The youth cursed irritably. All you do is sleep, sleep, and sleep. You have been out cold for millions of years, and you still have not reached the immortal realm. Do you have no shame? The sleeping man sneezed and bolted upright, startled out of his dream. He glared through the shimmering projection at the youth. I am the ancestral source of your bloodline, you brat. Show some respect. No, the youth replied flatly. Knowing the youth's temperament all too well, the man pouted and let the matter slide. Fine. Spit it out. What do you want? It is time to move. Mobilize the Jiang family immediately, the youth said. Jiang Xuan is in danger and needs military support. Jiang Xuan? The man looked puzzled. Who is that? Another one of my descendants? Do you know anything other than how to sleep? The youth rolled his eyes. Jiang Xuan is Jiang Haotian's son. He is the one who used the legacy you left behind to comprehend the primordial Great Dao. The man's eyes widened. That kid. My god. He leaped off the stone bed, grumbling. Why is Jiang Haotian's son so reckless? And what about you? Why weren't you watching him? Is the primordial Great Dao something a normal human should touch? I told you specifically that the bastard in charge of that Dao is incredibly petty. Once he marks you, you are in for a lifetime of trouble. Why do you think I chose to die and reincarnate? I wanted nothing to do with that guy. It is impossible to get a good night's sleep with him around. Despite his complaints, the man did not neglect his duties. As he spoke, he was already transmitting messages to gather the hidden forces of the Jiang family to reinforce Jiang Xuan at the Dao Ruins. At this stage, the Jiang family consisted of 4 distinct branches. The first was the longevity Jiang family of the Xuantian realm, the ancestral line, and the seed of the direct bloodline. The second was the line of Great Dao Master Jiang Zhong in the Saint Dao realm, though that branch had withered until only Jiang Zhong remained. The third was the branch in the human alliance led by the second ancestor, Jiang Hong, which had flourished after his arrival in the Great Dao-born world. The fourth branch consisted of the hidden masters within the Great Dao-born world. These were descendants from various shattered civilizations, whom the youth in hemp robes had discovered and brought together. Through the joint efforts of the youth and the man on the bed, they had become a formidable force. In truth, the youth did most of the work. The sleeping man had simply provided the purest Jiang royal blood, and perfected their fates to raise their potential before going back to sleep. Who knew the kid would be such a freak? The youth shrugged, refusing to take the blame. He managed to comprehend the primordial Great Dao using only that tiny bit of primordial chi you left behind. Wait a minute, the man said, clearly annoyed. If you knew he was a genius, why didn't you guide him toward the right path? Your path of hidden survival is much better than that bastard's primordial Dao. Congratulations, the youth laughed. After all these years, you finally said something sensible. I am not in the mood for jokes. The man glared at him. You knew he was a monster, yet you let him walk into a trap. The primordial Great Dao is a pit of fire. Seeing the man's seriousness, the youth sighed. The boy has his own fortune. It was not my place to interfere. Forcing him onto a different path would have ruined his natural growth. It might not have been better for him in the long run. Are you lying to me? The man asked, staring directly at the youth. The youth smiled and said nothing more. Seeing this, the man stopped pressing. He frowned. Do you need me to step in personally? If the youth was waking him up, the situation must be dire. Not yet, the youth said calmly. The Dao ruins left by the infinite Daoist might not be much to us, but it is a decent enough sanctuary for Jiang Xuan. As long as those specific entities do not interfere, nothing should go wrong. Ultimately, this is his trial to face. He must cross this river himself. If he succeeds, the youth smiled. Well, you will have one more person standing above you in the Jiang hierarchy. 1 or 2 makes no difference to me. Even 3 or 4 would be fine. When have I ever cared about such things? The man shrugged, then paused. His expression turned solemn. But what if he fails? If he fails, the youth trailed off, his eyes turning deep and dark. Then everything stays the same. Jiang Haotian will take the throne as planned. The man clicked his tongue. I always thought of myself as upright. How did my bloodline produce such ruthless, calculating bastards like you? The youth's mouth twitched. He corrected the man sharply. Watch your words. We are called hegemons. Fine, fine. Hegemons. The man shook his head. Forget about human righteousness for a second. You have strictly forbidden the Jiang family from associating with the human alliance, and you have been planning to dismantle it for ages. Our ancestors, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, are all there. To put it bluntly, you are committing treason. Treason? The youth gave a short, dismissive laugh. He didn't explain further, but his expression radiated contempt. In his heart, he knew that when the great conclusion arrived, everything else was a lie. Only survival mattered. Do not go back to sleep, the youth said. Stay alert. If everything goes according to plan, fine. But if variables arise, you will have to act. I cannot be the one to do it. Don't worry. I know what is at stake, the man nodded. The youth hesitated for a moment before throwing an object to the man. Take this. If it becomes necessary, devour it. It will grant you temporary immortal power. The man's eyebrows shot up. He had a high opinion of the youth, but this exceeded his expectations. And the price? Who cares about the price? The youth rolled his eyes. You master the Dao of life and death. You cannot die anyway. The man thought about it, and decided the youth was right. If he encountered an entity capable of truly killing him, the price of the item wouldn't matter much. I will skip the rest of the nonsense, the youth said with a sigh. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. I have done everything I can. The rest is up to fate. It is time for me to go and do my part. The man's face stiffened. He asked in a low, tense voice. Will you be coming back? Who knows? The youth laughed softly. Plans never keep up with changes. If the Phoenix's descent had been delayed by a few tens of thousands of years, I could have finished everything without leaving. Even if the Phoenix descended then, it wouldn't have mattered. The Jiang family would have remained eternal. But now he took a slow breath. I can only hope the river of fate holds on a bit longer so our plans can get on track. Is it truly impossible to stop? The man asked, seeking an answer to the question he had posed many times before. If you don't know, how should I? I am not omniscient, the youth said, spreading his hands. Your successor, Jiang Xuan, is currently walking that path. You will see the result soon enough. Who knows? Maybe he actually will stop it. The youth laughed at his own words, clearly having little hope in that outcome. The Phoenix's descent was inevitable. The annihilation of all life was inevitable. The great conclusion of this universe was an unstoppable certainty. It was the rule of order and the trajectory of fate. The man blinked. Jiang Xuan? Who else but him? The youth smiled. Oh, that is right. You didn't know. The one carrying the Phoenix's fate is, by title, that kid's fiancé. The man sat there, stunned. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. He needed a moment to process it all. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update tomorrow. See you then.